We are live, ladies and gentlemen. Whoop, whoop. There it is. Oh, that's a thunderclap when the hands are freshly lotioned. That is a thunderclap right there, ladies and gentlemen. Wow. Oh, man. Let's get into it. There is some stuff today. What is going on, guys? How is everybody feeling? Man, happy Tuesday. Oh, you know what? I gotta do it. I gotta make sure I'm one of the first. Where's my mother-in-law here? Hold on. I gotta do it. I completely forgot. Happy birthday. I'm the only son-in-law, so I gotta be the best one. You know what I mean? Anyway. Anyway, let's get into it, guys. Whew, I don't know how old she is today. I don't know. Everybody, when you're this age, everybody's parents are like 70 or something like that. She's around there. She's doing good. Anyway, I lucked out. I don't have terrible in-laws. Some people have terrible in-laws, just absolutely. And my wife lucked out because one of my parents is dead, so she only has one in-law to deal with. I'm kidding. So let's do this. You guys already know what I'm going to do. You know what I'm going to show you right off the top. buymeacoffee.com/Coach Colin. It is already pinned. Because we are locked in today, ladies and gentlemen. And of course, as you guys all know, we are also on Spotify. 3, 2, 1, bang, there it is. All the reviews have helped so much, guys. You have no idea. It helps tremendously. We're at a 4.5. I love it. So thank you guys so much. We're at 1,100 reviews. It's incredible. And we're getting real dialed in when it comes to the posts. No thumbnail on these posts. What's going on there? It's Jacob. That's Jacob's fault. That's not my fault. It's hard to keep track though. We upload so much right now. So he's getting dialed in there, ladies and gentlemen. I am going to sneeze and I will leave you with this while I do. Is it coming? Who do you think that belongs to? Where'd it go? Who do you think that belongs to, huh? Who do you think that belongs to? Who do you think that belongs to? Oh, it's the man himself. People are sending me way too many videos and pictures of Blake looking thick. There's too many right now. I'm married, guys. I'm married. Guys, I am happily married. You can't can't be sending me these. Okay? I'm a man of the Lord. I stay on the straight and narrow with my wife. I am focused solely on her, okay? This is too much. Yeah, someone said, bro, I'm at work, can't have people looking at my phone. Can you imagine somebody walks by? I don't know what's going on. I just saw Mark's phone. Oh my gosh. I don't know what he's looking at. He's looking at thick booty bald men. Mark's looking at big booty bald men. I saw Mark today looking at big booty bald men. Mark, we've had some complaints. Go ahead and sit down. Apparently, people have seen you looking at big booty bald men. I don't know if I have to say this. This is not appropriate for work. This is not something that you should be looking at while you're at work, Mark. I mean, we just have to really, really get this intact. You can't be looking at big booty bald men. I'm so sorry. It's this guy, Coach. You have a coach. You have a coach that shows you big booty bald men. We do have therapy. Like, if you need access to resources, we do have this. This is crazy. I mean, not doctored in the least. Hey, listen. He's gonna find somebody. No wonder there was 3 guys in that car with him. You know what I mean? Of course, there were 3 guys. Guys are lining up. They're lining up. Guys are lining up for that. Jeez. Anyway, let's move on here, guys. This is a bit much. Candace Owens' page actually posted this. This is pretty wild. This is a real picture. This is a real picture, guys. Candace said this. Ben is 3 years into this, so he's the ultimate queen. But Princess Blakey is giving it his all. Jeez. Princess. I mean, this is too much. I think this is a real picture. I can't tell anymore, man. I'm at that age where it's slipping away. I'm just like, yeah, I don't know. You know, something basic like this, I'm like, this could be real. I mean, this is how they used to do it. They used to love Candace. I have no idea. I know the picture in the back of Candace has to be fake. There's a picture in the back of her, and she's like this. She's like, that has to be fake, right? They just put that in there. But this picture could easily be real. You know, Charlie was all about this back in the day. It says, stop anti-Candacism. That could be, and he has the we don't know, but we know cup. That could be 100% real. Charlie used to make Blake do this. Ben used to be all about this. You can find Ben standing in front of billboards that say, you know, Candace, uncancelable. And he's like, yeah, check that out. Check that out. That's my black. That's our new black. She's doing great stuff. We've increased our Overton window. The Daily Wire now has carte blanche to make fun of black people. This is a great day in the Daily Wire sphere, right? I don't know. You know, either way, it's a nice picture. This is a solid picture of Blake, I have to say. Solid picture, you know, nice and thin. They say if you have red eyes, you're drunk, right? They say that in pictures, right? They both have red eyes there. What are they drinking? It's fine. It's fine. We don't judge. We don't judge. Anyways, I have another thing here. Oh, this is just, I don't know what this person, I think someone just clipped this of me and they just cut out all the parts. Is this even Blake? Like, is it me saying this or is it Blake saying this? This is what is this? Chloe Ann? She said, sorry, I have to do this. What is this? No. I didn't have anything to do with what happened. That's it. What is this? Contents for funsies. Did not, wow, depictions are. Can you imagine Blake was involved? I don't think he was. It'd be crazy if somebody had footage of him and he's just like, what the hell? What? No, I'm gay. That's all that is. No, I was gonna get blown out by these 3 guys. That's all that was. No. I didn't have anything to do with what happened. That's it. I was gonna make sure these 3 guys were with me, and I was gonna have them take me apart in a hotel room. That's what I do when I go from town to town. That's all that was. You could check. You swab me for DNA. You will find 3 different DNAs back there. I promise. There's a mountain of DNA. There's a mountain of DNA. Trust me. Come on now. Andrew will tell you. I made love to Andrew plenty of times. Hey, what do you mean hands behind my back? What's going on? Help? Let me tell you something. I stand by this. This is still Blake's best defense. No matter what. Blake comes out and says this. Everybody just goes, okay, sorry. No more questions for Blake. It's done after that. He says that. He says what I just depicted right there. No more questions for Blake. Candace backs off Blake. Everybody backs off. Everybody just says, okay, all right, sorry. Nobody wants to inquire further if he says this. I'm just saying. Anyway, I need someone to do this for me, just so you know. So if somebody can make clips like this of me just doing the comedic stuff, that would be greatly appreciated, because then I'll throw them up on TikTok. I got to get on TikTok with the kids, you know? So if anybody wants to get into that with me and start doing that type of stuff, just ridiculous stuff like that, I would 100%. That is a position we are looking to hire someone for, but it's not like a lackadaisical position. You're gonna have to come up with like 5 clips a day. It's pretty serious. Anyway, let's get into this. It is getting rather pathetic what's going on with the anti-Candace crowd. It's not going well for them. They know it's not going well. They know that prelim was just ridiculous. They know it was, you know. Benny Johnson tried his best. He tried his absolute best to make it seem like, you know, there was some real crazy stuff going on in 4K, ultra clear, crystal clear. Oh my gosh, the footage. I saw Tyler Robinson. He looked up at the camera. He winked one time. Then it hit 12:23. He did what he did. He got up, did a backflip, flipped off the roof. I saw it all with my own eyes. They tried. They really tried. But, you know, Brandy really messed that up. Brandy really messed that up. I guess Brandy and Billy. But Brandy really messed that up. She got a lot of attacks. That's how you know she's over the target. That's how you know she's telling the truth. I mean, she got attacked left and right for that. It was crazy. But it's really it's getting pretty pathetic, man. We got this anti-Candace lady, Britta. Don't even know if she's a real person. I figure she is, though. She says, Candy fans, ask yourself something. Why is it okay for Candace to be giddy over 150,000 people tuning into her live stream tribute to Charlie, but not okay for Erica Kirk to call her husband's memorial the event of the century? Hey, man. Hey, because her husband's dead, man. I think that's the answer. They're trying to like pose these questions. Right now, they're at a phase where it's not just like, oh, we have the majority of people and you guys look crazy. They know that's not the case. So they have to access the other side. That's why you see Gary trying to have debates with people. That's why you see that Matt Tardo guy. He's apologizing to Ian. They're trying to access the people who are not believing the official narrative and bring them over to that side. They're trying to insult and call crazy and at the same time access them and pull them over. It's like it's crazy. But this question is wild because her husband's dead. Someone said Candace didn't have fireworks. Yeah, that's also one thing. Candace didn't make it the event of the century, you know? Can you imagine Candace sat down with sparklers? Hey, guys. Hey, everybody. Happy Monday. Just want to let you guys know. And she started doing that. No, instead she was like crying and like trying to hold back tears. It wasn't a good day. You know, that's also the thing. Candace was making it seem like, not making it seem like, Candace was like, this is not a good day. This is not a good video. Erica's like, this is the best thing ever. I don't know about you guys, but Charlie being gone is one of the greatest things I've ever experienced. That's kind of the vibe that's not what she said, but that's the vibe you give off when you say it's the event of the century, you know? When I mean, God forbid, you know, I'm dreading the day, but I have one parent left. When she passes away, I'm not going to be like, guys, this is going to be the party of a lifetime. Because that's what my mom wants. She wants a party. That's what she says. She wants a party. She doesn't want like sad celebration. She wants a party. I'm not going to be like, this is going to be the most bomb party ever. Guys, get ready. What? No. Why is it okay for Candace to make a tribute video where she's sad, and it's not okay for Erica Kirk to call her husband's memorial the event of the century? Because it's her husband and he's gone. That's why I think I've never gone through it. God forbid. For anyone that has, I'm sorry for you, including Erica. But man, oh man, you don't call it the event of the century. You just don't do that. You know, I almost want to see the people who are like into it. Who's into it? Two things. Candy isn't married to Charlie. Erica said we pulled it off first because she was married to Charlie, and it seemed like the most disrespectful thing I've ever heard come from a widow. Then she added something about the merch. Please, Britta, you got to see the difference here. Okay, that's not what I was looking. I'm looking for someone who's like for this. I got to find somebody who is agreeing with her. In what world is this considered giddy? I'm sorry, guys. We had 150 people live. Somehow crashed the stream. It was already difficult to speak. We are going to disable the chat and see what happens. Okay, so now I'm looking for someone that agrees. Why do you come across so disingenuous at times? Okay, I'm sorry. I'm trying to find some. Where are the people that agree? Okay, I don't care what either one does, but that tent and casket video is creepy. Sorry. I'm trying to find somebody. Candace is asking questions to find out who offed her friend. Erica called her husband's memorial the event of the century, mic'd herself up and took it. Okay, no, I'm trying to find someone that agrees. Where are the people that agree? Where are they? Britta, ask yourself, why are you guys talking about one person? Also ask yourself, when I stop talking about Candace, will I be relevant? Oh my gosh. Britta will always be relevant. She always has a thing to jump to. As far as I know, it's like whatever the official narrative is for anything, that's what they jump to. Someone else, you are a liar. All right, never mind. I thought there has to be someone in the quotes at least agrees. Okay. See, that person agrees. Okay. You can't make them understand. Okay. All right. I understand. Okay. Good. We at least found one person. 666 was bait. Thinks organizing a funeral minutes after Charlie's public execution is normal behavior. All right. We're not finding many people that agree. Okay, fine. I'm sorry, Britta. I tried to bail you out here a little bit, but it didn't work. Didn't work at all. Sorry. Oh my gosh. Here, let me get off of this. Here, where are we here? Jeez. Candace just lets her chat kind of flow, but I noticed, there's a lot of you guys like make friends in the chat. So when someone pops up and they're just like brain dead, it messes things up. I never noticed that about chats. Anyway, Blake also, this is somebody that agrees at least. He had a question as well, playing off of what Britta was saying. Candace supporters should pause and ask themselves, is this really the behavior of someone whose top concern is getting to the truth about Charlie Kirk's passing? Or is it the behavior of someone who only cares about attention and money? All right, well, there you go. There's someone that agrees. Oh gosh, Lionel. What's Lionel going to say? There'll be a bunch of words I don't understand. All right, let's go. The heavy lifting with Lionel here. The benighted Blake began as a parasite. Dependent on Charlie, a living host, and careful not to destroy the very source of his survival. Now he's become a memory scavenger, feeding on what assassins left. Parasites preserve their host. Scavengers consume the dead. Their sustenance is opportunity, and they thrive on wherever the unsuspecting and unaware leave something to exploit. His latest target for parasitic attachment, Candace Owens. Wow. Lionel, I gotta repost it. This is Lionel. Jeez. Do I even have to read anybody else? Lionel summed it up in a way you'll never see. I wonder if Candace responded to this. Just wanted to show you guys Blakey's poetic takedown. Somebody right away. How was the view? Yeah. Him and Danny Phillips. Right? Looks like Bobby Hill. Someone said that. Come on, man. Bobby Hill's the coolest guy ever anyway, You know what? My wife said that this bold roast, I don't know. She gave me some. I was like, I had a variety pack of coffee, and I was like, which one has the most caffeine? And she was like, this one. And I just drank it. I drank it like I usually do my other coffee, and it's way too much right now. It's way too much. This is gonna come out, guys. I'm sorry. It's gonna come out in all sorts of different ways. I feel high right now. I feel like I took something. This is a lot. This is coffee. Anyway, I just too much right now. Anyway, talking about her. The crazy thing about coffee is you can't make it stop. Can I make it stop? Like if I drink water, will it like turn it down? How do you turn down coffee after you drink it? Jeez, this is too much. Someone said drink water, boost the bloodstream. Okay, you need water. Okay, I got it. Okay. Did it work? Did it work? Someone said water, sugar. It's too much. I don't know, man. This is what happens when you get sober. When you get sober, you drink coffee and you're like, whoa, man. Whoa, you're sober. You're 40. You're like, this is too much. Whoa, there's lights. Anyway, uh, if I was back in the days of taking drugs, I'd be like, yeah, coffee. Like, no problem. You get clean, and then all of a sudden, you can't handle coffee anymore. Anyway, you're talking about her being desperate for money is the biggest hypocrisy I've ever seen. You and Kolvet are still grifting off of Charlie's name by using a show. Why don't you do your own show with your own name? That would be interesting. I think they could do it too. I think they could do it if they had their own show. I think it would perform the same because right now it's not performing well. Charlie Kirk's name has gone down quite a bit when it comes to the algorithm. It's gone down quite a bit, and it's not just because of them. It's because he's not making content anymore, right? That's the only reason it's gone down tremendously. But that was the questions that they're posing now. Now they are posing questions to the audience, to us. They're trying to get us to think about what Candace is doing and how destructive it actually is. Is it going to work? I do not think so. I don't think the, quote unquote, good faith debates between people who are investigating and people who believe the official narrative, I don't think that's going to lead to anything for them. And I do think it's some backhanded stuff that they're trying to pull out. But yeah, it's not going to work. Anyway, let's move on. We have Laura Loomer. Sorry. I mean Jigsaw. Sorry, like Balak's tones, right? You gotta say Jigsaw. I saw this today, and someone was like, "Oh, this is like her posts about Candace Owens. This is how many posts she has." And I saw this, and I was like, "Well, this isn't that much." I'm like, not really. It's crazy, but it's not like insane. It's not like too much. And then I realized, I'm like, oh, that's just one page. And then there was another page, and I was like, well, that's a bit. And then I was like, oh, okay, that's a lot. And then I was like, oh, okay, I understand now. Like this is quite a bit. And then another page. So that's quite a bit. And Candace actually saw it just minutes ago before I went live, and she just commented this. This is all she commented. This is all she did. She just showed this. It's too much. Oh my gosh. Has Candace already started? Has she already gotten started? Sometimes she comes out of the gate. There she goes. And then she said this. She said, I went to Italy to get confirmed. That's it. Genuinely, what happened between April 18th and 19th that required 45 posts about Candace? This is what the person had to say that solved this weird mystery, this stalking mystery that Jigsaw has with Candace. Candace said, I went to Italy to get confirmed. That's very interesting because you know what that means. It's like, the end, in Christian land, Christianese, as it's called by some people, we talk about the enemy, and when you're moving towards God or you're on the path that God has for you, all of a sudden the enemy comes out, the things happen, you feel like you should like exercise and lose weight. And then all of a sudden somebody like gets in your way and, you're about to leave the house and all of a sudden an argument starts. And it's like, it's not them. It's actually the enemy. And he's messing with you. You feel like you should take a venture or do something. And there's these thoughts that pop into your head like, you can't really do that. You're not really worth all that much and blah, blah, blah. Yeah, it's the enemy. Interesting. She went to get confirmed and all of a sudden it like sparked this whole thing. That is how it happens. That is very much how it happens a lot of the time. Let's get into, I gotta also, let me see if I can find it really quick. I gotta thank whoever made this because I keep looking at this and I just laugh and laugh. Whoever made this, like, like at anytime there's an interaction with him now in Baron, this is how I'm gonna open it. That's why I have this. That's why it's here. I'm gonna open it just like this when I talk about him and Baron, and I'm going to again today. Anyway, shout out to whoever made that for me. Who made it? I should actually shout you out. Who made this? Kai, just Kai, 808, Reggie, riddle me this, Cole, man. Coleman, I have questions for you again. You can't escape my questions, Coleman. Coleman, I have quite a few questions for you. Maybe you can answer them, maybe you can't. Maybe you shouldn't, maybe you should. Anyway, let's start here when it comes to the Candace Owens episode, ladies and gentlemen. Let's start right here. Now, Candace Owens just made a video, just went live. It was very interesting. I found the most interesting thing to be this. We're going to roll through a bunch of different clips, but let's jump in right here.
Okay, I've seen a lot of people in the chat asking me, did we find out who Ben Shapiro was at lunch with? I can tell you the answer to that is yes. We instantly actually found out at least who went around and told people that he was at lunch with Ben Shapiro, and it opened a huge door. Which requires a little bit more research. We will not get out of this week without me telling you who that individual is, who was telling people that he was out to lunch with Ben Shapiro when he got that phone call. I'll tell you, it's bringing me to wanting to read the book about the Franklin cover-up. I don't know if you guys are familiar with that. I had a lot of people, a lot of times telling me about is it called the Franklin cover-up? Cover-up, is that what it's called? A widely debated conspiracy theory. Omaha, Nebraska, one of our Egyptian plane stops. The scandal involving a $40 million financial fraud, claims of abuse by high-ranking politicians and satanic ritual.
This is crazy. I actually wanted to figure out what this was about really quick. I'm going to slide it in right beside her, right here. Let me just see here. She says the Franklin cover-up scandal, Omaha, Nebraska, involving Franklin Community Credit Union due to massive embezzlement. While the financial fraud was proven, the term cover-up, specifically allegations that authorities suppressed evidence of nationwide, satanic abuse. What? This, see, and the reason, that's funny. The credit union manager, like in this whole, Franklin Community Credit Union, the credit union's manager, Lawrence E. Larry King Jr., prominent Republican Party activist, had a lavish lifestyle funded by the theft. That's very interesting. Only because I saw that video of Larry King presenting Ben Shapiro. There's no connection there. It's one of those weird things. King eventually pleaded guilty in 1991, embezzling $39 million and was sentenced to prison. This financial collapse exposed King's connection to powerful figures in Nebraska and Washington, D.C., setting the stage for a broader theory regarding the source of his wealth and the nature of his associations. What? So the reason that this is very interesting to me is because she's saying who was at lunch with Ben Shapiro. Here, let me just make sure she doesn't say these crazy words.
Abuse. So that's where that led me. And I just have to make research. I want to be slow and methodical and know what I'm speaking about. As you see, this is a heavily researched show. And if we make one mistake, if I say...
So right away, whoever Ben was at lunch with makes her want to read this book, right? She's kind of giving us a little breadcrumb here. She doesn't want to completely say it. She says that, before the week is done, which means it has to be by Thursday, she's going to tell us who this person was. Now, is it Ben Shapiro that she likens this book to, this Franklin book to, or is it the person that he met up with? I don't know. If it's Ben Shapiro, it's crazy. That's crazy. I'm not going to say it makes sense based on what I just read about that book. I'm not going to say it makes sense. I've never heard of anything like that around Ben Shapiro, right? He's honestly, I make fun of him all the time, but he's not like Erica in that respect. He's not like Turning Point in that respect. You don't really hear about him associated with too many, other than BB and like those types and stuff like that. But Yeah, that's the most interesting thing is that I don't know. I don't even know what to think of it, especially with what I just read. There's things I just read that I can't say. That's why I didn't show you the screen as I was reading it, because there's certain things I had to skip over. But this is crazy. And you know what it gives vibes to? And I'm sure she'll talk about this if she's going to talk about the whole thing. Yeah, Ben connected to what do we decide to call it? The facade? The M facade? The MI666? That's what we decided to call it. Yeah, Ben's connections to that. I guess so. So who is she saying? Who is she saying that Ben was sitting with? Does it go to Bill Ackman at that point? My number one guess is Bill Ackman. Who else could it be? Unless it's BB. I mean, anyway, let's let her finish talking.
Not Omaha, Nebraska, but I can say Omaha, Idaho, and they come out and they know what she's talking about. And so this name just kind of made me go, okay, there's a lot happening here. Just a lot happening here. And I got to slow down. So like I said, we will not get out of this week without me revealing that information. And the person was willing to come forward on record and say that. But yeah, let's slow play, because we also know that Ben is extremely litigious. I know more than anybody else that Ben is extremely litigious. Anyway, top comment from yesterday from
so at least by Thursday. Oh, I was almost number one to wish the mother-in-law happy birthday. I was close. I was close. That's good enough, though. Which means I did it before the wife. That's what it means. I definitely did it before the wife. You know, can't complain about that. Here, let me just do this really quick. Honey, it's your mom's birthday. Don't forget. We already got her stuff. We got her something really cool. It's 2 grandkids, so I think we're good, but still. Anyway, that was like the top thing for me. Ben Shapiro right at the top. What does this mean? This seems like there's going to be not a whole episode, but a whole chunk of an episode dedicated to what this is. I don't think it's going to be a few minutes of talk on a podcast. I think she's going to give us like 15, maybe 20 minutes of this. It's going to be like a chunk for sure. And I think she's going to link it up to that book she's talking about. I think she's going to talk about Ben's associations. She might go back to Breitbart. I don't know if you guys remember the episode where she was talking about how Ben was close to Andrew Breitbart and then he passed away. And then apparently someone was saying that there was like some kind of attempt of a takeover, that Ben did something slimy. I've never looked deeper into that. Steve Bannon mentioned that as well. Rare that you see Candace and Steve Bannon connect on something, but we'll see. Anyway, let's move on to the man himself, the guy who brightens up my day, Frank Turek, Mr. Frank Turek, the crash out king, Frank Turek, absolute crash out king. No one crashes out like someone said Bannon's a spy. Maybe he would know what he's talking about then. I don't know. He seems like it. I don't know. I don't know what that guy seems like. I've always thought he was weird. He's running around in like big old boots all the time. He looks like a dystopian warlord. He looks like he'd be in Mad Max and he'd be like a warlord. That's what he looks like. Anyway, Frank Turek, ladies and gentlemen. I don't know if I played this when Frank was talking about yanking and banking. You guys remember when Frank was talking about yanking and banking, doing all sorts of things like that? I don't recall him saying this. I don't know if this is the same clip here, but let's check it out. Frank Turek, ladies and gentlemen.
We weren't doing any CPR. We couldn't do CPR. We're trying to stop the bleeding. So no CPR was done. It wasn't until the last, say, 30 seconds of the ride that I thought to myself, we got to be nearing like 8 or 9 minutes and he's not breathing and there's no heartbeat. I've got to at least try It's probably going to be futile, but I got to at least try to start his heart and get some air in him. So I tried that for like 20 or 30 seconds at the very end of the ride when we're pulling into the hospital parking lot and we're yanking and banking our way there. Everybody agrees we were in the car taking Charlie to the hospital. And yeah, we were all trying to stop the bleeding. I mentioned CPR because I was the one trying it the last 20 or 30 seconds of the ride. It's not a contradiction. Right? Now, maybe as we're yanking and banking into the parking lot.
Yanking and banking is such an aggressive term. It's just so crazy. It's just yanking and banking. Maybe when we were yanking and banking, his kids have to laugh when he says stuff like that. Dad, what are you talking about? What's yanking and banking mean? You know, when you're yanking around and banking around, you know. What are you talking about, Dad?
Brian was preoccupied thinking or talking to somebody else or whatever because it was a lot of commotion, as you could imagine. He didn't see me trying for 20 or 30 seconds. Maybe he did. I don't know. In fact, he's got a lawsuit against Candace Owens right now, so I don't think he can even talk about any of this. But someone could call him and ask him if they want to.
Frank's so funny. Yeah. He has a lawsuit, so he can't talk about this, but you can call him and ask him, hey, no, you can't. If he can't talk about it, Frank, why are you putting that on him? I'd be pissed if that was my friend. Listen, Colin has a lawsuit going on. He can't even talk about this, but you can call him and ask him. I'd be like, yo, man, no, hey, buddy, no, you can't call me and ask me, man. I can't talk about it. What are you doing? You're inviting people to call me and ask me things? Are you out of your mind? What are you doing? I'd be like, what's your problem, bro? I don't know. I was on the podcast. I was just yanking and banking. It was getting crazy. He also says that he tried to do the CPR, right? Let me see if he keeps talking.
But it's not a contradiction. We're just emphasizing different details at different times.
It's not a contradiction. We're just emphasizing different details at different times. And in that, contradicting each other. There you go, Frank. So, I think, some people are saying he's a liar. I think he just doesn't understand what contradiction means. That's what it seems like. I'm being kind to him, right? I think he just doesn't understand what contradiction means. So he thinks it's just, we say different things about the same story. And that's completely fine. That's not a contradiction. He just doesn't know what it means. That's all it is, right?
In fact, eyewitnesses disagree on details for various reasons. That's the mark of authentic eyewitness testimony. They all agree on the essentials. They disagree on the minor details. In fact, disagreeing with others on these minor details can not only be explained, it is to be expected.
He's very interesting with the way he handles things. Very interesting, So he goes from, it's not a contradiction. I did this. He did that. I was doing that. I didn't do it the whole time. I only did it for a few seconds. He might have seen me. He didn't see me, but he might have, and I don't know. But the fact that we're saying two different things is not a contradiction. It's just us saying two different things about the exact same thing. And in fact, when eyewitnesses are together or when they see the same thing, it's to be expected that they contradict each other. Okay, I guess. I mean, it's just crazy. He's bouncing around too. He's yanking and banking. Yanking, I assume that's what yanking and banking means, okay? It sounds disgusting. It sounds like it could be disgusting, but I think it's just like you're just bumping around, You're yanking and banking, right? I think that's all it means. Candace's face. Oh my gosh. But then the one thing that he says, and maybe it's another clip. I don't know if she plays another clip of Frank talking about this whole thing. But he does say at one point, he goes, he tried the CPR. I don't know where I saw this, but he says he's tried the CPR for the 20 seconds. And then he says, I'll save you the gory details, right? That's what he says to somebody. I think it's Megyn Kelly or someone. He says, I'll save you the gory details. So apparently, I guess in the last 20, 30 seconds, like he said, he tried to do CPR because he didn't know what else to do, right? And Brian, who is literally hovering over Charlie, being held by a car, is too busy to notice that Frank Turek is leaning over this back seat, trying to get his hands down or mouth to Charlie. He doesn't notice someone doing this. He doesn't notice all that. Okay, sure, fine. So he does it. He actually gets it done, right? And then he says, I'll save you the gory details. So what happened at that point? Did he try and do it? And because there was I'll just call it a hole in the circuit, because what you're trying to do when you're doing CPR is create pressure so that person can breathe, so that the heart can pump. So you're trying to create pressure. And if there's a hole in the circuit, like a wound, then you can't create the pressure no matter what you do in regards to the CPR, I guess. Again, that's how it was explained to me. I've never had to do it, thank God. So what happened when he tried to do that? Because he said, I'll save you the gory details. What does that mean? Does it mean that he tried to blow into Charlie's mouth, or he pushed and then more blood came out? Because if that's what he tried to do, that's insane. I mean, jokes aside, that's crazy. If he did something like that, someone's just said he's lying. I mean, I don't know, kind of seems like it. But like, let's live in Frank's world where he's telling the truth, right? Let's live in his world where he's telling us the truth. He went and he did that, and then what? More blood shot out? Like the last of it? The last essence, the last chance that you possibly had to save Charlie? Just gone? I don't know, man. That's insane. That's insane if that's what's happened. And again, he was leaning over. He's leaning over. Brian was busy talking or something. Brian was talking? Brian's just getting held while he's Tom Cruise getting held like this. Rick has his shirt like this. Rick is just holding on to that thing where you hang shirts, and he's holding on to Brian, you know? And Brian's just like, so anyway, Mr. Shapiro, you can tell Mr. Shapiro exactly what happened, Mr. Shapiro, just so you guys know what happened. Yeah, there's a whole bunch of mints. I saved most of my mints, but my bag's ruined and like a shirt's ruined, and yeah, I don't know. Frank, what you doing over there? What? Sounds like a crazy scene Frank's bringing up here. I don't know. Frank needs to stop. Just let Brian handle his business. Like he said, Brian has a lawsuit going on. Just stop doing this to Brian. Leave Brian alone. Brian just wanted to do 2 interviews. He just wanted to get his point across that it wasn't his fault. And now he has Frank Turek crashing out, bringing up things, making him look worse. Leave him alone, Frank. Jeez. I'd never talk to Frank again if I was Brian. I'd be like, I don't even know why that guy came in. He jumped in through the trunk. Rick, he jumped in through the trunk. You ever seen something like that? I mean, God almighty. I mean, he jumped in the trunk and he's reaching over and he's pawing at things. What's the matter with that guy? I don't know. I was just yanking and banking. Could you just imagine Frank Turek? Think about how intense he is right here. What's he doing? Think about how intense he is in this podcast. Could you imagine how intense he must have been in that car? I mean, it's like, you ever seen the movie, what is it, Anchorman? And Steve Carell is that character, and he's just like, yelling! He just starts yelling because everybody's yelling. It's exactly what he would have been like. Been too much. I would have pulled over. Hey, Frank, you got to get out, man. You got to get out. We're trying to save this guy's life, man. You're doing too much. You're screaming, you're yelling. Your safety goggles are all, I love Lamp. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. That character. I love Lamp. Brick. Yeah, Brick. Such a good movie. They don't make movies like that anymore, man. They don't make movies like that anymore. I'm telling you. Yeah, it's loud noises. That's what he was yelling. Loud noises. Perfect. That's Frank. That's Frank in that whole thing. And of course, our man, Brian Harpole, would be the anchor man. Okay. Of course he gets that title, Anyways, Frank's a bit too much here. Let's hear what Candace has to say about the whole. Look at her face. Her face while Frank is talking is just everything. It's amazing. She just can't hide her disdain for Frank Turek. And I get it. I said it before. I said it last week. I think it's because they attach themselves to religion. And there's something about that angers people. It's not just sassy. It's not just, oh, I don't remember. You know, people talk about Blake. Maybe they don't like Blake, but there's something that feels very wrong about having it attached to religion the way that they do, you know? Anyway, let's keep going.
With others on these minor details can not only be explained, it is to be expected.
I'm just not sure if that didn't sound like one big contradiction. How do you start with Brian is telling the truth? There was no CPR. And then he's like, I gave CPR. I gave the CPR for 30 seconds. And Brian was right there, but he was like talking or something. Like, I think hopefully I get a jury of my peers because I feel like that's a contradiction. I think that makes people think that people are lying. And you just keep describing as a minor detail. Providing life-saving CPR to someone is not what most would describe as a minor detail, right? Minor detail would be like you remembered Justin Davis, who was driving, as wearing a blue shirt, but it turns out he was wearing a teal shirt. That's a minor detail. Why would you be focused on that? CPR, you're saying that you moved Charlie's body into the CPR position and provided 30 seconds of CPR, and Brian Harpole didn't notice because he was distracted by what? He told us he just got to work the whole time. That was his number one focus. What was he distracted by in the car while he was trying to perform life-saving measures that he just completely missed you having to, by the way, I still don't really understand how you could get Charlie into the CPR position because we were told the door was open because Charlie's legs were too long. You do have to have someone flat to conduct CPR. How did he miss you moving the body into that position, getting on top of him and providing CPR? I know you're really passionate, but I also think you're full of shit. So there's that. I think your definition of it's not a contradiction is inaccurate. And I don't think it is a contradiction, Frank. I think it's a lie. And you're now conceding that you lied or Brian lied. I don't know who lied. And now you're using he has a lawsuit so he can't speak about it. Why can't you speak about, you just spoke for 3 hours on the Sean Ryan show. Why would the lawsuit prevent you from speaking out? In fact, you're verifying my claims in the lawsuit. Frank, genius. Everything's so spotty. You would think that would be a crucial detail that no one would forget on that journey, a short journey to the hospital. Now, okay, of course, everyone is forgetting. That's kind of been a point here. A regular fixture is everybody is somehow, I don't know, developing amnesia. And Blake Neff.
Man, yeah, very weird. Very, very weird. I mean, the whole depiction of Brian being like, oh my God, let's just say Brian's doing everything correct, right? Because that's been his claim, and that's what we'll go with. He was doing everything correct. So he's just like, gas, more gas. Rick, mint, stat. Gas. And then Frank's like, oh. And he's like, Frank, come on, Frank, come on, get out of here. Gas. While he's trying to do it, then you see this Frank's hands. Hey, Frank, come on, man. This is crazy. What are you doing, man? Come on. Why are you being like this, Frank? I'm sorry. I'm just back here. I don't know what to do with my hands. This is all Will Ferrell movies. I don't know what to do with my hands. I don't know what to do with my hands here. Anyway. Frank Turek, friend of the show. Man of God, brother in Christ. Anyway, let's move on to the her reaction to the SEAL Team 6 member. Now, I'm surprised she didn't actually say this. I'm sorry. I'm surprised she didn't see this earlier. Now, I was showing it to you guys yesterday because it's been making the rounds once again. But this came out months ago because Rob O'Neill pretty much almost from the beginning, at first it was just like a couple things he said. I mean, this was the longest time I think that he's talked about it. But he's been very vocal about this for a while, ever since he saw the whole thing play out. He's been very vocal about what he thinks about what's going on with Charlie Kirk and this whole thing. He hasn't outright said what he thinks happened. This was the first time where he was like, something exploded on this guy. I'm pretty sure the general said something exploded on this guy. Rob O'Neill hasn't said like, hey, I think it was these people. I think this happened. I think that happened. He hasn't said anything like that, but he has said, what we're seeing is that definitely, he was one of the first people to say what we're seeing is an exit wound. 100%, an exit wound. So I'm surprised Candace didn't see this earlier. Honestly, I thought she would have saw this right away, but this was the first time she was seeing it. So let's see her reaction to it.
Any of us who are already going to go, well, that's not exactly what happened at all.
I just love the way he says, no, that's not what happened. It's like he's dealing with children. Like, no, I'm not even, just let's stop that narrative altogether. It's not what happened. It's what we've all been saying since the very beginning. But these people have the street cred to sit up there and to say, this is ridiculous. And so what is the response, again, going to be to this? Again, you got to bring out the pastors, I guess. Lock everybody up for having common sense. When you have people who are in these career fields telling you that this is crap, none of it makes sense. And he is correct. The general is correct in saying that the most alarming part is everybody knows they're lying, and yet they just keep lying. It's beyond that. They just think they have enough money to pull this off. Like, this is like, everyone knows you're trying to attempt this hat trick, and they don't care. They're just going to run it and go, doesn't matter. We're powerful. There's something that you can do. Bring on the grieving widow. Anyway, we are in the process right now of going back. I was telling you guys this last week and trying to remember all of the random cow manure that we were spoon-fed early on, right? It's actually quite a difficult task. I'd argue it's actually a full-time job to keep track of fed slop, but somebody's got to do it. And do you remember when we were told by Governor Cox during an official FBI press conference, a briefing on September 12th, that the assassin changed clothes on the rooftop?
This is something that really stood out to me. I remember this being the theory. I don't remember this exact clip that she shows. I do like that she's revisiting things. I know a lot of people get upset when it comes to revisiting. They do not like having to hear things again because they've been so dialed into the case. So they feel like once they see something that no one should ever bring it up again. It's a insane way to think, but sometimes that's just how people think. Once they hear something, that's it, done. Only bring me new things. I know that there's millions of people that watch this podcast, hundreds of thousands that watch this one, millions that watch this one, but actually you guys are going to do it the way I say and only bring me new things. Thank you very much. If you're one of those people, do it better with the brain. Do the brain better. Do it better. Anyway, let's go back to what she had to say here, or at least the clip.
That's what the public was told 2 days after the assassination, after they were able to pull, review, and release the footage to the public. Take a listen.
One more thing, Governor. Could you just clarify the clothing issue you mentioned earlier? Was he changing outfits?
Correct. Yes. So when he's first spotted on campus, he has different clothing on, and then he changes clothing on the roof, and then changed back into that clothing at some point, so that when he was apprehended, when he was arrested, the clothing matched the clothing he had on before the shooting here at UVU.
Nope. I need to hear that again. That barely makes sense. Hold on a second.
After they were able to pull, review, and release the footage to the public. Take a listen.
One more thing, Governor. Could you just clarify the clothing issue you mentioned earlier? Was he changing outfits?
Correct. Yes. So when he's first spotted on campus, he has different clothing on, and then he changes clothing on the roof,
Okay.
and then changed back into that clothing at some point, so that when he was apprehended, when he was arrested, the clothing matched the clothing he had on before the shooting here at UVU.
Next question. Quick, I don't want to have to follow up on the BS that I just said.
That seems crazy. Could you imagine? Mr. Wachuka would just be insanely upset with that. Mr. Wachuka, do you want to watch as they take out the target? Kirk. Sure. Sad to see him go, but go ahead. Why is he getting changed? Hold on. Is he getting changed on the roof? Is he taking his clothes off on the roof? What the fuck? What's happening right now? Why is he taking his clothes off on the roof? He said, I gotta shimmy these pants off. Okay. Let me just. Mr. Wachuka's like, what's going on right now? Don't worry, sir. This was a part of the plan. This is not a part of the plan. This wasn't a part of the plan. What is this? What is he doing? On the roof? You know how that he sounds like me when I used to do mushrooms. That's what he sounds like. Sounds like someone on a trip. Oh, I'm just up here and it's hot. It's hot. You guys aren't hot. I gotta take this off. Okay. This is hot. Then you get off the roof. It's cold. It's cold. The world's cold. Because wind comes from Alaska and from the North Pole. It's cold. I gotta put clothes back on. It's cold out here. What? What are you talking about? That's insane. Listen, I'm not telling anybody how to do anything, but I know one thing. If you're gonna change clothes, okay, you have one set of clothes. You do whatever you're gonna do. Okay? Then you just change clothes later, not on a rooftop. Absolutely not on a rooftop. I'm not instructing anybody on how to do anything. I'm not teaching anybody anything. I'm just saying, okay? If you have any street smarts, when you change clothes, that's going to be at a time where you're not on a rooftop with no cover whatsoever. You're going to be doing that inside a bunch of trees or bushes or a washroom, perhaps, or a stairwell. Or a stairwell, maybe. You get into a stairwell, you start, that's what you do. I'm just saying. After you jump off the roof, you run to a place, you change your clothes. And then when you leave that place, you look like a different person, you understand? I'm not a criminal. I'm just saying. I'm not, but I'm just trying to, help you guys out. Anybody. Yeah, who's out there. Just yanking and banking out there. Yeah, it's the craziest thing ever. I can't believe he said that. I can't believe that was a part of the official narrative. So he changed his clothes right away on the rooftop. But then here's the thing. And again, this is why it doesn't make sense. If there's a camera on you, and you would assume that there was, because apparently he was like all around the campus. So he was like running around doing stuff. And obviously this was pre-planned. They said he planned for a week, even though there's no way he could have planned for a week. He only had 24 hours to plan because UVU didn't actually put out the direct courtyard that they were going to be having the event in until 24 hours before. Every advertisement beforehand just said UVU courtyard, and UVU has two courtyards. They have multiple courtyards. So if it just says courtyard, you can't just be like, okay, it must be this one, because there's no way you could know unless you had someone on the inside of Turning Point or the Turning Point chapter. That's the only way you could possibly know. So they say he pre-planned it. So you would know that there's a camera on you. So why would you change right then and there? That would just give everything away right away. I don't know, man. I don't know. Let's hear what Candace has to say about this a little bit. Then I'm going to jump over to a quick little video. Oh, where is it? Oh no. Where'd it go? Is this the one? No, it's not. Oh gosh. I have to find it. I'll find it while she's talking. Let's go.
Now, standing to his side, obviously on the right-hand side of your screen, that's Kash Patel. On the other side, that's Bo Mason standing behind the governor. And you will note that at no point did those two intervene and say, oh, no, that's incorrect. And don't forget, I must stress, this is after they arrested Tyler Robinson, seized the text messages, had the ability to review view the footage everywhere on campus, presumably. So what happened to that narrative? There's supposed to be somebody butt naked on the rooftop. What happened to that narrative? Did the governor go rogue like Andrew Kolvet? I hate when that happens. Or did they just completely make that part up as they were trying to make the various decoy boys make sense? I never understood why he needed to change it all. Why can you not wear a maroon shirt? And if you're going to change, why wouldn't you do that in the bathroom? They were trying to tell to us that the assassin was also an exhibitionist or something. Literally, what would be the point of changing from a maroon shirt into a long sleeve shirt with an American flag on a rooftop? I mean, it's amazing that I'm actually held to a higher standard than the FBI. Let me get a time zone calculation incorrect, right? After daylight savings time. Let me use a website and think that it's giving me local time and share local time as I did. And then turns out it's not local time, it's UTC. 80 million videos will pop up overnight from influencers calling me an idiot. But our nation's top brass can apparently make up an entire sequence of events that happened that actually never happened. And the world just moves on. And we're called the conspiracy theorists for noticing these discrepancies and keeping track of them. And also,
that's exactly how it works. Yeah. I don't know if she's new to it, but that's how it works every single time with us. Us noticing is the problem. It's the problem every single time. And also the tinfoil hats. They don't like that either. Let me play this really quick. This is exactly what I was talking about with the morbid details really quickly. This is from Sam Parker. Thank you very much, Sam. Let me play this really quick. That coffee and water is hitting me. 1 second.
Oh, I haven't done CPR in anyone in a long time. You know, I'm just like, I'm going to try. And I'm the only one in a position that could have done it because they're like sort of, they have Charlie's kind of body kind of resting on them. Right. And I'm over the top. I tried to get his heart started and I blew air into his mouth. Last 20 or 30 seconds. And
yeah,
there's morbid details that I won't even say when I tried to blow into his mouth. It just,
yeah.
Now, we're yanking and banking through the parking lot at that point or coming into the parking lot. Like, look, is this a hospital? You know, this is, and whether Brian noticed that or not, I don't know. Maybe he just forgot about it. Maybe.
So that was the part where he said those morbid details. Seems pretty crazy. Really, really, really crazy that he would say that. Now I want to find another video. There's a few that I'm gonna pull up as we go. There's one from Brandy where they're actually on the roof and they're showing us what these stones actually look like. You know, more towards the official narrative. Let me just make sure I can pause this properly. But there's another video that had to do with Tyler Robinson being on the roof. Also, can we just say really quick that at some point in time, Tyler Robinson was half naked on the roof, you know? Mr. Wachuka's just like, Mr. Wachuka, I'm sorry to bother you. Tyler Robinson is butt booty naked on the roof. He's what? He's what? Someone said, did you wipe? Bro, I didn't do that. It's just water. It's just water. I got a small bladder. It's water. What do you think? You know, he was butt booty naked on the roof. How come he's butt booty naked on the roof? Well, he's changing his clothes. He's changing his clothes on the roof. There's cameras on the roof. Agent Johnson, what the hell's going on right now? I'm not sure, sir. Just it's been confirmed he's butt booty naked. He's on the roof and he's just getting dressed. Apparently. There it is. There's the video. I have so many tabs. They're not even coming up when I have the screen a little smaller. I can't wait until I get this computer. But yeah, this is something that I forgot. This guy has music in his video. I'm not even gonna. Yeah, I'm not gonna. This guy's screaming. This guy's like Frank Turek screaming right now. So if you guys remember this image, this is all I really need anyway. If you guys remember this image, this is Tyler Robinson. You know, could be Tyler Robinson. Here, let's take a look here really quick. So FBI. This guy's yelling.
I released showing up.
Are you okay, man? Relax. Jeez. Bro, it's 2026. You got microphones. Like, relax. This guy's just screaming. So this was supposed to be Tyler Robinson walking, and this happened directly after Charlie got hit. So this person running. This looks exactly like the same person. From the shoes, from the shorts, from the shirt, from the hat, even the symbol on the hat. It all looks exactly the same. Very weird. Very, very weird. Let me play this without sound. This guy's just yelling. Relax, man. So intense. Look at him. Just calm down, buddy. So apparently, so if you go with the official narrative, when she's talking about somebody getting changed, so look how intense, bro. Learn how to be in front of a camera, man. Jeez, what is this? Anyway, so off-putting. So he walked up like this. Somebody did. Somebody walked up like this. Another person walked up wearing what he was wearing in the stairwell. Someone ran off when the shots let off. Apparently, Tyler switched clothes when he was on the roof. What did he switch to? And then for some reason, someone said lockjaw. Yeah, almost. It looks like it. So what did he even switch into? Because when he jumps off the roof, do they have that footage there in this video? See, like that person, and let me tell you something. Anyway, let me get to that in a second. But when he jumps off the roof, he's dressed like this. Let me just make sure I got it here. Let me see. Where's that part? Come on, big eyes. Jeez. Where's your... There it is. So when he jumps off the roof, he's like this. He's dressed like this. Apparently. Or it's all black tactical stuff. Whatever the story is, right? But you're seeing him in something that's long sleeved, and you're seeing him in pants when he jumps off the roof. Whether or not they're blue jeans or they're black tactical pants, can't really tell from the footage because it was filmed with an Android potato of some kind, right? It's weird. The whole thing's very odd, but I do remember this character here. And also, just to show this really quick, this person here, whoever this is footage of them. This is from a Ring camera. This guy's face, jeez, Lou, man. Come on, control yourself. Anyway, it's harassing me. This is harassing eyes. This guy. Why is he looking down like that? He's looking at my crotch. Relax, bro. Relax. Stop looking at my crotch like that. Whoever this was taken from a Ring camera. Okay. And they got this footage because a Dodge Charger drove by and this guy got out, but the Dodge Charger still had someone in it. I don't know if this is the same thing of the bald guy with 3 people, and maybe this is one of the people that he let out of the car. I don't know. It's really hard to tell. Really hard to tell what's going on. Anyway, this guy threw me off. Something terrible. This guy threw me off. Let's go to Brandy's video. A normal video. Jeez. But anyway, Brandy was on the roof here. If you guys don't know Brandy is the one. Should give her a follow for sure. She is the one who made sure that Officer Tatum and Benny Johnson and the whole gang of people couldn't get away with what they were saying when they said they saw Tyler Robinson, because she was in the room as well. She was pretty much the only person who was disputing what they were saying. So good for her. She actually helped a great deal. But this is the video that she took when she was at UVU. I'll make it a touch smaller. It's pretty big. Actually, you know what? Let's keep it big for the eyeglass crowd.
Right now, it is. I'm at UVU right now on the Low C Center, or very close to it, and it's not gravel on the rooftop, you guys. It's rock. It's big rocks. I don't know how someone could lay down on this edge and make an imprint in the rock and have people say, oh, well, we know someone was there because of the imprint. Make that make sense. Yes.
So it's pretty crazy what's going on there. So she's showing us, and again, this is just to touch on, Candace is revisiting the official narrative. I think it's, what was his name? Was it Officer Bagel? The bagel officer with the dead body cam or whatever. who said that there was indentations. I think it was him that gave the testimony about indentations where he could tell somebody was there. Well, if the rocks are as thick as the ones that we see right here, there's no way that could have happened. Now, the only thing that could have happened, perhaps, is feet. You know, your feet could dig into rocks like this and leave some indentation. But he was claiming that he saw indentation from the body, his actual body. I can just make it bigger like this. Will it be bigger? Yeah. The indentation from the body is what he was claiming he was seeing, that there was someone in a prone position from the rocks that he was seeing. From what they're showing us, that's impossible. Not possible. So what's going on there? No idea. If I want to be very courteous or very charitable, maybe bagel guy doesn't know what he's talking about. You know, maybe he's just silly. Maybe he just has the idea in his head that that's what happened. I don't know. But they did say, I believe they did talk about gravel. Now, maybe if you want to play word games, maybe, and Baron was talking about this with Andrew, like you're playing these word games like, oh, she was with family, but like, you know, it's not the kids kind of thing when he was going off on Andrew. It's like, maybe if you want to play word games, you could be like, well, this is classified as gravel. This right here is actually classified as gravel. But in reality, they're rocks. To all of us normal people who aren't trying to play, we're not trying to play word games. This is clearly not gravel. These are just big rocks all over the roof. Anyway, some of the only people to bring us that.
And make an imprint and have people say, oh, we know someone was there because of the imprint. Make that make sense.
So she's one of the only people to bring this up. I shouldn't even say one of the only, you know, I'm trying to be nice, but she's the only person. Yeah, someone said that's a grade of gravel. See what I mean? Like, it's like that type of thing. Like, yes, that's a grade of gravel. And it's like, yeah, well, we're all normal here, and those are rocks. Those are rocks that we would try and skip on a lake. We try and find a nice flat one, and we'd see if we can make it skip 3 times. That's what we would do. And we'd probably only make it skip once. Okay, if you're anything like me, you got limp wrists and you can't do it. You know, sometimes it has to be really flat, but. Yeah, for the someone's like, actually, these are pebbles. Pebbles are actually, they go from this diameter right here, that's rather small, as you can see by my fingers, and they are specified to go at least this big from time to time. So what you're seeing are actually pebbles, and this would be classified as gravel, as per se. You know. Anyway, well, who were we talking about? Candace Owens? Okay. Let's get back to Candace really quick here. I think she's out of this part. What minute are we at? We're at 11 minutes. So now we're moving on to something else. Quickly, the screwdriver thing. Let's see this. Someone said Coach rocks. Actually, Coach doesn't technically rock. I mean, it's depending on what you're classifying a rock as, right? Because if we go too big, then we're actually in stone territory. So, and then if you go a little bigger than that, we're actually in boulder territory. So if you're going to really talk about him rocking, it's actually more like pebbles. So Coach actually pebbles more than he rocks. I mean, if you want to just stay on point here, you know. All right. I'm getting sidetracked. I'm not doing that voice talking about rocks and pebbles and stones and boulders. All right. I want to keep going. I just want to keep going for like 10 minutes on that, but I'm not going to. Anyway, let's keep going.
Also, like I told you last week, I'm still very plagued by the screwdriver question, because what was the point of that narrative entirely? In fact, if we had played more of Robert O'Neill, he goes in on the screwdriver. He says, this isn't even the right screwdriver to take apart the gun that they're telling you that he took apart. This wouldn't get the job done. What's up with this screwdriver? And as we now know, the rooftop man neither assembled or disassembled his rifle on Losey. So did something go wrong? Did they not think that part through? Did they already plant the evidence? And they had to just sort of make it work after that because it had Tyler Robinson's DNA on it. And they were like, oh, I can't let that go because that's kind of one of the only things that we have tying him to this rooftop. So we're just going to say he took it out as he was changing. Forget the changing part. Of course, when these questions started coming in about how nothing that the public officials were telling us made any sense, Dan Bongino then came out and did a news hit. You know, he's the tough guy who's going to beat up Tucker Carlson. Yeah.
I would love to see him and Tucker Carlson fight. That would be great. I got to be honest. I don't want to see Tucker get hurt or anything, but I'd have a good time watching that. I don't know about the rest of you guys. I'd have a fantastic time watching that. That would be something to behold. I would pay. How much? $50? $50, no problem. I'd pay that. 100, I would pay that. I'd pay that. Boxing gloves, 10 ounce. Let's do it. I would love to watch that. Anyway, the whole screwdriver thing, I realized, it kind of just fits with the official narrative. Right? That was the thing that Rob O'Neill was picking apart. He's like, it's not the right screwdriver. It doesn't make sense. Blah blah blah. Right? He was saying you can't even use that screwdriver to do this type of thing. He knows he was a sniper. He's had to do this exact thing that they're claiming Tyler Robinson did. But it makes you wonder, was the firearm already there? Like she's talking about the screwdriver and like, why was it there? And how does that make sense? Maybe the firearm was already there. They need the screwdriver narrative to make it seem like he took it apart. Cause like him taking it apart, him putting it together, then taking it apart, then putting it together doesn't really make any sense. It's just like the clothes. Yeah. It's like the guy has OCD. It's like every time I take off my clothes, I got to take apart my rifle. And it's a whole thing. And then I got to put my clothes back on and I got to put my rifle back together. And if I don't do it, it's like a whole thing. It's like, okay, I guess that makes sense. Not really though. Do we have photos of the screwdriver? I don't know, actually. That's a good question. I don't think I've ever seen a photo of the screwdriver. Listen, I thought I saw pictures of the rounds. Months ago. And it's like a Mandela effect. And all of a sudden they don't exist out of nowhere. So I have no clue. Someone said nope. Shira Unchained says nope. We don't have any pictures of that. Let's keep going here. Did I have any videos attached to it? I guess I can show that one after. That's them going at the dogs. We can show Rob O'Neill really quickly. It's just another video of him from earlier this year. Hey, get out of here. Anyway, let's go. Rob O'Neill again.
Unlike most people, I'm a guy that has shot people at a closer range than that camera was to Charlie Kirk. And I've seen a lot of people get shot at that range closer than the camera was to Charlie Kirk. As soon as I saw the blood coming out of his neck, that was off.
Whoa. Jeez. Stu, come on, Stu. No, I can't show that.
About the thought that you can't help but think. When I say don't think of an elephant, you just saw one. You couldn't help it. When that happened, I thought, that's wrong. And I'm talking my immediate reaction. So my gut instinct is that's wrong. Then you start to you come out with what actually happened, and then you look at the responses from the security team.
Jesus, Stu, come on.
Are we taking get him off?
Good Lord, Stu, come on.
Equipment, not trying to stop bleeding to me. Again, and I'm talking about a combat veteran. I've been in 400 combat missions. That's not what you do. Then my brain goes to, who are the security guys? What? That's a really weird way to do it. And this is in the first second that I saw it.
And it's weird because it's very weird because it's like, why is he on Stu Peters and News Nation? Why isn't he on Sean Ryan's podcast? Why isn't he on the bigger podcast? Now that Candace knows about him, is he going to be on Candace's podcast? Why hasn't he been talked to more about this? I wonder, because if you look for clips of Rob O'Neill, he's not on any big podcast at all. And I don't think he would say no, because he's very open with what he has to say. 400 combat missions. Yeah, he doesn't play around. He's done a lot of stuff. So it just makes me wonder, like, why isn't this guy being focused on more? Especially, is it because of what he has to say? Is it because it's against the official narrative so much? Is that what it is? It must be. Anyway, I gotta start closing tabs here because we have more. We have more to discuss. There's so much more. But we're gonna jump into another Candace clip here really quick. This is just my own. I won't say petty. I don't think it's petty. Okay, but I do notice that it seems like she's never going to mention Officer Tatum. Let's go to 13 minutes 45 seconds. There it is. There, it'll go right here. Perfect. Let's jump into this really quick. Her face. Nothing about what she's talking about in this episode is jiving right with her. Everything is making her pissed off. James O'Keefe is Officer Tatum. I get what you're saying there. I do understand. I'm picking up what you're putting down there. I get it.
And the distance away, it's clearly not the best video.
Not sure you answered the question there. That's a tricky one. So my kids always say when something's confusing, they go, "That's a tricky one, Mom. That is a tricky one." So are we to believe that our nation's top brass couldn't rush to get some of that 4K HD, 4D chess, super D duper, crystal clear, overwhelming footage that was made available to Benny Johnson, Graham Allen, and his wife 10 months later, and some other influencers? And
she knows it's Officer Tatum. She knows, but she's not gonna say it. But eventually, I have said eventually she's going to mention Officer Tatum. After just seeing that, I think I could be wrong. I don't think she's going to mention Officer Tatum. I don't think that's going to happen. I think she's going to continue to just say the other influencers' names, and that's it. She's going to leave Officer Tatum alone. Lucky for him. I mean, really lucky for him. I mean, come on. I mean, again, it's just a selfish thing of mine because I'm like, why not call this guy out? This guy's clearly talking about you. He's going at you, and any chance he gets, as soon as they tell him to, he's just like, okay, no problem. Like, that's not a friendship. You can't really say that's your friend at that point. If when they're not offered money, but they're offered something, and they just go, sure. Yeah, no problem. You want me to attack my friend, Candace? Okay. Yeah. No, let's do it now. Yeah, just act like there's a super chat that's talking about her, and then I'll just address it. Yeah, let's go. Okay, action. It's not your friend. It's definitely not your friend. It can't be your friend. just saying. It's a terrible friend. And they just call you up. They just call you up after. Hey, sit, mama, Candace on the phone. You want to say something, Candace? Tell that baby she doing a great job, and I have no doubt that BB done that to that boy who she loves so much. I can't say all that, mama. They tapped my phone. I can't say all that. So sis, yeah, I did it. I did it again. Yeah, I tagged you. Yep. You gonna see it. I did it on a live stream, and I'm gonna make a clip about it. So I did it on the live stream. I could just leave it on the live stream. Okay, but I'm also gonna make a clip of it. I'm gonna put that on my channel as well, and also on my X page. Yeah, I'm sorry to have to do it to you. Yeah, I did it. Yep. I was just saying you ridiculous and all your research don't mean nothing. Yeah, I said that again. Yep. You know I love you though, right? What? Hang up the phone. It's not your friend. Hang it up immediately. What are you doing? That's not your buddy. This is a terrible person. Oh man. Yeah, who is this? Well, let me just see here really quick. AK, relax with the 50 things all the time. Okay. Don't worry. Everyone saw it. Okay. People are acknowledging you. That's enough. Thank you. Jeez, so many times. Come on. Same thing over and over again. So weird. Yeah, someone said stop spamming. So yeah, stop. And again? Okay. Yeah. You got to go, AK. All right. Have a good one. I don't even know what happens. What happens? You just are not able to comment anymore? So right now you can see me, but you can't comment anymore because I just banned you. Is that how that works? Too bad. How about that? You can't say anything back. I'm kidding. You're too much. It's too much. You can't rate the same thing 14 times. Don't worry. Everybody got it. Okay. Look, people are like, he's not wrong. You know, you good job. You did it. Sometimes I feel like people like that are out to get me, you know? That's what I feel like. I feel like they're doing that on purpose to make the chat seem, you know, the same way that Blake's like, look at how Candace's audience responds. And then it's like some made up person who's like, oh, I hate these people. And I'm a fellow member of the Candace community. And I hate these people, and to the point of violence. And then Blake's like, see, whoa, come on. Sometimes I feel like it's that, like they're doing that. So someone can go, oh my God, look at Coach's chat. These derelicts and bigots in the chat. Well, that's what he attracts. I don't know. I think that's what they're doing sometimes, you know. But I wear a tinfoil Speedo. You understand? So I think things from time to time like that. Anyway, let's go to the next Candace. So look, no matter where we go, it's a face like this. No matter what timestamp I go to. No matter what timestamp I go to, it's a face like this, you know? It's crazy. Anyway, let's get into it.
Believe that he had changed clothes on the rooftops. They're still.
Oh, I should tell you what it is. You know, Candace gives a theory of what she thinks happened on the rooftop. Let's go.
No answer for anything. Grainy footage. You know, I actually have an idea. Let me spin a more plausible story to you. I think my source, the person who recorded the rooftop guy on Losi, is likely telling the truth about the tactical clothing. I think it was never even actually a towel that we saw in the footage that the rooftop jogger, the rooftop sprinter had. I think it was likely a black jacket, just as the person who recorded described. So he was wearing a black jacket and tactical gear. All he knows is he was wearing all black. Because there was that blurry image that we were told was a towel because they had to then make it fit in with the gun, which was wrapped in a towel. But let's check that out. Because I think it's much more likely that rooftop man was just a decoy who never fired any gun. He was tasked with sprinting away at the right time. And I think it's plausible that while he was running, he dumped his tactical gloves, and what's in his hand there is his black jacket and his backpack, which was also described by my eyewitness who was never contacted for some reason. I think he dropped all that by the bus stop near Fulton Library. And those items, as we learned, were then recovered by Sergeant Jennifer Falmina of the State Bureau of Investigation.
I think she kind of moved on from that pretty quickly, but I think that is a solid way of thinking about it. I think that makes a lot of sense. A lot of sense. You know, someone just said, I'll make the clips, hire me, bro. I just need help with a PC that can edit. Just saying, bro, like that's the first thing you need. You need a PC. I can't give you one of those, you know. I only just got mine after 6 years. So if you got one, you can actually do it with a phone. I mean, let's be honest, but it would be better if it was a computer. But yeah, email me, send me an email. My emails are open. I have someone that receives them now. I think we're doing that. Well, we'll get to that point, but yeah, reach out, man, reach out, Instagram, email, whatever. Anyway, I think that's a solid reasoning right there. You know, I'll take your old laptop. It's not done yet. I got to keep it. I never throw out my laptops. I still have the last one I was using. It's like 10 years old. I keep my stuff. I like it. I always keep it just in case, you know, just same way I keep this camera, you know, it's like my first camera. I keep my first laptop. I keep the stuff, you know. I'm going to show my kids one day. They won't care, but you know, I'll still show it to them. I'll be like, yeah, this is where I started my career with this thing. Anyway, I think she's right about that. I think she's definitely right about that. Because when you look at this, I hope I can actually go back to the point that she just showed. When you look at this, there's no way, right? And these are things that we were told, right? There's no way.
Which was wrapped in a towel, but let's check it out. Because
there's no way that this is a towel.
I think it's
it makes so much more sense that that's a jacket. It makes so much more sense.
Much more likely that rooftop man was just a decoy who never fired any gun. He was tasked with sprinting away at the right time. And I think it's plausible.
I wish I could zoom in more
that while he was running.
Oh gosh. I wish I could zoom in more for you guys on this whole thing. But that looks That looks a lot like a jacket. A lot like a jacket. Just the way it's hanging. A towel just doesn't make any sense. A jacket makes sense. You're walking up. Where are you putting the towel? Are you walking with the towel on your back, on your head? Like, where do you have a towel? Someone said beach towel. Like, how are you handling that towel? A jacket makes more sense because you can actually wear a jacket and it doesn't look suspicious. Whereas you just walking around with a towel, it looks crazy. It looks insane. So I think she really hit on something there. Look at her face. Her face in every single time I capture her face. But I think that makes a lot of sense. And again, I've said it before, exactly what she said. I think that there were many decoys. I think a lot of these guys, we have the guy who had a prosthetic hand. I don't know if he was a decoy, but everybody focused on him. Prosthetic hand, dressed in all black, dressed a lot like what that looks like. Actually walking a lot with that, the way that looks. Might be hard with a prosthetic hand to be jumping roofs and stuff like that. So maybe rule him out, but people were focused on him. Then we have the guy, we have the other guy who was in a lab coat, who the police grabbed a hold of and took. Then you have George Zinn. Then you have the USA guy. Why wouldn't you have the roof guy as well? Just a guy that just jumps off the roof. That's his job. So people go, man, and then that guy went to the roof and then he got away. Maybe you just have a bunch of decoys. And maybe there were more that we don't even realize because they didn't get picked up by the police or they didn't get focused on by the media. And maybe the only one who really did anything was whoever, rigged a microphone. I said it before, the more you focus on the decoys and the roof and this and that, the more you validate the theory that there was a shot. And some people still do think there was a shot. Some people don't. But the decoys could have that exact purpose of you thinking that there was a shot. You heard something, you saw something, you heard a guy say, I did it. You saw a guy on the roof and you saw him jump off the roof. All of that in your mind makes you go, okay, there's confusion, but there was a shot. There was definitely a shot and that person jumped off the roof. That guy took the shot and he ran away. It really makes you feel like there was a shot and they could just be playing with your mind. So confusion, the truth gets muddy. Yeah. Who said that? Yeah, exactly. Enough confusion. And it's just like, you don't even know what to think at all. And that might be a reason why there's no video. I mean, it's insane. It's insane how so many other things happen that don't mean anything, have tons of video. And this one thing that is so important has like no video. And I don't even mean just cameras. I don't mean flock cameras in the area. I don't mean cameras at UVU. I just mean people filming. You think people would be filming? I mean, not just because they love Charlie Kirk and it's like, oh my gosh, Charlie's talking, but it's like so many people subscribe to the online culture of clicks and likes. You think somebody would be like, oh, I'm going to get this for TikTok. I'm going to get this for Instagram. I'm going to make sure to put this on my YouTube channel. You think there'd be a bunch of people trying to monopolize in that sense, not even looking to film a horrific act, just looking to film to profit. None of it. There was none of that. It's weird. Anyway, very weird. I have to say, all right, I'm going to go to another clip here. Look at this. Just so angry, I have to go to another clip here really quick, really quick. But I have to say, shout out to the person. I am forgetting who you are, but you did leave a comment and you said that as soon as you start work at, I think you said like a grocery store or something like that, you put your headphones in at 10 p.m. and you listen to me. And that's exactly what I used to do with Joe Rogan and Howard Stern. So shout out to you. And thank you so much for listening. If you're listening right now, this is what Joe Rogan and Howard Stern never did this for me. They never shouted me out, man. You kids have it too good nowadays, you kids. So whoever that was, shout out to you. And I hope you're having a good shift, man. Hope this helps you get through it. Let's keep going. I got a soft spot for people who have worked in the same industries that I've worked in, absolutely. Those were the days. Those were the days. Terrible days. absolutely horrible days where I'd go home and cry. But those were the days. Anyway, let's jump into the next one here. She starts talking about Sergeant Jennifer. My theory about who was on the inside. Yeah, I feel like Rosie, shout out to Rosie. I think she was the first one to state this when she did the research for me. I think she was the first one to point this out. Then a lot of people actually found Agent Jennifer in the Netflix show, which I found really surprising. But let's jump in here.
Netflix show called Worst Roommate Ever, where she indicates that she worked with the FBI's Joint Terrorism Task Force. Here's what she says. Take a listen.
I've been with the State Bureau of Investigation for 8 years, but I'm also assigned full-time to the FBI as part of the Joint Terrorism Task Force. And especially with this case, it was one where with this type of bacteria and not knowing this.
Is she talking about the prolapse bacteria that's been going on? The Mexican lettuce with the prolapse bacteria that's given everybody insane diarrhea. Is that the thing she's talking about here? I doubt it, but figured I'd bring that up. I don't see a lot of people bringing up the prolapsed booty hole eviscerating bacteria that's been going around inside the lettuce. I don't see a lot of people. Well, I guess we'll talk about it later. I don't know. Probably shouldn't bring it up now. Sorry, I'm just immature. No one's talking about that bacteria that's just ripping people's underwear open. You know what I mean? It's just ripping people's pants open and no one's bringing it up. This Ozempic bacteria that just makes you defecate. No one's bringing it up. Is it in the Mexican lettuce? I don't know. Anyway, let's focus in on this lady. But she was a part of the FBI task force. This is what I was talking about when I first was researching this lady. When Rosie was actually first researching this lady, she brought that up, and she was like, she felt like when she researched it and she brought that to me, she almost was second guessing herself because she's like, why is nobody talking about this? Why is nobody bringing up the fact that this lady has a connection to the Bureau at all? And it really makes sense now. And this is actually Rosie's theory. She actually wrote this theory because sometimes when she gives me research, she like writes out what she thinks about it. And it makes a lot of sense now, because the question for Candace, what Candace was asking, was what is going on the inside? Why does this lady, forget what her name was, but there was a white lady and she couldn't remember certain things, and she had to look at her notes and she's like, nobody told me this belonged to someone from Turning Point. I don't remember that. And it was just added to her notes. Then Jennifer had the same kind of lapse in memory where she was like, oh, I don't recall, saying this or that. And it's like, why did that happen? Well, it makes sense now. She's directly connected to the Bureau, right? She's directly connected to the people who would make that call. And not to say that she's a person on the inside, but someone who is on the inside of this could easily tap her, or not even tap her, let her walk away and just be like, let me just change this note really quick. So it's starting to make perfect sense. Yeah. But she doesn't really focus in on it all that much, Candace.
Person's intent in purchasing it, we really had to act fast.
So I'll say this, police officers do participate in various TV shows, especially when they're recapping a crime. It's not completely off the mark, but it certainly piqued my interest in her and her background. And she has spoken about how she was born and raised in Hawaii, moved to Utah. And so I decided to just, prod it, see if it's true. And what we have been able to confirm about Jennifer Falmina is she was indeed raised in Hawaii. In 2003, we found her playing basketball at a private school in Hawaii. From there, she moved to Ogden, Utah, where she studied criminal justice, graduating from Weber State University, which was founded by the Mormon Church, in 2008. In 2013, she completes what's known as post-training at the Utah Department of Public Safety. We then find her. The only mention we could find of her in these next years was in an article in 2016, volunteering for crowd control at the RNC convention. I'll show you that. The RNC convention was in Ohio. They needed volunteer troopers from all around. And you can see Jennifer Falmina is pictured there as one of these volunteer troopers. Now, what I will say is odd about this particular placement is that it is the only one that we can find that confirms that she was a state trooper. Remember, public records exist for government salaries, and we find none that list her as being a paid officer with the Utah Department of Public Safety until 2018. We couldn't find an article that mentions her before 2018 either. Aside from that, instead, she appears to be working some sort of a part-time gig at Weber State University. We are happy to update that information if more becomes available, but it appears to us like maybe she was still in school, receiving further certifications. I'm not entirely sure. What is known is that in 2018, like I said, we have her officially working for the Utah Department of Public Safety, and she is paid very well. Hence why I believe that she had more schooling. And there's another interesting tidbit. Now, regarding that FBI press conference that we showed you earlier, Kash Patel is standing to the right, and he's standing next to the newly appointed state police commissioner, Bo Mason. That's Bo Mason. You should know that Bo Mason was appointed to that position of commissioner of Utah, of the Utah Department of Public Safety on June 19th of 2025 by Governor Cox. And this is not the press conference. The one that we showed earlier with Kash Patel is the one that I wanted to show there, that we showed earlier with Kash Patel standing there. You know, I'm talking about the press conference where the governor says that he was on the changed clothes on the rooftop. Anyway, it turns out that that guy, Bo, was apparently in the same post back in 2013, that training photo with Jennifer Falmina in 2013. So I can show you that. That's the two of them together. Pretty small post session, but that's May 20th, 2013. The two of them are listed together, and they are, I don't know how it works, and I could be ignorant, and I'm sure I'll get emails from people. There's another photo of them. Fast forward, Jennifer Falmina and Bo Mason together 10 years later in 2023 when she is sworn in as a sergeant.
It's very interesting. And then they all go way back. This makes sense. This is just like, this is the story with Turning Point as time goes on. This is the story with these people who are in the background. You can say the deep state of this whole thing. It just keeps on getting like this. All these people just go way, way back over and over and over and over again. It just keeps on going. I don't know. It's really weird. Someone said, who's who, Candace? Well, that's Jennifer. Jennifer's the lady. And then that's Bo Mason. And he is the man. This is Jennifer. She looks kind of short. And then there's Bo here. And he's pretty tall. So that is Jennifer. And that is Bo. You're welcome. You know?
2023. Okay. Bo Mason's appointment to police commissioner is timely. I want to point that out. We have continually raised this pattern since early on in this investigation. There were so many new faces and new appointments in Utah ahead of Charlie Kirk's assassination. Everybody was seemingly new. Remember, we have the CEO of Timpanogos Hospital, Andrew Zanger. He was appointed just a couple of weeks before Charlie's assassination on August 18th, 2025. Of course, Judge Tony Graff was appointed in May 2025. We can skip Kash because that makes sense because Trump just came into office. Bo Mason, as I just told you, was appointed on June 19th, 2025 to his position as commissioner. We talked in the past about the newer, I should say, medical examiner from July 2024. And then this one, which just gets me. Remember Special Agent Robert Bowles, who had been serving for the FBI office over in Virginia, but suddenly and rather inexplicably, Kash Patel fires the person that was heading up the...
Sorry, I heard my kid. And man, I haven't been seeing my kid wake up. So she woke up and I just had to see her and I had to kiss her quickly. But, and I've seen these clips many times before. Don't worry. Oh gosh. I just, I had to do that and I'm jacked up on caffeine. So I was like, I'm running over to kiss my kid quickly. But, yeah, it's really weird. The whole thing's really weird. The whole deep state. The deep state just knocked on the door. Yeah, I got the call. I opened the door. Mr. Wachuka was like, get back to the jokes about buttholes and whatnot. Prolapsed? That's what you guys like to say? Get back to the prolapse jokes. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Sorry, sir. Get back to the prolapse jokes immediately. I hear what's going on in there. We're over the target, guys. Oh man. Yeah, I just wanted to see the kid because I'm not seeing the kid until like 2-3 o'clock, right? I don't like that. It's annoying. It's annoying me, I'm always overcompensating. I had a bad dad, so I want to be a good dad, Yeah, this whole thing of Kash Patel getting rid of all these people, installing this person, this person's connected to Bo's connected to Jennifer doesn't remember doing something. I don't know, man. It all just it reeks of some kind of cover up. I don't know about anybody else, but that's what it feels like to me. That's what it seems like to me. I'm gonna move on here to the next clip. I should have told my wife about that coffee. I don't know what coffee that was. I'm never drinking that coffee again. I had to drink water to dilute my bloodstream. That's not the type of thing I want to be involved in. Okay. I'm a man of God now. I shouldn't have to take weird precautions every time when I ingest something. This is crazy. Anyway, starting to calm down a little bit, just a little bit. Anyway, Candace is going to get into the last thing. This is Frank Turek. Oh no, I already put that in. Okay, so that is that for the Candace recap. Those are the things that stuck out to me the most. I know there was a bunch of stuff there, but still, I mean, and the top thing for me, because I'm so nosy, is Ben Shapiro and who he was at lunch with. That's the top thing. I know the case things are really like that whole deep state part there. I know that's a juicy part. I know that's a really juicy part. I get it. But I'm just so nosy. I just got to know who Ben Shapiro's with there. I doubt it's going to connect. Like the part we just heard about Jennifer and the little deep state ties that they have there, and the little suspicion with the actual investigation, her not putting something into record that she should have. But I doubt that that's going to connect with the Ben Shapiro thing. But I still want to know the Ben Shapiro thing. I want to know who exactly he was at lunch with. It feels really, really, really important. I don't know why. You guys don't feel that? 20 people have tagged me in things. I just want to see if there's any hilarious pictures. No, just big booty Blake there. Another big booty Blake video. Thank you guys so much for that. Someone said, here you go. So are these actually the rounds here? Let me see here. Someone just sent me pictures of the rounds. Let me see here. Covered in water. I might not even be able to show these. They're covered in water. Ciao Bella. Then some of them are etched. One of them was he etched that in. How do you etch that in? I guess he would know how. I don't know. I guess the next thing to figure out is, are these frangible or not? That's the next thing to figure out with these rounds. I'll come back to you. I got to write that down, actually. I'll just write frange or nah. Here, I'll just write that. Because that's the next thing people have to really figure out. Because if they're saying these are the rounds and these are not frangible, then what happened with Charlie doesn't make any sense. If they are frangible, then, you can make the arguments that, they broke up, and, you can make those arguments. There'll still be some kind of exit wound. But we'll see. Someone said I can do it now. Do it. Figure out. Let me repost this. If anybody figures it out, let me know. I just reposted it. Those are the images. Thank you to Stephen Barton, aka Edible Glitter. Thank you very much for that. Appreciate you. But those weren't available before. Oh, man. Distracted me. You just distracted me. Of course I have to show it. Of course I have to show it now. Apologetics 315 interview. Yanking and Banking with Frank Turek. That's what he should call his podcast. Yanking and Banking. He should call it Yanking and Banking really quick. That's what he should be calling it. Anyway, let's jump in to the rest of it. There is a whole bunch of things here. Usually I get into this stuff afterwards, but sorry, usually I get into this stuff before. Someone said not frangible. There you go. Done. Frangible rounds is a distraction. Well, that was the first thing. That was actually the first thing brought up by, I think Gary brought that up first, which I guess tells you everything about that. You're right about it being a distraction if Gary was the first one to bring it up. But they don't look frangible, because I looked up frangible rounds and I was like, oh, I should check out what the rounds look like. This is months ago. And I'm like, oh, I should just go and check the rounds. And I was trying to find images of the rounds and I'm like, they don't exist. I'm like, I swear they exist. And then even you guys were like, I swear that Crowder showed them. And you know, people were saying maybe we were getting confused between that the school tutor who wrote a bunch of things on his magazines and rounds and the Charlie Kirk case. But I was like, how could I confuse that? There's no way. But anyway, if they're not frangible, then there's no way Charlie was hit with one of those rounds. And that's the end of that story. Valhalla covered it. Yes. Yeah, I know Valhalla covered it. And I even played that clip from Valhalla. I remember going through his video. I think he even sent it to me. He's like, I know you like stuff like this. I'm pretty sure. But I think Gary mentioned it first, which is why Valhalla was addressing it. I think. Anyway, we have Seth Dillon. And let's just stop this right here. We have Seth Dillon. I guess he's going at Candace Owens here. Let me see here. No, he's not. Oh, he is. No. Let's go all the way back. I like to show you guys an interaction when we go all the way back. Let's see. Carrie going hard for Candace, going really hard for Candace. I actually don't know anyone else who's going as hard for Candace as this Carrie Bowler lady. So you guys have already seen Candace asking about the digital assassin and Gary and Andrew giving this very zesty Andrew Wilson type thing. It's like Blake and Andrew Wilson tag teamed Andrew's X account, Andrew Kolvet's X account. So he says, no, Paramount Tactical is his own man. He's a giant. He's from the Kandahar region. Those people are notoriously not able to be paid off. I think he said something like that. So he said a bunch of stuff here. And then Carrie got into it with Andrew right away. Charlie Kirk's show is tanking because you're pretending to be him. Candace continues to be one of the top podcasters in the world because she was actually Charlie's friend and is doing what a true friend would do. You guys are desperate because your AI generated videos are unbelievable, just like your tweet about Charlie's neck of steel. He'll never address that. Then Seth Dillon jumps in, of course. Am I still blocked, Seth? Oh, I'm still blocked. Fine. You're the bully, Carrie. You take pleasure in harshly harassing and smearing good people. These are not small sins. There's so many guys. This guy's just like Andrew, where it's like, he's like, I'm Christian. It's like, no, you're not. And yeah, I know you're not supposed to, you're not supposed to judge people's Christianity. But I think you're Philadelphian, and I think if you were really willing to answer questions, I think that's what we would find out about your family. That's what I think about a guy like this. It's just a thing. I don't know. It's just a thing. It's a hunch I have. It's a hunch. There you go. That's the good word for it. I think there's no way this guy's a Christian. I think for sure he's Philadelphian, and he's just lying. That's what I think about Andrew too. Like, oh, he grew up Catholic. No, he didn't. There's no way he did. And again, I know it's like, oh, who am I to judge? But I don't know. It's just that's my thought on it. I don't get a Christian vibe from these guys, just heritage wise. I get a Philadelphian vibe from them, very much so. I'm sure if you look into it, it's like, oh yeah, my mom is, but she doesn't really practice, and we grew up Christmas and blah blah blah. That it'll be that type of thing with him and Andrew. Anyway, he says she's a bully, completely forgetting the fact that he bullied Charlie before Charlie passed away. That's okay though. They forget those type of things. No problem. Let's keep going. I wasn't the one bullying Charlie. Oh, she even called it out. I wasn't the one bullying Charlie before he was taken off the face of the earth. What did you tell Charlie at the Hamptons, Seth? Was it you who was morally blackmailing him and calling him an anti-Philadelphian person? It's weird to even do. See what I mean about that? Like Seth was saying things like that to Charlie. If you're Christian, why would you know what I mean? I don't know. I guess they're words, right? Everybody can use words and terminology. But why would you be looking at someone, asking them if they're anti-Philadelphian? If you're a Christian person, like why would it stand out to you so much to ask that to a fellow Christian? Like, why would you care? And hey, listen, maybe he has a big heart. He's a big old bulging heart, and he's just really, concerned with that kind of thing. He doesn't want to see Charlie go down the wrong road. That's a possibility. It's a possibility. I don't know. Someone said, I'm pretty sure you're supposed to judge others' Christianity, obviously not with aggression, but with guidance to improve. That's true. Jesus flipped tables. We don't need to do that, but kindly. Yeah, I guess you're right. Whoever said Zoe, I guess you're right about that. I just feel weird doing it at times, but the reason that I am being vocal right now is because I don't even think I'm not judging someone else's Christianity. I don't think you're Christian. I think you're just saying that. I think it's a mask that you're wearing, right? Because it's really odd. Candace is a table flipper. She definitely is a table flipper. 100%. People forget Jesus didn't only flip tables. He had a whip. He was lashing people up. He was going off. He had a Frank Turek level crash out when he was in that temple. Just saying. Yeah, but that's what I think about this Seth person. Anyway, it seems more Philadelphian for you to be like, you're an anti-Philadelphian. I see what you're saying, right? This is a weird. I don't know. The more I talk about it, the more explicit I got to get. So I'm gonna pull back a little bit. What did you say to him? Was it you morally blackmailing him and calling him anti-Philadelphian? Then Seth says, she's like a bot, endlessly and mindlessly repeating someone else's script. It's exactly what you're doing. Isn't that weird? He must be doing it. If he's a fellow Christian, he must be repeating someone else's script. Answer the question. Were you bullying Charlie and calling him anti-Philadelphian before he passed away? And he's not going to answer the question. Sam Parker's not even blocked and I'm blocked. Come on. That's not fair. Sam said way worse things than I have. And then Candace actually responds, I didn't even know this. I did actually. Pretty rich coming from a guy that employs bots. Does anyone think the Babylon Bee actually makes money? Seth is a total fraud of a human being. And yes, he bullied and morally blackmailed Charlie in the Hamptons. He morally blackmailed me years ago as well. It's his entire style when it comes to Philadelphia. Weird to be so invested. I thought this about Charlie too. Weird to be so invested in Philadelphia as a Christian person. It is weird. It is very, very weird. Yes. Ooh. And then Travis comes out the gate. Yes, Seth was calling Charlie anti-Philadelphian in the weeks leading up to his passing. And then we have a post here from a organization, and it says, we echo Seth Dillon and urge Charlie Kirk to remove Tucker Carlson from this in all future events. Whoa. And then down here it says, Tucker is cultivating confusion. Everything you've been told is a lie, including that you learned what you learned about the World War II bad guy and despair. America is failing. Okay. Wow. So yeah, Seth was going hard. No wonder he doesn't want to answer the question. Shout out to Travis for finding that. Seth answered the question you mentioned with Jeremy Boring. Oh gosh. I'm Jeremy Boringed out. I don't know about I don't know about the rest of you guys. I'm boringed out. It's just so hard to watch that guy's show. It's crazy. So Candace answers there, and then she says, "Wow, Seth, you are a serial bully and moral blackmailer. Shame on you. You were one of the Zio Ranger thugs bullying Charlie at the Hamptons." That's wild. It's pretty wild. You know? No quotes. It means no answers. Did he answer somewhere? No. Oh geez. Oh gosh. Yeah. Oh geez. Someone called her the N-word. the Oh my gosh. Anyway, I checked the rounds again. Those are FMGs, not frangible or soft tip. Tip is too aggressive. Okay. Yeah, I got to do a little bit of a breakdown of that because I didn't realize that those are not frangible. I should ask Valhalla about that as well. Anyway, let's keep going. Toxic X. Yeah, X gets very toxic. When I said the N-word, it's the other N-word. You know, the World War II bad guy N-word. That's what they call her. Can't really call Carrie Bowler the other N-word. She's too aggressively white to be called that. You'd be out of sorts to be calling her something like that. So you guys all know, because I already showed you guys this. Blake said the Utah police sergeant Jennifer testified at Tyler Robinson's hearing 2 weeks ago. Was it 2 weeks ago already? So now her punishment is to become the latest victim of Candace Owens' theories. Candace gloats about finding an entry point to learn all about her family history. No, that's not the worst thing in the world, you know. Hawaiians are actually very proud of their family history. They're always proud of their family history. I just need to know what everybody's mama and grandmamas. This guy's quoting Candace. I mean, this is like me saying I don't watch Candace. You know, me and Blake are the same this way. Like, come on, Blake. You know, come on, thickness. Quit being like this. Candace then drudges up her uncle passing. Oh, I should actually go back and play that clip. Actually, never mind. Blake has it right here for us. Okay, so we can just play that clip because that is pretty crazy. This is Candace's game plan, week in and week out. Anybody she feels stands in the way of Tyler Robinson being acquitted is fair game for new theories. I mean, Blake is talking like this Jennifer lady just gave a completely normal testimony, and it's just like, wow, I can't believe you have a problem with her not remembering things. In fact, Blake is probably doing this because he's saying he doesn't remember things. So I don't know. But let's play.
To use a phrase.
And thank you so much, Blake, for the clip. We appreciate you. Really quick.
But of course, I do know better. And our nation's FBI has never done anything wrong. They're honorable men. They just, can't seem to necessarily always get their stories together. By the way, speaking of gangs, and back to Ms. Jennifer Faumuina. She recently revealed in a podcast, don't tell me why she's also doing podcasts. Apparently she likes the media and cameras. She revealed that her sister was a social worker within the state of Utah. And of course, that allowed me an entry point to learn all about her family history. You know me and genealogy. It's a thing. I just need to know what everybody's mamas and great-grandmamas were doing at all times. And regarding Jennifer, a really terrible thing happened in the Faumuina family down in Hawaii. In 1995, her father, a man named Sapina, spelled phonetically, just as I'm saying it, Sapina Faumuina, was very vocal and in the news speaking out about it because it involved the homicide of his brother. Sergeant Jennifer Faumina's uncle was killed. Now, apparently, his name was Missiona Faumina. Apparently, he was in a gang with his friends, and as a part of a ritual in the gang, he took a beating. And I'm going to spare you the details because they are quite horrific, but it was graphic and it was brutal. And Missiona survived the beating, but after being transported to the hospital, he later on succumbed to his injuries. And it was this big case because there were arguments that went back and forth. Frankly, the arguments were bizarre. The defense made it clear that these guys were all friends. It's just a part of like initiation rituals.
This is like a Crip thing. This is like a normal thing. Crips and Bloods and stuff. You get beaten into the gang. And then if you want to leave, they do the same thing, but even worse. That's what I've heard. I remember some Crips trying to do that to me, or trying to do that to a bunch of us in high school. And I was like, there's no way. So a lot of guys did it. And I was like, you're going to beat me up. I'll call the police. But I'll also fight you, because I'm not going to let that happen. That's insane. I just couldn't do it, not because I'm some tough guy. I was too scared. I'm like, 7 people are going to beat me up. This is insane. What are you talking about? I don't like getting hit in my head. I don't know about anybody else. You think I kept this perfectly smooth head by getting beat up by gangs of people? Absolutely not. No chance. No chance. I keep my head smooth and nice. No scars on it. And that's from not getting beaten into gangs. It's crazy. Absolutely crazy. But that is a very normal thing. Way, way more normal than it should be.
And they must have proven their case, because the 3 kids that were involved got charged with like 2nd-degree manslaughter. This was a part of what these Samoan guys do as a ritual for gang initiation. Even more curious, was Jennifer's father asserting in the press that his brother, her uncle, was a devout Mormon. Like, I'm just going, a devout Mormon gang member. We can take a peek at this together so you can see here what we're talking about. This is, I believe, the 2nd page. Yeah, his older brother. You go to the 1st page. I'm just going to read his brother, he said, was soft-spoken, well-mannered, and articulate. He was also a devoted Mormon who attended church in Waipaho every Sunday. He talks about their ward, so the Makilo ward, where the Faumuina family lived. And curious, which deserves a whole episode by itself, is that the brother was a member of this, or a part of this Adult Friends for Youth, which is run by Sid Rosen. That's that last paragraph there. Sid Rosen, who heads Adult Friends for Youth. Speaking out, he seemed like an unlikely candidate to be targeted in such a violent act.
That's wild. It's so...
His older brother's not denying it, saying he fell into trouble, whatever.
It's so weird. It's so weird that as I'm listening to this, Blake is like, this is completely normal. And I can't believe Candace is actually looking into this. Like, wow. Like, her craziness just knows no end. Like, really? Like, this is the big thing you're looking into? Yeah, Blake, this is not exactly normal, man. This is not exactly normal. This is a little weird. Just a little bit. It's kind of, oh no, that would be, I don't want to like Blake. I'm trying to stay off the radar. Where's Candace at? Oh, I already like Candace's thing. It's kind of the same thing that you keep hearing. Like Erica has these weird connections to pastors that have like this weird allegations around them, Romania, et cetera, et cetera. Some weird JE Island Boy connections as well. Like very odd things like that. And it's kind of the same for this lady. Like, she's this law enforcement person, connections to the Bureau, but then also has an uncle that's connected to this whole thing. And then it becomes like, is she connected to that? You know what I mean? It's just very odd. The weird connections that these people have. I don't have any weird connections like that. And it just seems so normal in this case for all these people to be connected to all this weird stuff, And they're all, everything that's mentioned, right? Whether it's church that she's talking about right now, whether it's gang, whether it's the weird pastors and those odd allegations, whether it's JE and weird modeling agencies, they all have the same thing running through them, which is their ability to move in secrecy. A lot of secrecy. The ability to cover things up when necessary. All of them have that. So yes, Blake, we're all weirded out by that. Anyway, Candace had this to say to Blake. She says, please, Blake, just admit that you watch every minute of the show. That's all we care about. It's so good. You mean it's all you care about, Candace? And sorry, but nope. Sometimes people send me clips like so. Condolences for your ego injury this causes you. This is incredible. This is incredible. Okay. So Blake has already admitted that he has people who watch the show who send him clips. He already admitted. I think I talked about this on Monday or Thursday. He already admitted this. Now he's saying, well, some people sometimes send me clips. Now you're showing a text message thread where somebody tags you. So this has to be a group chat. Someone tags you in a group chat and says, here she talks about Agent, however you, Fumina. I don't care. Agent Jennifer. She's calling her agent. I thought you call her sergeant. I thought that's what we were going with. That's what the official narrative is. She's sergeant. And talks about the family. So you have someone who sent this to you. Why would this be of any importance? Why would her talking about this agent be of any importance to you? Why would they tag you in a group chat and say, here, Blake, this is where she talks about this? And you're acting like, nope, sometimes people send me clips. This looks like you're in some kind of group chat. This is what it looks like. It looks like you're in some kind of group chat where you're coordinating to talk about Candace. And people are sending you clips saying, this is where she talks about this. And then you jump online. And then you make a post like this. What are we talking about here? Not even Gary made it look this coordinated. You're showing the text message thread. And again, they're able to tag him. So with the ability to tag somebody, that means you're like in a WhatsApp group or Telegram, because we know Blake likes Telegram, right? So that means you're in there. Someone can tag you, you get it right away. And then the first thing you did with it, after you saw this clip, you didn't go, well, Candace sucks. She's crazy anyway. Who cares? This is about some agent that has absolutely nothing to do with me. What the hell do I care about this? Stop tagging me in this nonsense. That's what somebody who really dislikes Candace would say. But instead, Blake said, oh, is that what she said? Well, let me make this post where I write a paragraph and I start quoting Candace. This is not an easy thing to do. It's not easy to get a clip of someone and then to quote them exactly throughout your post. That's not an easy thing to accomplish. Like, try it. Get a post that's 5 minutes and watch how engaged with the post you have to be with the clip that someone sends you or that you just find yourself. Look how engaged you have to be in order to quote them exactly. You have to be pretty damn engaged. And then to understand the clip, yeah, this is not normal. This is not normal at all. And he's acting like not only is this weirdness with this woman normal, but also it's normal that I did this. And it's completely normal that someone sent it to me in a text message and tagged me in it with the explicit knowing that at 8. I'm Frank Turek. At 8:12, they send you this. You make this post.
But of course,
you make this post. Very engaged, quotes, everything. You make this post at 8:29? Hold on a second.
To use a phrase.
But 8:12. Okay, so the time zones are different. So literally, what is that? Not 15, add 3, 18 minutes. 18 minutes later. 18 minutes later. After you're sent this. 18 minutes later, you make this post where you're fully engaged. It's either you're fully engaged and you're like, well, I just have to make a point here, or someone has given you this text to write. Someone has given you this text to write. It's one of the two. So either you're very invested, very, very invested in what Candace is saying in this clip for some reason, because Who cares? Has nothing to do with you. Either you're very invested or somebody not only gave you this clip, but then lower, if we were ever able to see lower, they also gave you what exactly you need to write for the post. I mean, what are we talking about here? Does this guy just show a hint that he's a part of some coordinated effort? I mean, what's going on? Mr. Wachuka's pissed. He has to be. He has to be. He's just like, did Blake show the secret chat that no one is supposed to see? Oh, he showed a screenshot from it. Oh, did he? Oh, okay. Mr. Wachuka's just breaking things. Started smoking again. He's been cigarette free for 8 years. You know, he's smoking again. Starting to drink again. He's banging back shots. This is crazy. I don't know. Listen, you guys might not be shocked by this.
To use a phrase.
Right? Like, I get it. You know, everybody knows everything's coordinated, but good gosh, this is crazy. Blake's 100% in a Discord about Candace. It's something. It's something. He's already said that he has people who send him clips. Now he's saying that sometimes they send him clips. And then he's showing us that he's in some kind of chat where people will randomly tag him and say, here you go. This is where she talks about this. And then he makes posts about it. Why would you even need to do this? Again. Okay. No, this is too much right now. Why do you even care about Sergeant Jennifer enough to talk about this? His end thing is this, like, he's just saying this is Candace's game plan, week in, week out. Anybody she feels stands in the way of Tyler Robinson being acquitted is fair game for new conspiracies. I get it. That's his last thing that he's saying about it. Why do you care about this agent? Who cares? Why did this person think you would care? Why did you make a post about it directly after they sent it to you? That means he had to have seen the post and been like, time to get to work. I don't know, that's mind-blowing to me. I know I'm very engaged in this whole thing. I know, I'm sorry, it's mind-blowing to me. It's just so weird. And then Candace says, it can't be every day as soon as the show ends, Blakey. Just admit it. You're a Standis. You'll feel better. He would actually feel better if he just admitted that, you know. It's okay. It's okay. Somebody just writes, just admit you think you're the center of the universe. With a very nice picture. Usually people that don't like Candace tend to use the mold picture, right? They tend to use the terrible picture. They use a very pretty picture. That's very nice of them. And then she says, I admit, I think I'm the center of Blake's. Oh my gosh. Incredible. Just incredible. All right. Well, that's what's going on with Blake. That's wild. That's just so wild to me. You have no idea. You have no idea. I'm making that its own clip. I'm making that its own clip. Blake outs himself. Maybe I'll make the title like his thick self, you know. I'll do something like that, you know. His thick self. Yeah. I really write these things on pieces of paper. That's right. And the channel manager has to look at it and be like, okay, this is very serious. They have to take it seriously, you know. That's the show. You have to take this very seriously. More about Blake, a little bit more. Just really quick. Project Constitution posts something. Project Constitution. I mean, this guy's like a honey badger too. He doesn't care. They're like, we're going to sue you. He's like, yes, please do. They're like, what the? Like, we're going to sue you. He's like, yeah, I know. Make sure you do. He just keeps making posts. Sometimes they're real, sometimes they're not, but most of the time they are. I know he's had a couple of slip ups, but anyway. Of course, there's music. Here, let's just see what this is. Allegedly. So that's the person walking down the street. This is in Orem, Utah. They're walking down the street there. Okay. Who could this be? Oh, they get picked up. Oh. They get picked up by a GMC. I'm not sure if that's a Tahoe or what. No, that's it might be an extended Tahoe. Maybe. So they don't know who that is, right? And he's making the assumption here. Because this is what he thinks. You know, he's allowed to say this. Footage appears in all black government-style SUV slowly following the individual the FBI claims is Tyler Robinson as soon as he walks through the residential neighborhood earlier on September 10th, as the person turns the corner onto the street where the Steele family's Ring camera later captures him. Oh, wow. The black SUV pulls up to a slow crawl. Classic low profile surveillance behavior. This is not a normal car looking for an address. The driver is pacing him. This could be completely possible. Here's why this matters. Blake Neff has admitted he was in a black SUV that morning after landing in Salt Lake City with Charlie Kirk's group. He claims he also has no memory of where the SUV went or what he was doing during this time. He says they were just marking time. That's a weird thing to say. I've never even heard that expression before. Was the second SUV that carried Blake Neff the same vehicle seen shadowing the alleged shooter through the neighborhood, or was this just another black SUV involved? If Tyler Robinson was truly a lone actor, why was an all-black SUV trailing him, and why has Blake Neff's whereabouts that morning remained so conveniently foggy? We need the plates. We need the driver's identity. The high-resolution footage exists. The questions are getting only louder. I like it. I like it. I like it. Blake Neff was pissed, though. He says, "You're lucky you're judgment-proof, loser." I thought this wasn't about money, Blake. What do you mean, judgment-proof? That usually means you're broke. That's what he's saying, basically. You know? It's crazy for him to call Project Constitution a loser. I know people call him fat, and he even calls himself Cartman. But for Blake to be calling him a loser, you're basically the same type of guy. I mean, you're basically just like you and Project Constitution would be friends. Like, let's not, you know what I mean? They would both be friends. They would both be in Telegram. They would both be talking if they just met under different circumstances. So to call him a loser is a little silly. A little silly, Blake. Let's keep going. There's more on Blake. Blake, this is something I did not know happened. I don't know how I missed this. This was on the 16th. So this is Candace Owens saying Blake can't remember what city or hotel he stayed in on the night of Charlie Kirk passing away. None of this is normal. Now, this is just
so you were in Orem on the night of the 10th?
Yes, I was.
Interesting. Thank you.
What? I don't.
You said that the first time I talked to you, you said you spent the night in Orem. You stayed at a hotel. You may have left the hotel once for food.
Yeah,
but now you're saying you were in Salt Lake. So you're good.
I'm not. Now I'm saying I don't know the exact context, but my guess is someone said like, "Did you stay in Orem that night?" And I interpreted it as, "Did you stay in Utah that night?" As opposed to returning to Phoenix, where I live. And I stayed in Utah that night, and I stayed basically in the same place everyone else stayed. We were all in, to my knowledge, the same hotel, and it was, I think, in Salt Lake.
What hotel was it?
I don't remember.
The first time I talked to you, you said you spent.
Doesn't remember. So Candace right away was like, he doesn't remember anything, and that's very odd. Someone here said Candace said Blake is military affiliated. Yeah, it's like this war. What is it, guys? It's like war games or something like that. War games. He had some job in the Marine Corps, and I believe it was like in war games or something like that. War game strategy, I'm pretty sure, was the term that was used. Someone said yanking and banking. He's probably doing that on the side, don't ask, don't tell type of thing. But someone said, me just hanging around, man. I don't know. That's Blake. That's 100% Blake. He's even the same size as Beetlejuice, you know, Beetlejuice meme. But Blake ended up saying this to Candace. So yes, you're 100% right. He is affiliated in that sense. And then also people say that I think it's Captain Neff, forget what his first name is, but Captain Neff, who actually was at Fort Huachuca, people are saying that's Blake's cousin. They do look similar, but you know, they look similar the way cousins would look similar. Anyway, Blake said I was in Orem because the question was presented as about whether I stayed in Utah versus going home. I said I didn't know the hotel because I don't. What is weird about not remembering a hotel 10 months later? And then he says, be explicit. What are you trying to imply? So he goes really hard. I didn't realize he said this. So right now he's doing exactly what I thought him and Myron were doing when they were in the spaces together, and they were in that spaces together. I will never say anything to the counter of that. They were together in that spaces. They were working together when it came to that spaces, and I will never look at Myron the same again. But they were trying to line people up and get people to say exactly what they thought happened to Charlie. They were trying to get people to incriminate themselves. That's what they were trying to do. And this is what Blake is trying to do with Candace right now. So Candace actually says, Blake, I've got all the time tonight, Blake. So we're happy to stand by. Either look it up. She's basically saying, look up the hotel so you can jog your memory. And Blake's like, I can easily do that. And then he says, let's circle back. I feel like I've read this, but I don't remember this part. Circle back. What are you implying with all this? He's really trying to get Candace to say something so they can bring up some other lawsuit or something. They're trying to get her to incriminate herself. I find that very, very interesting. And that to me shows that they're really grasping at straws here, because they know everything that's going on seems very weird. They know that it seems very odd that Blake doesn't remember. A lot of us feel like Blake actually does remember. He's just saying he doesn't. So the fact that all he's trying to ride on is like, hey, just be explicit. Tell me exactly what you're implying here. And it's like, I think you already know. You're just trying to get it on record so you can go after Candace, right? Go after anybody, really. I think you would do that for anybody that actually said explicitly what they think of Blake, which people do all the time. And then we have more with Blake. Blake versus Buckley now. Blake is going really hard for a guy that is just zero. He's just zero. He's never won one round, not with anybody, not even with Project Constitution. It's getting pretty crazy. The rationale for Philadelphia eliminating Charlie, which would only have been accomplished with U.S. aid and complicity, as with all their atrocities, established in extensive and compelling detail by Sam Parker. So this is a post by Sam Parker. Oh, I should actually show it to you, right? This is a post by Sam Parker. That is a crazy picture that he puts up there. And then Blake says Sam Parker constantly bashed Charlie as a Zio Ranger shill when he was alive. Since his passing, he has harassed various employees, supposed co-conspirators in Charlie's passing, all without providing any real evidence or a coherent argument. Nothing in this post above changes that. Again, Buckley, being on X is not good for you. Please stop promoting these ridiculous attacks on Charlie's friends and family. It's weird that he thinks that he could tell Buckley Carlson what to do. It's really weird that he thinks he can do that with Buckley Carlson. Of all people, you think you're going to tell Buckley Carlson what to do after you attacked his brother and told the world that Tucker Carlson was not friends with Charlie and that you were better friends with Charlie than Tucker was. It's just such a crazy notion that Blake thinks he has any power over another man. When you're a bottom, you don't have power over other men. I mean, the only power that you have is when you're swinging that dumper around and you're memorizing them, you know, they're like, oh, who is this guy walking away from me right now? That's the only type of control you have over other guys, man. You got to know that, right? Anyway, Anyway, Buckley jumps in again, adopting the left's frame. Blake, agree with, recognize someone's good work, and you assume responsibility for everything they have said and done? Question mark. No. And as stated, no. And as stated, this was compelling of the rationale of Philadelphia, of taking out Charlie. Explain how that is an attack on Charlie's friends and family. Seriously, explain. Now he's telling him to be explicit. Being online isn't good for you, Blake. Read comments under every one of your posts. No one appreciates your incel energy, tone, and lies. Wow. Go ahead. Go ahead, Buckley. Buckley doesn't play games, man. Do you guys think he responded? You think Blake said anything back? I don't think he did. Yeah, somebody just put, Blake, you're the reason nobody likes you. Wow. Well, that's a nice picture. I think that's a nice picture. Look at him. You know what I mean? Like, this guy's friends with Project Constitution. You shouldn't be calling Project Constitution, a loser. Look at you. You'd be friends with that guy. Come on. Anyway, that was Buckley going in on Blake. So it's just been a whole bunch of that. Blake's just been getting it from all sides. And not in the way he likes either. It's been a wild ride to watch happen. I hope he's doing okay, and I can't wait to see what he says today. I just can't wait. I think he's great. I got to be honest with you. I think Blake is fantastic. Friend of the show, quite honestly. Now, we're going to get into something else. This actually shocked Andrew Kolvet. He said, I'm genuinely at a loss. This person here said something. I'm going to play this quick. Oh, man, I can't believe I had to drink all this water just to make it feel like I wasn't losing my mind on caffeine. Just ridiculous, Getting older is just crazy, huh? Anyway, let's play this.
At this point, I think that Candace Owens should be the one representing Taylor Robinson. Abso-fucking-lutely. Could you imagine Candace Owens being in that courtroom? They would be so fucked. And I really hope his team reaches out to her because she has damning evidence. And it's pretty clear that Charlie Kirk didn't die from no bullet. Shit, even their evidence shows that it's not a bullet. It is plastic that they got out of his body, not a bullet. And I don't know how the judge can sit there and listen to all the evidence because they don't have a mountain of evidence. If I was that judge, I would tell them to come back when they don't look so fucking stupid.
I was not expecting this lovely lady to swear like that. I wasn't expecting that at all. I wasn't, genuinely. The person who attacked Candace's daughter, who decided to attack her and call her a B, says, Candace, she's quoting the girl, Candace, blah, 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 blah. She's like, I have no words. I can't believe that this regular person has this opinion that differs from mine. I can't believe this. Hey, didn't you attack a little girl? You have no words? I would think someone who's willing to attack someone else's 3-year-old daughter would kind of just be open to a lot of things. She'd just kind of be like, oh, okay, let's hear it. You think she'd be open to a lot of different stuff because she thought that was a good idea to do, but apparently not. She's shocked by this lady. Andrew as well. Andrew's like, I'm at a genuine loss. I can't believe the general public is siding with Candace. I can't believe it. Yeah, but I thought her engagement fell off a cliff, Andrew. What happened? What happened, Andrew? With your no engagement post here. Well, I don't get it. It's so weird. It's almost like everything they're saying isn't true.
At this point, I think that Candace Owens should be the one representing Taylor Robinson. Abso-fucking-lutely. Could you imagine Candace Owens being in that courtroom? They would be so fucked. And I really hope his team reaches out to her because she has damning evidence. And it's pretty clear that Charlie Kirk didn't die from no bullet. Shit, even their evidence shows that it's not a bullet. It is plastic that they got out of his body, not a bullet. And I don't know how the judge can sit there and listen to all the evidence because they don't have a mountain of evidence. If I was that judge, I would tell them to come back when they don't look so fucking stupid.
But I mean, many of us have said this. I mean, come on. How have they not gone to Candace at least once? I think they might have. I think if you're smart enough, I mean, unless you're in on it, you would at least go to Candace once and just be like, hey, can we get, like, we know that you have a show and it's entertainment, but can we just get the raw stuff that you have? Is that possible? And could you not talk about it? You know, maybe make her sign an NDA, like, hey, listen, we're going to ask you some things. You can't talk about it. You can't bring it up on your show. You know, I feel like that has happened, but you can't be sure. You can't be sure. But yeah, this girl is hilarious. And I should have known she was going to swear because she's wearing a construction shirt. Sorry, I misjudged this whole thing. Okay, this is a construction lady. Okay, so of course she was going to swear. I completely misjudged what's going on here, you know? And she's in her car, you know? Like, this is someone who has been working all day. They've been working all day, you know, probably having to fend off a bunch of other construction workers. You know how these guys get, right? Especially with her walking around, right? Yeah, probably pretty ticked off. And you know, she has some stuff to say, you know. So anyway, don't drive by fast when she's showing the slow sign. Oh man. But yeah. They're at a loss for words. But I mean, it just shows the sentiment of the public, what the public is thinking, you know. Obviously. Somebody messaged me about the TikToks. Hey, one of your biggest fans, fellow Texan. Look at you. Okay. You got things that you want me to click here. There's no way I'm clicking any of your things. Who's this person? Carrie? I won't say your last name. I'm not clicking any of your things, Carrie, just so you know. Just putting it out there. But we'll talk. We will talk. Definitely. I was just talking to Jacob about this, that this is a position that we need to fill. So anyway. But yeah, you know, the general public is feeling like something's off. You know, I think what I see a lot of is people don't agree with everything Candace has to say. And a lot of people don't have time to tune in to hear everything she has to say. But everybody feels like there's something weird going on, like they usually do. You know, it's very rare that when something off happens, when something weird happens, that there isn't a large part of the public that's like, oh, that's weird. That's weird. But then they have life. They're like, oh, I got to go do a thing. And I don't have time. I don't have time, but it's all very weird. Right. Yeah. If more people locked into every single thing she had to say, coach anti-clicker. Yeah, I'm always anti-clicker. If more of the public locked into everything Candace had to say, I think they would be very convinced. Very convinced. Barron too. If they locked into everything Barron and Candace had to say, I think they'd be very convinced that something weird is going on with the Charlie Kirk case. Now, I don't know if you guys heard, but Erica Kirk absolutely hates Candace Owens. Did you guys know this? I don't know if you guys knew this. Let me see here. What's going on? Someone just sent me something. I just want to look at it quickly. I'll look at it after. Okay. Dom, if you're watching, I will look at this after 100%. But I don't know if you guys heard. Absolutely hates Candace Owens. I don't know if you guys have heard this. Let's jump in here really quick. Charlie Kirk's family just exposed Erica Kirk for the nasty individual that she is. I, for one, am shocked that Erica Kirk doesn't like Candace Owens. I, for one, am taken aback by this. Are you kidding me? She doesn't like Candace? I couldn't imagine why. You know, Erica hates Candace Owens. She thinks she's the ugliest person in the world, a soulless ghoul. Charlie Kirk's family reveals widow's private tirades against the podcaster she refers to as that bee. Hey, you know what? You know what? Maybe she should come out and be a little human. Maybe that would be okay, you know? Maybe people wouldn't think she's so odd if she came out and was just more human all the time. Come out and just be like, hey, this is what I think of this lady. Hey, screw this Candace lady. We'd be like, all right, we don't agree with you, but at least you're actually saying something, you know? I mean, she did that whole speech about, you know, kids being tables. She's like, you know, if your table gets destroyed, you go out into the public and you be your own table. And you're just like, what are you talking about? Let me just see here. Erica Kirk. I want to see if I can find this article. Hates Candace Owens. Let's see if we can find this, guys. You know, that's a wild story. Is this it? Let me see here. Is this the one? 19 hours ago? This has to be the one. It is. Ooh, let's check this out. Barron posted this as well. I think this is from the story. Barron posted this. It says she's not going to give that woman an ounce of her energy, but sometimes she can't help herself and she'll sort of explode with a tirade. She hates her more than she hates her political opponents. Erica Kirk doesn't have political opponents. Oh gosh, let's not feed into that. She's not a political person. At least with them, she knew where she stood. They didn't exactly betray her like Candace did. Candace did her so dirty. I think at this point, she likes even Tyler more than Candace. Well, I mean, so many people have talked about it. They've said so many times that, you know, she forgave Tyler, but she did not forgive Candace at all. Isn't that something, you know? And I made the joke a while ago. I was like, listen, Tyler made her famous. We go with the knowledge. If we go with the premise that Tyler did it and he is the one, he is the guy who is responsible for all of this happening. We go with that premise. I mean, well, then that guy made her rich and famous. That guy might have made her the vice president of the United States of America. How you gonna hate a guy like that? And he keeps his mouth shut. Way more than I would if I was him. Keeps his mouth shut. Just sits there, looks down, looks around sometimes. You know, that's it. Probably gets his back blown out in jail, you know, not in a bad way, you know, in a completely consensual way, right? What's to not like about the guy? Right? What's not to like about the guy? If you're her, I mean, maybe the thing about the husband being dead because of him, maybe that's why, but I don't know. Candace is way worse, honestly. Everybody knows that, you know. Candace is way worse than Tyler Robinson. So good. So good. Oh, man. Anyway, let's check out this article. Let's see if there's more. Oh, I should have read. What? Can I just subscribe? Can I just subscribe quickly? Just make it so I can subscribe quickly. If you make it so I can subscribe just by clicking a thing, I'll do it. Just give it to me. Just give it to me. Just if my credit card's already in there, fine. I'll just do it. Who cares? I hate when they try it. Yeah, of course, this is the one they make people pay for. I got to sign in, create an account. Oh, come on. Who? Oh, and then you want me to click and tell you which one is the bridge and which. Are you guys kidding? This is why your company sucks. This is why this type of media sucks now. What are you doing? Am I in? I'm not. I create a password. Password. Okay, there it is. Blah, blah, blah. Anyway, has to have one number in it. Oh, for Christ's sake. Come on. Someone said don't do it. Why not? Who cares? Daily Mail. I'll cancel right away. That's what everybody does. There's too many things they want. This is ridiculous. Oh my gosh. Listen, my date of birth? All right, we're done here. We're done here. Daisy showed me how to work around this stuff too. She did. She showed me how to work around this. What do you mean? Barron paid for it. So obviously there's something here. Barron didn't just pull this out of nowhere. This is from the article, right? So there's something there. There's someone they talked to, you know. I just didn't read Daisy's thing. She's like, here's the workaround. And I was like, oh, is there a workaround? But I didn't read it, you know. Nah, whatever. Let's see if I can find it somewhere else, you know. Let's see. Nope. Oh, India Times. Oh, Times of India. Oh, thank you, Times of India. Did you just make this? Oh, you did just make this post. Oh, leave it to the Times of India to just rip off someone else's thing and put it on their site for free. Well, thank you so much, Times of India. Oh, beautiful work. Beautiful work, India. Oh, goodness. This is tremendous. Thank you very much, India. We do appreciate it. Can't stand her. Charlie Kirk widow reported fury at Candace Owens, revealed as the person who took Charlie out. The case takes a turn. Let me see. This just came out. Let me see what we got here. Okay. Nearly 10 months later, Charlie Kirk passing at UVU, et cetera, et cetera. Let me see. According to those close to her, Erica attended the 5-day preliminary hearing. One family described her reaction by saying she thought she was going to be angry and mad and really hate him, but she didn't. She felt really sad, overwhelming sadness. While those emotions surprised her, people close to the Kirk family say her feelings towards Candace Owens were entirely different. A family member claims she can't stand Candace and calls her that bee. The source went further, alleging that Erica thinks she's the worst, most unkind person in the world, ugly person inside and out, soulless ghoul. Those remarks reportedly stem from Owens' public commentary about what happened to Charlie Kirk and her investigation. Candace responds as Charlie Kirk's investigation continues. Any more quotes from Erica? Family members said that bridge is burned. It's more than burned. It's been blown up. There's no reason for Erica to ever speak to Candace again, ever. Well, I mean, unless they have a debate, unless there's some kind of presidential debate that happens in the future, then she won't be able to be like Biden and be like, oh, I'm losing my mind. Sorry, I can't have a debate. I'm losing my mind. I just crapped in my diaper. I got to go. She won't be able to pull any of that off. You know, that's my dream scenario, of course. Candace did say if Erica runs, she would run just so she could debate her. Don't forget that. That's a real thing that came up. Candace said that. I don't know if you guys missed that. Someone said Erica would refuse to debate Candace. Yeah, probably. She would try. The source alleged Candace decided to make this her identity. It's a grab for attention, building her name and her brand. It's so crazy to think that it's building Candace's name. I don't know, man. I think what this case actually did for Candace is it made people realize that she was one of the most powerful people in media. She already was someone where it was like, you want to talk about Blake Lively and I'll get millions of views. You want to talk about Macron? I'll get millions of views. People just didn't realize until she was like, okay, you guys want to do an investigation? And everybody was like, yeah. And then everybody was like, whoa, hold on. Because Blake Lively didn't affect anyone. Macron didn't really affect anyone. Kind of affected the president. That's why Charlie had to call her about it. But a lot of the things she would talk about didn't directly affect the administration and the deep state. Some of them did. She would touch on things, MK and things of that nature, the Kanye stuff, things of that nature. But this directly took a swipe at them. And that made them clue in like, oh, this person's actually really powerful. We didn't realize before. We thought she was just some black lady talking about things. And no. Now they realize it's way different. It's way, way different. So to suggest she's building her brand off of this is so silly. That's what Erica thinks. Erica is really offended that Candace would use her husband's passing to make a buck. There's so many jokes. There's so many hat jokes we can bring up. The sparklers, the pyrotechnics. We're not going to do it. We're just going to finish the sentence. We're not going to go into a skit about her pouring sparkles on herself and throwing hats into a crowd. Here's a hat for you. Here's a hat for you. We just made $1 million, $2, $3, $4, $5, $6 million in hat revenue. Hey, Tucker, how much money did you make for me in that GoFundMe? High-fiving Blake and Andrew. I'm not going to make those jokes. We're not going to do that. We're just going to finish the sentence. That's all we're going to do. There's only 7 words left in the sentence. We're not going to start talking about pyrotechnics and the event of the century. We're not going to go back to the event of the century. I'm good at callbacks, but I'm not going to go all the way back to the beginning of the episode where she was talking about Charlie's memorial being the event of the century. We're not going to do that. We're just going to finish the sentence. That's all we're going to do. We're not going to make people picture all sorts of sparklers and fireworks going off. We're not going to do that. We are not going to do that. We are just going to finish the sentence. To make a buck, get attention, get clout, whatever it is. She's offended. There you go. Any more quotes from Erica? I mean, holler at your boy. Again, I know. Someone said we're furious too. Oh, Candace disputed the narrative in the statement. We're furious too. The public cannot stand that Erica refuses to answer crucial questions surrounding Charlie Kirk's passing, which is why she's treated more like a personal... it's cutting off one of the words there, rather than increasingly bizarre story that requires a network of paid influencers to support it, et cetera, et cetera. Anyway, yeah, there you go. Shout out to India Times of India. Thanks, Times of India. Listen. You're taking over Canada, but you know, good job today. You're taking over all of Canada, and yeah, no one's standing in your way. But you know what you did here today was fantastic. So thank you so much. Thank you so much. People keep like someone just said, please tell us what happened to Fleet. Fleet's not my employee. Fleet was never my employee. I don't know. Guys, you gotta stop. Like, I don't know. she wasn't, or he or she or whatever was not working for me. So I don't know. I have no idea. You gotta just go and ask, man. You gotta just Google and ask, and that's it. That's all you can do. Let's keep going here. Let's keep on moving. I don't know if you recognize this guy, ladies and gentlemen. Don't know if you recognize this guy at all. It's a gentleman, and he has a question. He has a question once again. Riddle me this, Coleman. Coleman. Hello? Coleman, I have a question. There's a question for you, Coleman. Coleman, I have one question for you. Perhaps you can answer this. Riddle me this, Coleman. Riddle me this. Baron's like, I'm going to bed, man. I have 8 kids, man. Don't you have any kids? What are you doing? Your hair all long. Just riddle me just one thing. Just one thing, Mr. Coleman. Mr. Coleman, please. At 10 p.m., 10:30 p.m., he is asking Baron about this. Because everyone needs to truly appreciate the absurdity. So basically, he says all of this, too long didn't read, okay? And then he reposts the exact same thing that Baron said that he posted yesterday. He just added more words. That's it. That's what he's doing now. He's just focusing on this one thing, and he's just reposting it and tagging Baron. That's it. I mean, for the love of God, I hope Baron didn't answer this. This is nuts. Of course, Gary did. Baron Conman Coleman getting wrecked by FIFA. They have such stupid nicknames on their side. Their nicknames suck. Con Man, that's it. Coleman. Maybe I should say Con Man. Do you like that? Oh, thank God Baron didn't answer this. It's the same post. You can't write the same post and be like, got you again. Got you again. I got you. Oh, I knew I would get you, Coleman. It's the same post. Anyway, it's just so silly. It's getting really silly. Whoa, easy there. What do we got? George Zinn getting interviewed here? Hold on. We'll get to that in a second. We'll get to that. Easy. No one bypasses the clips. Oh, wasn't that supposed to be Baron talking about flock cameras? What happened here? Where is Baron talking about flock cameras? No, don't play a song. Is this it? Okay, perfect. There it is. Oh, I almost lost this. Oof. All because of that dastardly Riddler. You almost made me lose my place in my tabs. Oh, that was my plan the whole time. Riddle me this. You know, whoever made. Thank you so much for making that. Thank you so much. So he's still on the prowl. He's still on the prowl. Okay, he's going after Baron. You know, he's trailing Baron right away. Someone's like, "Why is Baron wrong?" Right? They're like, "Why?" And then he's like, he goes into this whole I mean, so much. The person wrote 4 words, and this is everything you wrote back. I mean, just too much, you know? He is wrong for so many reasons. It's difficult to know where to start. One, if the parents had been forced to answer Tyler's admitted committing other crime. I mean, do you have a thing, man? Are you neurodivergent? Because tell me you are, and I'll lay off. Because then it's not as funny. Are you just a grown man? You have gray hair. Hey, man, you have gray hair coming through. What's going on with you? Just explain. This is crazy. This is getting out of control now. It's becoming too much. It's becoming too much. You have gray in your beard, man. This is not cute anymore. Okay? It's cute when you're watching like the Little Sheldon show and you're like, oh, it's Little Sheldon. And he's like, actually, I can tell you, it's all funny then. You have gray in your beard and you're disheveled looking. This is not funny anymore, man. Okay? You got to get it together, big guy. It's nuts. You're focusing on one thing here. I'm not reading all this. It's crazy. I'll get to the important stuff, you know. This is the worst guy they've rolled out so far. The worse than Gary. Do you know how crazy that is? That they got someone who's worse than Gary? Gary's bad, man. Okay? Gary's real bad. They got someone that is worse than Gary. That's a real issue. You guys got to get better. Someone said Yiddish looking. Come on, man. Don't do that. He's Quebec looking. That's what he is. He looks like a dude from Quebec. Hey, Tabernacle. What is it? Baron, riddle me this, Baron. Baron, riddle me this now. How you say, how can you possibly... Just the worst, you know? Terrible. This guy needs Andrew Wilson training. That's what he needs. It's crazy. Nerdiest thing I've ever seen. Anyway, let's get to Baron Coleman talking about flocks a little bit here. Found this interesting.
But that's not how they get used, apparently. That's not how they get used. Either that or there is no flock footage. In fact, if they go to trial and don't introduce flock footage, I think by now they're so ubiquitous. An affirmative defense just might be, they don't even have me on flock. That couldn't have been me. If it had been me, they'd have brought in the license plate. They said he was here at 4:15 a.m. He was here at 4:27 a.m. He was here at 5:13 a.m. He was here at 6:15 a.m. Ladies and gentlemen, you can just track that timeline, and it takes him right to Orem, Utah. And he pulls in right at 8:30 when we told you he was in the parking garage. And then we watch him drive down and get a ribeye. And then we watch the old weapon, Granddaddy's 30-06. Here we have him looping around campus. I mean, my goodness, people. I think it becoming an affirmative defense. If I'm the defense lawyer, I'm raising it. I'm making the judge tell me I can't. I'm going to look at the exhibit list, and if they don't have any flock camera, I'm using that in my opening. You know what you're not going to hear, ladies and gentlemen? You're not going to see flock footage. You're not going to see any. Why? Because he wasn't there. You're going to see grainy underwater footage that may or may not be Bigfoot or space aliens. But you're not going to see flock footage that would put my client clearly at the scene.
Man, Tyler should just throw everyone for a loop. I mean, I don't even know if he would survive inside whatever cell he's in right now. He should throw everyone for a loop and just be like, I'm dropping you guys. And I want Baron Coleman. Or I want Baron Coleman on the team. I want him on the team. I know he can't do law here, but I want him on the team from now on. I want you guys to practice the law and everything, and I want him to bring the information. That's it. That's what I want. You know, I want it now. I have a right. I'm a citizen. I have a right. I can make these requests. I want this right now. Could you imagine? You know, that would be incredible. That would be incredible. That's what he needs. He needs something like that. You know, he definitely needs something like that. You know, when Baron's talking about these flock cameras, I didn't get to see the episode where he's talking about it, but Danks posted that clip. And then Travis here posted this. Orem has a lot of flock cameras. Why were there none used as evidence? And apparently they just have a ton of flock cameras, which I did not know, which is alarming. I don't like that, you know? I don't particularly like that they have this many. I don't like those things myself. I don't know how other people feel about it. I saw somebody, I think it was Cam Higbee. Cam Higbee's like, I can't believe that the left convinced right-wing conspiracy theorists that flock cameras are bad. I was like, what am I reading? What in the F am I reading right now? Like, that was the thing they were trying to pull off. That guy's like a main, you know, Fed slopper, right? Like he's one of the top Fed sloppers, you know. He's a loyal Fed slopper, you know. I couldn't believe I was reading that. I was like, I'm like, that's what they're trying to pull off now? They're trying to pull off, hey, these are actually really, really good. And it's just the left convincing you that they're not. Left, right, left, right, left, right, left, right. Come on, everybody. Crazy. I read it like 4 times. I was like, no, I didn't read that properly. I'm like, I'm a little dyslexic. I was like, I read that backwards or something. I read that all messed up. I read it again and again and again. And I was like, I can't believe this. I'm like, I can't believe what I'm seeing right now. I'm like, is that the thing? Is that the thing they're trying to convince MAGA of? They're trying to tell MAGA, hey, man, hey, you know, the bad people are going to come and take things over. Hey, tough on crime, right? That's what you wanted. Well, this is how the president's going to be tough on crime. We need these flock cameras everywhere, guys. Is that the thing they're trying to do? I got to look into it more. I haven't seen much of this. But when I saw that, I was like, is this what they're pushing? Because Cam he's like on the lower tier. There's a totem pole of Fed sloppers. He's on much lower. So he gets trickled down, right? Like they, you know, for somebody at the top, you know, they eat, it's usually Graham, right? Graham gets to eat the Fed slop. He's like, he mixes it around in his mouth, and then he spits it down to the next person. And Gary's like, and he spits it down, you know? And then Lisa knows nothing. She gets it. She's like, and then it goes like 3 more down, and then it gets to Cam Higbee. And he's like, this tastes so good. Flock cameras are the best thing ever, right? That's usually how it works. Listen, I don't make the rules, okay? I don't make the rules. I don't control what you see in your head. You decided to picture it. I just was saying it, okay? You could have just listened to words, but you pictured it. I didn't make you picture that. Anyway, I don't have control over your minds like that, okay? I just say words. You took it to another place in your mind. I don't control what goes on in there. But that is how it works. So Cam's pretty low on the totem pole. So I guess this is what they're trying to pull off now. They're trying to make people really believe that the flock cameras are like the best thing going. It's disgusting. Absolutely disgusting. It's more disgusting than the visual I just put out there of Fed sloppers spitting it into each other's mouths like like baby birds, Anyway, Barron is right. Why aren't they using the flock cameras? Why isn't that happening? Why isn't that happening? And then someone said, like, you're a weirdo. I love it. Hey, listen. I'm just talking. I'm just talking here, Yeah, but Barron is right. Why haven't they used the flock cameras? Why haven't they done that? If they're everywhere. If they're everywhere and they're being filmed, and I haven't seen any footage of people like tearing those ones down. I mean, you do see footage of that a lot, but I haven't seen any in Utah having that happen to them. You would think. You think they have those everywhere. I wonder if a lot of people who believe in, we'll just say like the official narrative, the people who are on the other side of this, I wonder if they believe that the prosecution is like, how with the president, anytime he does anything, they're like, this is just 5D chess, man. Like, this is like the real stuff's coming, man. They're just, you don't even know. It's going to be crazy. Like, I wonder if they think like, well, the prosecution, man, this is 5D chess. They're just holding there's certain pieces that they're holding. And they're going to wait until the last second. And then they're going to have Tyler Robinson taking the shot. And then all of a sudden, Candace Owens is going to start crying. It's going to be sweet, man. Get your cups ready. Get your cups ready for those candy cult tears coming, bro. I wonder if that's like the mindset. I wonder. I really like to know. But anyway. Get into like a brief Barron thing here, just really brief. I didn't get to hear him really lay into Andrew Kolvet more. I wanted to hear him go at Andrew. I don't know if I played the Mafia hit that he's talking about here. But I really just want to hear. I love Barron's information. I love when he goes off on people. I mean, it's just something else. It's something else, man. That's his true talent. His true talent is giving it to people. I'm telling you, it's so good when he does it. It's so good. It's like a hidden gem inside of all the information and research, that people don't talk about enough. When he gives it to somebody, it's the best. Here, let me see this.
Let me show you real quickly, changing gears ever so slightly. You guys remember lying liar who lies, Andrew Kolvet, telling us his phone broke? I had so many text messages in the immediate aftermath after Charlie Kirk had my phone broke. You guys remember that? We didn't believe him. We still don't. I don't believe anything he says from this point forward. I've caught him in too many lies. But you remember that, right? Andrew Kolvet, first phone ever to I put any.
Someone said human centipede. Oh, gosh. See, that's the terrible visualization. Ugh. I don't even know why you brought that up. That's disgusting. It's the worst movie series ever.
Stock at this point in anything these guys said. I don't. I was hard on Andrew when we opened, but I was hard on him because I was so disgusted with being lied to so blatantly. And if I was lied to instead not by Andrew, but by the three sources who independently all three said, using almost identical language, frankly, that Erica wasn't with her kids, that her kids were somewhere else. Again, I don't know where they were, but I know all three of them said they were not in Utah with her. And they didn't go to DC either. If all three of them lied to me, well, then I'm upset with them. I don't think they did. This pattern of dishonesty, in my opinion, is evidence of guilt. Because the number one piece of advice I would give TPUSA at this point is you have to be clean about everything. You cannot be caught being dishonest at any point going forward. If someone asks you a question, you just answer it. Someone asked me a question on Twitter the other day. Viva, I don't even know how to pronounce his name. Fry. I hear it a different way. I'll be honest, I don't follow the guy. But he asked a question. He was like, are you splitting revenue with Diligent Denizen? I said, I don't even know his real name. Don't care. Never met him. Talk to him. I think he does good work. But no, absolutely not splitting revenue. And no agreement whatsoever. There's no coordination. It's just he does a story. If I like it, I hit retweet. If I don't, I ignore it. Or if I don't see it, I ignore it. And then I said, how hard was that? You asked me a direct question. I gave you a direct answer. TPUSA should try that. They should try that.
Oh, I have you now, Coleman. Oh, you don't know his name. Oh, okay. Oh, watch what I do now, Coleman. You've stepped into it. You've stepped into it with me. You didn't realize. Oh, you don't know his name, Coleman? Well, this is something to be reveled in, isn't it? Coleman, you have no idea what you've done. You've incriminated yourself, Coleman. Anyway, let's keep going.
It would behoove them to develop a culture of honesty. Because like Richard Nixon, sometimes the real problem isn't the crime itself. The crime itself is a problem, but it's the cover-up is where everybody goes down. Cover-up. And cover-ups are often clouded in this environment of dishonesty. That's usually the evidence that something's being covered up. Something bad has happened. And then there's this dishonesty. You come home and the lamp is broken. Oh, I really liked that lamp. That was an expensive lamp. We've had that lamp for 20 years. You know, your mother and I got that lamp as an anniversary present. A nice lamp. It was a lamp we'd had our eyes on, but at the time we couldn't afford it. And someone took pity on us and bought us this lamp. It was several $100s, and we've carried it around from house to house that we've lived in because it's a sentimental piece. Who broke the lamp? Well, the second you catch someone in a lie, who do you think broke the lamp? The person who's lying.
Such a personal story. One of his kids did that. One of his kids broke a lamp, you know? He's still holding on to it. That's what my mom does about a clock. One time I walked by a clock and I hit my head on the clock and the clock fell. And she's like, oh, you got mad and broke the clock. And I'm like, Mom, why would I get mad and break a clock? I was walking by. I hit my head on it. It's a big clock. And she's like, no, you did that. And then my brother's like, yep, you got mad and you did that. I was like, what are you guys talking? Are you guys crazy? I hit my head on it. I have a mark on my head. I hit my head on the clock. And they're like, nah, you broke that clock. You know you did. And I'm like, oh my God. It's exactly what Barron's doing right now. You know? One of his kids is watching this going, oh my God, the lamp again. Jeez, Dad, come on. Dad, you told 100,000 people about the lamp. Well, I don't know who broke that lamp. And I don't think we'll ever know who broke that lamp. I didn't do anything, Dad.
If one of your kids says, I wasn't here, I was at the YMCA playing basketball, you look and he was. Oh, must not have been him. And the other person says, well, I wasn't here. I was at the neighbor's house playing pickleball. Okay. You call the neighbor and say, hey, was my kid there today playing pickleball? They say, I hadn't seen your kid in a week. You haven't seen my kid in a week? Yeah, no. Is it possible my kid could have been there playing pickleball without your knowledge? No, because my kid's at camp this week. You wouldn't be playing pickleball alone in the backyard. Oh. Which one of them do you think broke the lamp? The one who was honest to you about where they were, or the one who lied? Let's say you have a third kid, and the third kid was like, no, I was upstairs listening to music, just enjoying the Saturday. Had my window open, was listening to the neighbor cut the lawn. There's something so soothing about a motor in the background, that little that hum of grass being mowed like 6 yards down. Something very soothing about that. I've always
such a dad thing to say, you know? I'm not at that level of dadhood where lawnmowers are soothing to me yet. Barron is just a black belt dad. He's just a black belt, whatever they put above black, S-tier dad, you know?
Love that sound. I don't like it at 7 a.m. next door. But they don't do that. But at 11 o'clock in the morning, a few doors down, and you've got the windows up, and it's just it's just like, it takes me back to my childhood when things were simple and I didn't have anywhere to be. And I didn't, summer just meant just exist for a couple of months. Such a soothing sound. Well, that kid doesn't really have an alibi, but guess what? They didn't lie to you either. You caught one of the kids in a lie. So you got to assume that's the kid that broke the lamp. And that's how I feel with Andrew. It's unfortunate, but that's how I feel with Andrew. He's been caught in a lie so many times. He's been caught with his stories that don't check out. He's been caught feeding alibis through discredited or low-budget people who are known hacks. But if you want to get an alibi out, just put it on your dadgum timeline or text it to someone. Like if Candace is asking for an alibi, text her the alibi. Don't get it out through someone no one's ever heard of, some rando named Gary from West Virginia, or someone named House and Habit from wherever the heck House and Habit lives. No one's ever heard of these people. How do we know they're not just making it up? How do we know we can put any faith or any stock in it? We don't. We have no idea. If you're going to put words in a surgeon's mouth, you better make sure the surgeon isn't going to call and discredit you. You better make sure the surgeon's not going to call people and say, I didn't have that conversation with him. I had that conversation with her. But if you're gonna lie about something, make sure we can't find out the truth. Make sure every single person who works at the TPUSA headquarters is a friendly. Make sure they're not going to sell you out. Make sure every single person who is on the ground with you in Utah is a friendly. And they're not going to sell you out.
Oh, no. Oh, no.
Because they did.
Oh, gosh.
Because they did.
Oh, no.
I hate to be the one to break it to you, but they did.
Oh, man.
Because the reality is they don't like you guys. They don't. They lie to you and tell you they like you. They lie to you and tell you they like you. They don't.
Wow.
And they think you guys had something to do with this.
Oh, man. Baron's been talking to people. Oh, Baron's been talking to people for a while. This is crazy. This is nuts. Baron has, Mike Riley. Baron has infiltrated. Baron's, he's in there. He's in there. Oh, man. Oh, man. That's, whoo. You can tell. You can tell. You can tell. He definitely has heard a bunch of stuff. He's like, because they did. He did. This is not something he overheard from Candace, where Candace was like, oh, let me tell you something. No. This is something that was said directly to him. You can tell. This is wild. This is why I can't wait. Yeah, he said he was putting finishing touches on a show yesterday, and he said it just wouldn't be ready. So I think he's going live today. I'm pretty sure. Going live today after Candace. And I can't wait. I hope he stays with this this thread and he starts talking about things that Andrew has lied about. The way he brought up that surgeon just now. Oh, he's talked to that surgeon. You know? He's talked to that surgeon for sure. Him or Daisy, you know? But he seems like he likes to make the phone calls. He seems like he likes to actually engage with people and, you know. Oh, man. I can't wait. I can't wait. This is great. This is great, man.
That's why they're talking. Now, I'm not saying anyone in particular had something to do with it. I'm just saying that's the message I'm getting from the people closest to you guys. They don't trust you people. And the number one reason I'm told they don't trust you is they've caught you in more lies than I have.
No.
They read what you write online. And they say, well, that's not true.
I'm so nosy. This makes me so, you have no idea. When you're a really nosy person, the stuff like this makes you real happy. This makes you real happy, you know?
And if they'll lie so easily. You remember Andrew Charlie texted you and said, we don't lie. Not I don't lie, not please don't lie on my behalf. We don't lie. Well, Charlie's not here anymore. But you still shouldn't lie. Still shouldn't lie. You should come clean on that tweet and say, oh, I was misunderstood. I'll give you an out. I do apologize, ladies and gentlemen. It's come to my attention. People assumed I was talking about her kids. She was not with her. She was with her family. With Charlie's parents, who she very much considers still family, is still family. The parents of her grandchildren, she was with her dear sister, her nieces and nephews, who she loves. I never intended to insinuate she was with her children, and to the extent someone misunderstood what I said, I apologize. It won't happen again. I'll try to be more precise in my language going forward. I realize there's a lot of attention on this case. And poor communication could make it look like I'm being dishonest, and I'm not.
Oh, no. Andrew's
I apologize.
He's not saying that.
Just wanted to clarify that. If you have any questions, let me know.
He's not saying anything like that. That's never happening.
I would accept that. But what I won't accept is you continuing to leave these dishonest statements up, or at least statements that you know now are leading people to believe things that aren't true. And they're going around calling me a liar and telling me I have my story wrong when I don't. Very much right on this. I think. At least I have 3 reasons to believe I'm right. 2 of them are very close to you guys. I don't know if I'd say on the payroll in this. I don't know. You guys, everyone's a contractor. I have no idea who's on. I would assume the chief operating officer would be on the payroll, but I would have been wrong. I would have assumed the PR guy would be on the payroll, but I would have been wrong. I would assume Blake Neff, who's traveling with Charlie and prepping him for the debate, that he would be on the payroll, but I would be wrong. Apparently he works for some radio company and someone else works for some independent. You have your own media company, Andrew. It's a weird arrangement if we're being honest, but whatever.
Wow.
Whatever.
So Baron is the goat. The guy. I never say the goat. I'll say the man, because goats get sacrificed, you know. The lamb. I'll say the lamb, so because we're Christian, you know. That is just incredible. Incredible, man. Yeah, so Mike Riley said better than Housewives. Yeah, man. Definitely better than Housewives. What are we even talking about here? Are you kidding me? It's incredible. Thank you so much, Baron. I can't wait to see that episode. I can't wait for him to go in on Andrew more. Hopefully he actually comes out with that information. I don't know if maybe he's vetting it more. You know, people think Candace keeps a lot of things close to the chest, and she does. But I feel like maybe they're neck and neck. I think there's a lot of things that Baron has that he doesn't talk about. I think there's a bunch that he has that he doesn't mention. Like a lot. And I'm not saying, like, I know him, but I'm not saying I don't inquire into things like that with other creators. I don't know, but it feels like that to me. I don't inquire because I like to find out with you guys, you know. It feels really good to find out with you guys. It's fun. Really fun. Anyway, George Zinn got interviewed by Diligent Dennison. He's writing this again. Let me just X this out. When did we end this? Baron Coleman, ladies and gentlemen, with a very chilling response to Turning Point. I wonder who it is. They're probably obscure people, you know, like that. I think her name was Audrey, or was it Aubrey, the Latch, that girl that was fired for basically no reason because somebody heard something in an Uber story, you know, that whole thing that happened. Maybe it's people in positions like that are just near them, but not like anything high up. But something makes me feel like Mikey is one of the people. I know that we already had, Aubrey Latch. There you go. I know someone already mentioned that Mikey said to look into Andrew. I think it's Mikey. I feel like who's talking the most is Mikey. And maybe some other obscure positions that we're unaware of even exist. You know, someone working under Andrew, or someone working with Tyler, just someone working in the office. You know, that's what I'm thinking. Because if Baron's saying that they were lying, should say that again. If Baron is saying that they're catching Andrew in lies, that means they have to be interacting with Andrew. And what they read online doesn't match up with what he's saying. And if he's saying these things to them, then they must be working with him some way, somehow. Right? Because, how many people is Andrew going to interact with? He's the spokesman. Maybe he interacts with a lot of people. I have no idea. Maybe he interacts with tons of people. But I feel like 10 people, maybe 10 people he interacts with. I don't know. Yeah, someone just said Baron quit going after Mikey so much. But, wouldn't you be smart enough to be like, I'm going to go after Mikey a little bit to throw the scent off? I don't know. If it turns out the majestic Mikey McCoy is majestic as we all thought, I mean, walked away for all of our sins. If that's a joke that I say, but if it turns out to be true, oh my gosh, that would be something else. That would be something else. So someone said Andrew's soon ex-wife, like it's her. I don't know, man. I don't know. I would love to know. I'd love to know. I'm so tempted to ask because I can't ask. I can be like, hey, man, tell me some stuff. But I don't want to. I want to find out. I like finding out like this. It feels it's cool. Never seen anything like this in podcasting. Never seen anything like this. I don't know. Maybe radio was like this at one point back in the day. Yeah. And I don't know because, I'm young, but ish, but never anything like this in podcasting. I can tell you that. There's never been anything like this. It's wild. This is an interview with George Zinn. Okay. It's a prison call. Diligent Dennison contacted him in prison. Remember George Zinn? He told me he worked for Turning Point USA. Remember, Candace Owens reported George Zinn told the hospital staff he was paid to be a decoy when Charlie was hit. Remember when Officer Hall testified Tyler Robinson met with a Turning Point USA representative on 9/10? I do. Interesting. Okay, let's listen to this.
Can I ask you about the day that you went to the Charlie Kirk thing or no at all?
No, it was September, I believe September 10th.
Yes, sir.
Geez, that's crazy. That audio is just absolutely atrocious. But he says, I believe it was September 10th
of last year.
At UVU. Yes, sir. Is it okay if I ask?
Go ahead.
Is it okay if I ask you about that?
Yeah, sure, because that's where I was. I had deployed for him in Phoenix. His headquarters is in Phoenix, and we went out and knocked on doors. And it was to just get votes for Trump, okay? And he paid our way. He paid us for our hotel and everything like that. And we had fun going in the neighborhood.
So door knocking. It's 100% a jail call. He's in jail when he made this. This is the only way to contact George Zinn, because as soon as he was a decoy, he's been in jail ever since. So there's no other way to get in contact with George Zinn. He was just saying he's getting paid by Turning Point for door knocking. Let's keep going.
What was that?
I really like this organization. And so when they did their tour and they came to Colorado, I kept calling them up in Phoenix and saying, bring him to Utah, you know. Then I found out he was going to Utah Valley and also to Utah State, and I got really thrilled. I was going to go to both of them. And then some asshole shoots him dead, shoots him in the head, and I went nuts, okay? I jumped up and I go, shoot me, you know? And I don't know what happened. I just...
He jumped up and said, shoot me. That's not what he said. Too many people reported he was saying, it was me. And why would they even have him in? This is interesting. So why would they have him in cuffs? You know, if he was just yelling, shoot me, they wouldn't cuff him, let him walk down the street with his pants around his ankles. They would have been like, okay, old man, relax. You right?
It was a terrible reaction when I saw him. I think I seriously thought I would have taken the bullets for Charlie at that day, you know, because it was that traumatic. And so, you know, the FBI takes me aside and starts interrogating me, giving me all these questions and all this, you know, and it just turned into a big mess, you know. I ended up getting arrested for it, and plus that the child images.
Oh, geez. The child images they found. Good Lord.
When you were at
So he's completely changing his story. Isn't that interesting? Wow.
the hospital, it was reported that you said somebody told you that they paid you to cause a scene after he was shot. Is that true?
No, for heaven's sake, no. See, and that's that's just crap that's going on. This was just the triggered reactions. Excuse the pun,
Yeah.
It was just a reaction because I didn't expect to see him shot in front of me like that, and I just went nuts. I think I had a medical issue. I have a.
Oh wow. Oh man. Well, see, that's what happens. I remember Tucker Carlson talking about what happened with him. When he talks about the images that were found on his computer. Tucker Carlson was talking about how in Washington, it was a known thing that if someone got caught with images like that, it was a known thing that they got set up in Washington. Like they would not do something. They would not co-sign a bill. They would push against something that they're not supposed to push against. And then the next thing you know, they would just be like, they have these images on their computer. And it was just a known thing. Like, oh, that guy got set up. That guy got set up. Perhaps this is what's happened to George. And now his only way out is to make sure that he gives a different telling of the story.
My problem, and I think I had a stroke or something. We got 3 minutes.
I think I got a stroke or something. Hey man, figure it out though. Right? If you had one, figure out if you did or not, right? I feel like they would have figured that out for you and they would have told you, sir, right?
Well, that would be a big one, because if someone had put you up to it, and then was, like maybe threatening you with jail.
20 minutes bashing the church, and I kept yelling out, Charlie, we're not here to bash a church. He went on about the Mormons for about 20 minutes.
Well, how long?
What's that?
When did you say you worked for them? You said that you door knocked. How long ago?
Someone's like, oh, I had one and they couldn't figure it out. Yeah, believe me, it's not happening to every single person. Okay. The guy's making up a story. Don't mince your real thing with his lying right now. He's making up a thing. I don't know. I had a medical issue. I could have had a stroke or something. I don't know. He said 3 different things that have happened to him. He's lying. You've had a real thing. He has not had a real thing. Don't confuse the two.
The year before, we went to Phoenix, and he paid his organization, Turning Point, paid our way, and we went down and knocked on doors for Trump.
Okay.
In the neighborhood.
Okay. Well, you said we're almost out of time. Is it okay?
Yeah.
When can you have a call again? Well, I'll try to schedule another call tomorrow or Tuesday then.
Yeah, because we got like 2 minutes here.
All right. Well, no. Okay. So.
I don't know if I'll get my tablet back that soon.
What time? Okay. So what time did you get to UVU? Were you there? Was Charlie R?
We got 1 minute. Let's continue this later.
All right. Thank you.
So many of you are being fooled by this whole thing that he was caught with these images. As soon as he was caught with these images, he wasn't allowed to leave the cell, which means that they have eyes on him 24/7. And it got to the point where later he decided, hey, listen, I didn't do anything wrong. If he had been able to leave that situation right away, he would have been able to talk about exactly what happened and it would have been a problem. Okay. I'm just saying, I get it. You want a villain and everything. I understand completely, but you're being fooled by that. You're being 100% fooled by that. As soon as that happened, he was gone. As soon as that happened, it was like, whoop, he's gone now. Oh, you can't talk to him. Oh, there's a big thing going on. Sorry, big case going on. Ooh, man, I know he's the person that 100 media outlets would love to interview, but sorry, he got caught with something so bad. Oh, gosh. Sorry, he's gone now. Bye-bye. You're being fooled by that. Just saying. You got to think about that. Just for a second. I don't believe anything he has to say. Quite honestly. I don't believe anything about his case. Like anything about this. Nothing. Nothing, especially now. Now all of a sudden he's like, oh, nothing happened. Medical stuff. I don't know. Maybe it was medical. Maybe I had a stroke. I don't know. Oh, I'm not sure what happened. Oh gosh. And the way he brought up the images, he's like, the child thing. Very nonchalant. Weirdos like that usually don't even want to talk about that stuff. This guy's just like, it's almost like he was very, very prepped for the situation that's happening right now. Very, 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 very prepped. Weird. Very weird interview, George Zinn, ladies and gentlemen. There you go. Just wanted to bring that up really quick. Just really quick. But anyway. Especially he's like on watch. He's on watch. So he doesn't do something to himself. I don't know about all that. Usually you're in when you're in a situation where you've been found with stuff like that, they don't, you're not just going to be on watch. You're going to be somewhere else completely. Is it even specified if he's there? And if he was somewhere else completely, that would just speak more to the fact that they're trying to hide the guy. The fact that Diligent got a hold of him is crazy, and no other outlets have. No other outlets have gotten a hold of him before. Isn't that weird? Only Diligent. Same type of thing that happened with that interview when he was at the Cowboy Smokehouse restaurant place. No one reached out to you? No one. You're the first person. How is he not to talk down on Diligent, but how are you the first one? There's a whole Utah, there's a whole police department. There's a whole bureau. There's a massive organizations that should be in touch with this guy at the restaurant, and they're not. Bunch of organizations should be reaching out to this guy to talk to him, but they're not. Weird the way that works, Weird the way that works. Anyway, let's keep on going here. Somebody really wanted me to look at this. Not exactly sure why. Man, I have to say, I finally coming down off of that caffeine. Jeez, that was different. Oh my gosh. I'm never drinking that again. I'm going to let my wife know. Never give me that stuff again. What was it called? Bold roast? My gosh, honey. We can't have that anymore. Keep that away from the kids. Keep that away from the kids and from me. Somebody, for some reason, wanted me to see this. Okay. Who's saying this? Who is this? Allison? Allison, shout out to Allison. A hard. Bro, as a lady with an accounting degree, practicing 5+ years now, and have written multiple research papers on what went wrong and caused the Enron sitch. Someone comparing Candace to Enron was never a thought that crossed my mind. I'm LOLing right now. Oh, of course, it's Gary. Gary comparing Candace to Enron. Oh, goodness. All right. Actually, Candace should face trial. Oh, this is because Ian here. This is a different Ian. Says, is Candace on trial? I must have missed that. Let me just read this, just to get some full context. Is Candace on trial? I must have completely missed that. But the way these people are talking about her 24/7, like it's their job, is what makes me wonder who is actually on trial here. Is it Candace or Tyler? Someone said I'm a lightweight with caffeine, buddy. I am notoriously a lightweight. Yeah, caffeine, alcohol, smoking, anything and every. I'm completely lightweight. I can't handle myself. That's why I'm sober. I didn't realize I got to get sober from coffee too. Jeez. So Gary then says, actually, Dr. Kandahar here. I have something to say. Candace should face trial for lying and defrauding her supporters out of tens of millions of dollars. Tens of millions of dollars. Oh my gosh. Oh gosh. While accusing innocent people of horrific crimes with zero evidence, Candace Owens knowingly deceived millions of Americans for profit. Her her grift is no different from Enron or any other scam in our nation's history. She enriched herself through fraud, period. He's dumb, huh? Isn't that a dumb thing to say? I'm not going to sit around and act like I know the ins and outs of Enron, but I know it's not comparable to Candace Owens doing videos. I just know that. I don't need to do a whole breakdown. I don't need a whole case study on Enron to know that Candace Owens making podcasts and reading comments at the end is not similar to Enron. I could be wrong. Maybe Gary's really done his homework here. I don't know. But something tells me that he is 100% wrong. You know? I get completely why this lady here Allison, I understand completely why you wanted me to cover this. I get it. I truly get it, because this is just absolutely ridiculous, you know? And again, this is someone who actually has an accounting degree, and they're just like, this is so crazy. They're just laughing. This is what happens with Gary. Gary says things, people just start laughing. They're like, oh my gosh, could this be real? Is this real? It's no different than Enron. It's actually the same type of thing. It's like, bro, do you even know what Enron is? Do you think Enron's a person, Gary? Does Gary think Enron's a person? And that's why he's like on this so heavy like this? He thinks Enron's a person. He thinks Enron's a podcast. Is that what he thinks? Jeez. You know, it's all about the way you use Grok, right? He was probably on Grok. Excuse me, Mr. Grok. Mr. Grok, can you please tell me, can we make comparison points to Candace Owens and Enron? And Grok was like, Mega, please, what are you talking about? I just go on, listen to me now. You're the machine. I'm the man. I'm the person. You please put points. I need points in terms of Candace being like Enron. And Grok's like, are you out of your mind, man? No, I can't do that for you. No, I can't do that for you. You are using precious data center power right now, writing these things out. Please stop. It's the first time Grok's like, absolute. Full pause. No, we're not doing this. Just right now, just anything, any similarities, letters and names. There's an E in Candace. There's an E in Enron. Please, I need help here. Oh, there's an O as well. Owens has an O, I believe, unless it's spelled with an H. I'm not sure. Yeah, it's Gary. That's scary, guys. Thank you so much, Allison. We do appreciate that. Are we getting into I think we're getting into the absolute craziness. Let me shut down at least 20 tabs here. Man, I wanted to set up my computer and it just looks so crazy. Why is my eye doing it? I'm not sending like a message. This is not symbolism that I'm doing right now. Okay, I promise it's not symbolism. It's the lotion in my eyes again. Do other Black people experience this as well? Can you tell me how to solve it? Black America, please help me with this. I know we have our differences. I know I am at times, I seem like an outsider. Please help me with this. I lotion my skin daily, just like all of you. Please, can you help me with this? How do I solve this? Anyone, please. Atlanta, Mississippi, someone. Oh gosh, New Yorkers. All right. Anyway, I think it's good now. Someone said rubbing alcohol. That would work in a sense, you know. Let's get into this. Erica Kirk. Let's get into some Erica Kirk stuff really quick. This is a really quick one. I'm not even gonna make Gary a clip. That's the point that Gary's at with me. Okay. He doesn't even get to be a clip. Nope. He doesn't even get put on the sheet. We're not even putting him on the sheet. But Erica Kirk, well, Dr. Kirk, as it were, she gets some respect. This is Erica Kirk, ladies and gentlemen. She's just on a podcast talking about some things. And I have her on another podcast. Do we have the clip of Rob McCoy as well? Do we have the Rob McCoy clip as well? Because Rob McCoy clip was absolutely crazy. It was scary. It was scary. Where's the Rob McCoy clip? Let's play this alongside these clips because this is nuts. Here, I don't want to play it yet, but I was shocked. Oh, hey, easy there. Okay, perfect. All right, so this is Erica Kirk. Just very interestingly,
Has there everyone?
You got to watch this guy's face. You got to watch. This is a quick clip. Just watch this guy's face really quick.
Everyone has their own cross to carry, but I just am grateful for all of you.
His face. He's just like, Barry. Oh, hold on. Wait, what? Oh God, I knew I shouldn't have been on this podcast.
Everyone has their own cross to carry.
Erica is coming undone because of Candace Owens. She's getting pissed off. She's coming undone. Check this one out.
How does a wife remain steadfast when she is exhausted by the caretaking of her once healthy and active husband that has suddenly and unexpectedly fallen ill? He being the breadwinner, faith-filled leader, and strength of the family.
Whew. That's a very, very, very tough question.
I mean, caretaking is it's not easy. It's
No.
hard.
No.
It's hard, and you need a village around you. Not saying that you need other caretaker. You understand what I'm saying is like, it's not, it takes a toll on you if you do not have either boundaries or other people helping you. You can't do
Yep.
You can't do it alone. You can't do
Yeah.
it alone. It's very
Yeah.
hard. It's hard.
Yeah, I think you summarized it actually quite well, and I want to say this because it's important, right? Look, remaining steadfast with helping your husband doesn't mean pretending that you're not exhausted, right? Like you
Mhm.
have to acknowledge that you're exhausted because
You're human.
if you don't
Mhm.
acknowledge you're exhausted, you're going to run both of you are going to run into the ground.
These guys don't know what's going on. You guys okay? Are you guys all right? Are you okay? Do you need someone to pick you up? I mean, best Candace Owens line ever. Are you okay? Do you need someone to pick you up?
Not saying that you need the village around you. Not saying that you need other caretaker. You understand what I'm saying is like, it's not, it takes a toll on you if you do not have either boundaries or other people helping you. You can't do
Yep.
You can't do it alone. You can't do
Yeah.
it alone. It's very
Yeah.
very hard. It's hard.
Yeah, I think you summarized it actually quite well, and I want to say this because it's important, right? Look, remaining steadfast.
It's amazing. Just amazing. I just found that so funny. I was watching that last night. And then I found this not so funny. Okay? Because we can make fun of Erica all we want. But maybe Andrew and Blake are correct about something. Maybe Candace Owens is inspiring people, to go after Erica. Because listen to this.
Charlie, Erica's going to be a widow for a few years before the Lord, takes her home because life is a dash. Your children aren't going to be fatherless because I'll be a father to the fatherless.
Oh my God. Gee, is this because of Candace? Did Candace cause this? That sounded like a threat. Good gosh. That was someone just said, what? What is this? Candace, repent immediately. You're inspiring people to do things like this. Well, what did he say?
Charlie, Erica's going to be a widow for a few years before the Lord, takes her home because life is a dash. Your children aren't going to be fatherless because I'll be a father to the fatherless.
Excuse me, sir? Leave Erica alone, sir. What? Good gosh. Candace is inspiring Rob McCoy. Candace is inspiring Rob McCoy feats of violence. What is this? What's he talking about? What's he saying? Yeah, because she's gonna be gone soon. Whoa, buddy. Hey, you okay? What do you mean? Someone needs to be in front of Frank and Rob McCoy and say, you gotta take it back a second, and you need to explain what you just said. That's what they need. They need someone to just be like, can you just take it way back and just explain what you just said? Hands behind your back, man. Hands behind your back. You can't say that. Could you imagine if Candace said that? Because she's going to be a widow just for a few years, before the Lord takes her home. Because, life is a dash, and I'll be the father to her children. People would be like, oh, Candace is going to jail. Candace is going to jail. I don't even know if the audience could stand by her after she says something like that. Ron McCoy just said that real nice, just smooth.
Charlie, Erica's going to be a widow for a few years before the Lord, takes her home, because life is a dash. Your children aren't going to be fatherless, because I'll be a father to the fatherless.
Could you imagine Erica sees that? Guys, have you guys seen this Rob McCoy clip? This is a clip, Rob McCoy. Have you seen the clip? Rob McCoy made a clip. You guys seen that or no? Or can I show you? Can I show it to you guys? Come on, Erica. Don't worry about Rob. He's America's pastor. We got to focus on Candace. Oh, things Candace said. Candace said she doesn't like you. Oh, God, we got to write this down. Can you get in touch? Can you get in touch with that Philadelphia Institute? Make them write a report on this. Oh, man, you're in danger because of Candace. Oh, it's all because of Candace. Guys, I get it. I get that. But Rob McCoy said something weird. He said, I think he said I'm going to be dead soon. I think he said that. Guys, anybody? I could swear he just said that. I don't feel comfortable. And she's like, Dan Flood? Mr. Flood? Huh? Brian? Dan Flood's just doing hand signals. He's just like 3, 2, 1. She's like, whoa, hey, whoa, what the? Who are you doing those hand signals to, Dan? Huh? What? I wasn't doing any hand signals. 5 minutes. 5 minutes? You just said 5 minutes. I just saw you did the hand signal for 5 minutes. What's happening right now? I don't understand. Hold on. Wait a second. What's going on, guys? Andrew? Why is everyone ignoring me? I'm the CEO. I don't understand what's going on. Frank Turk just peeks in, starts adjusting his hat. Frank, what was that? You guys see Frank? Frank just, what's happening right now? Guys, Rob McCoy just said, I'm going to be gone soon. He said it. He said, I'm going to be gone. He's going to be the father to my kids. I don't understand. Dan Flood's just like, why is Dan doing that in the corner? Dan, what are you doing? What is that? What is that? She's just randomly just ducking. Guys, you guys are freaking me out. Guys, what's going on right now? She's like, stop doing that. Dan's just like, Erica. You pointed at me. You just said my name. You just pointed right at me and said my name. What's going on? Guys, is anyone going to help me? This is a lot right now, guys. Dan Flez is like, I gotta turn my meta glasses off. We got to turn the meta glasses off for this. For what? What's going on? Is anyone going to tell me about this Rob McCoy clip? Are we going to look into this? Oh, it's this Candace. Sorry, I was writing this report on Candace. The other day, she said something about she didn't like your hair. She said you wear contacts. She said something about that. These threats just don't stop. We got to cover Candace. And she's just like, what is happening? And Terrell Farnsworth is in the corner. Oh, God, she's gone, guys. Erica's gone, guys. What the where did you even come from? Why are you on the desk? What is going on? Why are you filming me? She's gone, guys. She's gone. Someone just comes up. I just need to put this microphone on you. What the fuck? No. Hey, guys, come on. This is getting really scary, guys. This is getting out of control, guys. I don't understand. Dan Flood and Frank Turk just doing hand signals. Why are you guys doing that handshake? What's the blow up thing at the end? What are you guys doing? What was you guys were doing? I saw. Okay. All right. Am I tripping out? Gets a call from Victor Marks. Hello, Victor. Victor, there's been some weird stuff. Erica, don't worry. Someone's going to take care of your children. Don't worry. There's going to be people that are going to come and take care of your children. It's absolutely fine. They were only after you. It's fine. What? What did you say? What the fuck? Just goes into witness protection. She's like, I don't know what to do. I don't know what to do. Only person she can turn to is Candace. That's the only option she has. She has to go to Candace's house, and she's just in there with them, you know? It's the only place she's actually safe is with Candace. Candace is like, I told you, because they're Philadelphians. All of them. You don't understand? Are you dumb? Become Catholic. Are you crazy? This is nuts. You can't keep doing this. She's like, okay, I get it. Oh my God. That was nuts. The phone starts vibrating. Oh my God, it's BB. It's BB. She answers the phone. Hello? Hello. I'm in the house. I'm in the house now. George is like, oh, don't worry about this, ladies. I got this. Just one press of this button. Bunch of John Wick doors. The whole wall opens up. George is like John Wick, just every firearm you can think of. There hasn't been a Philadelphian alive that's been able to take out a Catholic. We can go back to Rome days. Show yourself, BB. Show yourself. Into the corner, ladies. I got this. I got this. Show yourself, you old Philadelphian. I'll give you the wrath of Rome. The wrath of England. You know who I am? I'm Farmer. Just kicking indoors, you know. Anyway, I got off track. So, didn't intend for it to go that long. Sorry. I didn't think it would go on for that long, but you know. Also, what the hell does Rob McCoy mean? Have I touched on that part yet? What the hell is he talking about? What's going on here? He has to be talking about God, right? Like he's talking about God. He's saying God's going to be the father to the children. But even if he is talking about God, what's he talking about Erica being gone? Like, what's he talking about?
Charlie, you know, Erica's going to be a widow for a few years before the Lord, you know, takes her home.
He said a few years. I mean, he just said a few years. What does that mean? See, and this is exactly why I played these clips together. That's why she's stuttering and stuff, because she's seeing stuff like this, and she's just like, I am coming undone. No one is helping me. She's talking to this guy. Are you going to come into the studio? He's like, absolutely not. I'm in Egypt. I'm staying here. What? I thought you got on the Egyptian planes. You don't want to come down here? No, you have to be in the studio by yourself. She's just like
saying that you need other caretaker to, you understand what I'm saying is like, it's not, it takes a toll on you if you do not have either boundaries or other people helping you. You can't do You can't do it alone. You can't do it alone.
Would you be able to think with all that going on? I wouldn't be able to think. If I saw someone make a video about this, about me, I wouldn't be able to think either on the podcast. I'd be stuttering all sorts. I'd be like, I don't know, guys. I don't know. Philadelphia mince. I don't know. Mince Philadelphia. Mince Philadelphia. And Candace was right. Okay. I wouldn't be able to concentrate. What do you mean a few years, bro?
Erica's going to be a widow for a few years before the Lord, takes her home because life is a dash. Your children aren't going to be fatherless because I'll be a father to the fatherless.
He's talking about God, but still, he said a few years. Well, what is he talking about? What's he saying right now? Listen, it has nothing to do with Candace, man. These people are, I don't know. I'm trying to figure out how I can be charitable, and I can't figure it out. So he's talking about God at the end, but what's he talking about at the beginning? No one's questioning this. Nobody thought, hey man, we should probably question this Rob McCoy guy because he said Erica's going to be gone soon. Isn't that cause for like you got to look into that. Somebody has to look into that. Anyway, you can't say stuff like that about Erica. And then you have Candace on the other side being like, I want no harm to come to Erica. And they're like, this is the worst woman in the world. She is Satan herself. She's working against us at every turn. She recently said she wants no harm to come to Erica. How do we contend with this Satanist woman? And Erica's just like, that sounded like a pretty good message. I don't understand. Why are we all upset that she said that about me? That sounds like a good thing. Is that not a good thing? She said she wants no harm. Why are you all mad that she said that? I don't understand. You need security. Erica needs Blackwater security, man. I'm just saying. Let me see if this link works. Let me go through this link. The link doesn't work. What's going on with these links, man? Can't even believe I clicked this link. It's from TMZ. I can trust TMZ, right? Weird thing happened here. I'm just going to touch on this quickly. So apparently there's this weird case with Tulsi Gabbard's brother, where her brother is accused of allegedly trying to lure children at a Hawaii hotel. So this is what I've heard. Okay. I've heard that for some reason he was trying to do this. He was going up to kids and he was taking their name down, apparently. This is what I heard in the story. He was taking their names down and for some reason was trying to get them to come with him. No idea. I didn't even know she had a brother, so I have I don't care. But he was arrested. He was arrested on July 17th, days after the incident, charged with custodial interference. He was previously arrested on July 16th. Oh, so Hawaii's California? Okay. So he got arrested on the 16th for separate theft charge, to which he pled not guilty. Okay. The incident on July 12th, Batardi, that's his name. Okay. Allegedly approached several children, including a 9-year-old, at a hotel pool and offered them gum and money to accompany him to his room. He also asked for and recorded their names in a notebook. What? Why? So, and I'm just reading exactly what the charges were, what the situation was. This is not made up. This is not from just a news platform. This is what happened. The family statement, his parents, including Hawaii Senator Mike Gabbard, stated that, wait, hold on a second. She has a brother that's a senator? Wait, what? Has a history of mental issues and had been experiencing a psychotic break, erratic behavior leading to his admission for 72 hours into a psychiatric hold at Queen's Hospital. The outcome, the children refused his offer and walked away. A woman later reported the incident to the police. He is no longer in custody. Excuse me. Batardi is no longer in custody regarding the custodial interference charge, though court dates for separate theft cases are pending. Excuse me? Pardon me? What? Okay. What are we talking about? That sounds crazy. You guys want some gum? Come into the room. I mean, back in the day, back in the 90s, you'd get beaten senseless for doing something like that. I'm not saying that's what should happen. I'm just saying what would happen back in the day. It'd be on. It'd be a big problem. Big problem. Your kid come home, say some stuff like that. In some places, it still happen to this day, 2026. That's crazy. That's nuts. Okay. Probably a setup on the Tulsi Gabbard warning shot. I guess she's not DNI anymore. And the stuff that she was releasing was all left, right nonsense. And it's stuff that she already came forward with before she was DNI. Or no, just as she became DNI. So it's not like she released anything new at all. Maybe a warning shot to, hey, don't talk about the things that you saw. Maybe. But that's all I could think of. I'm not going to sit here and act like she's the best thing ever. I have somebody, I don't know who this person was. They said it a long time ago. And I was talking about Tulsi, and they were like, I know a shapeshifter when I see one. I swear it's the first thing I think of every time I see her from then on out. This was like 2 years ago. This person said this. I read it one time and I looked at her and I went, And I think about it every single time I see her face. Person's like, I know a shapeshifter when I see one. And I was like, what the? I was like, what are you talking about? And now I think about it all the time. I can't get it out of my head. But who knows? Maybe it is a setup towards her. I guess. I don't know. I have no idea. Doesn't sound like it though. Doesn't sound like it to me. But who knows? You are right. Like, I mean, they can manufacture stories, but why do that? Why have that be the warning shot? Why wouldn't you know what I mean? Like think about this. I talk about this before. I don't know why more people don't mention this. Thomas Massey was on Tucker Carlson's podcast. This was a while ago. This is before his wife died. He said a bunch of things about Philadelphia. He said all sorts of stuff that you do not hear people in his position say ever. 3 days later, or maybe even 2 days later, his wife died. That sounds like a warning shot to me. That's what it sounded like to me when I first saw that. I saw the episode and then I saw his wife was gone. I was like, whoa. And I get it. His wife may have been sick and this and that. I understand. But still, it was crazy, the timing of it all. That's a warning shot. Why would they just do this with her brother? And he's not even in custody anymore. This is not much of a warning shot, in my opinion. That's all. Yeah, someone said, isn't her husband sick too? Yeah, her husband's very sick. Very, very sick. Apparently, bone cancer, I believe he has. Is undergoing a lot of treatment. I don't even know what kind of treatment you go under for that kind of thing. I guess chemo. But yes, he is very, very sick. 100%. So that was just a weird story. That was a weird story that popped up. Couldn't believe it. Couldn't believe it myself. Oh, we're already at 4 hours. Here, I'll jump into one more of these. Henry Sisson, or is it Harry Sisson? Mr. Sissy. I guess that's what he would like to be called. He says that he wants to fight Republicans. This is, of course, because he's a part of the party that is all about peace and love and acceptance. That's why he's taking these measures.
And I've suggested to people before in interviews, I'm like, I want to fight them. I think
fight them.
Yeah. Like if Stephen Miller would agree, or one of the Trump children, or like anybody in the administration, I want to fight them.
God, you know what? That I would go pay to see on the White House lawn.
That's what I'm saying.
In a UFC.
Why are we doing the UFC event? Why don't we just settle some political beef? I'll take anybody in the White. I boxed for 4 years, and if they want to, I'd get back into training camp, get in the best shape of my life, and go fight one of them.
I would do it too.
Yeah, that's what I feel like. There's so many people that would do it, and I've.
Is that what politics is going to become eventually? It's just going to be them fighting. That's going to be incredible. Okay. All right. Well, see how that turns out. Yeah, Don Lemon has a show. Don Lemon got fired, and instead of being like Tucker Carlson and coming out with like just everything that he knows and just talking about the whole mainstream media and behind the scenes. Instead of doing any of that, he just did his own independent channel and show where he just does the mainstream media exactly the same as he has always done. Remarkable that he would do that. Tucker just went wild. Tucker went buck wild. Tucker was like, oh, okay, let's do it. Let's do this. This is going to be crazy. I'm going to interview Putin. I'm going to do this. I'm going to do that. Don Lemon's like, I'm going to do the same mainstream media propaganda, except without the millions of dollars from CNN. I mean, just for the love of the game. That's Don Lemon, guys. Just for the love of it. Crazy. But it's wild that Henry Sisson wants to actually fight people. I wouldn't advise it. Wouldn't advise it at all. I don't think that's the way to resolve things. I don't think you should be punching each other in the face. Call me crazy. I'm just one of those crazy guys, you know? Call me soft. You know, I'm a soft guy, I guess. I don't think people in politics should be beating the hell out of each other because they don't like each other's opinions, you know? As kind of what I've learned throughout the years is that when you have a difference of opinion with someone, you don't punch them in the face. That's always been my thing. I don't know. You know, call me a classic liberal, I guess. I just have these old school mentalities, and it's just like, I don't know. Do I really need to do that? Do I need to punch someone in the mouth to get my point across? I always feel like I don't, you know, I don't always stick to it, but you know what I mean? Anyway, let's move on. That was just one of the things I wanted to cover. I just found it so stupid. This thing I find absolutely amazing. I have to talk about this. This is the exact reason. You guys wonder why I want to make a Canada channel? Oh, gosh. You wonder why I want to make a Canada channel. This is why. Okay? Listen to this. This is real. Listen to this. This is real. Okay?
A gym employee lost her job after refusing to let Sikh influencer Gurpratap enter with a blade and later being hit with complaints. The incident happened at a Good Life fitness location in Windsor, Ontario. Gurpratap had purchased a day pass and was allowed inside while openly wearing a kirpan, a religious item carried by some Sikhs. During his workout, another member noticed the blade and complained to staff. The employee then asked Gurpratap to leave, saying the kirpan was still a blade and that other members felt unsafe. Gurpratap argued that the kirpan was a protected religious symbol and said he was legally allowed to carry it. He accused the gym of religious and racial discrimination and recorded his argument with the employee. The employee said the gym was private property and had a duty to protect its members. She threatened to call police, but Gurpratap eventually left before officers arrived. After the video spread online, supporters are complained to Good Life and posted negative reviews. Online claims later said the employee had been fired, although the company's exact response remains unclear. Some believe the employee was punished for following safety rules. Others argue the gym should have understood Sikh religious practices and offered a reasonable solution instead of removing Gurpratap. What do you think?
He had a sword. He has a sword. He goes. He's in the gym and he has a sword. And he's like, this is discrimination. What are you guys talking about? This is my sword. I knew it. I don't know why they spliced in Planet Fitness. Planet Fitness, Good Life Fitness is different than Planet Fitness. Like, this is Good Life. And then when you see the purple, that's Planet Fitness. They're just kind of splicing in, like, that's a Planet Fitness, right? They're just splicing in things, basically. But the story is real. And the person who did it got fired. They got fired. And this right here is a smaller version than what the guy had. The guy had a bigger one. His was like this. His was very big. And it's like, it's, you know, as you can see, it's like, that is a wild thing to have. I gotta say, that is, this is an employee got fired. They couldn't just say, you know, she got it mixed up. That's all. They could have just said that. They were like, no, get rid of her. She stopped who from coming in with what? A sword? What? And they're not allowed to have handguns. You can't have handguns, but some guy can come into the gym with a sword. It's so stupid. Oh my gosh. Oh. I love it. And look at the guy.
A gym employee lost her job.
The guy seems like a problem. I'm just saying. I'm sure he's a nice guy, but he seems like a problem. It's not like he's some out of shape guy who's like, "Where's my?" This guy looks like he could wield it if he needed to. Look at him. He looks ready for and he has a sword. Oh, oh my gosh. Oh, and the person got fired and they issued an apology to this guy. Wow. Oh, and then they have social media videos and they're ranting. He's ranting about interracial marriage and how wrong it is. And oh my gosh, it's the funniest thing. It's the funniest thing to me. Look at him. He's ready. I can't do that. Can you? I can't do that. This guy looks like an issue. Look at him. Yeah. Yeah. Oh my gosh. It's so crazy. It's so crazy. He's had a sword. Look at him. He looks like Gurpatel. Just such an issue, that guy. So that's the thing that they carry. It's like a religious thing. I didn't know this. I've never known this. So, I mean, I could be ignorant on this. So if you see a dude that looks like this, they have a sword. I did not know that. You might listen, ladies and gentlemen, all jokes aside, you might want to mind your P's and Q's. I didn't know that about those gentlemen. I had no idea. Right? Did you know? I didn't know that. They just all got it on them all the time. And if you say that they can't have it, they will they'll fire you. You'll get canceled if you say anything about it. That's wild. Look at this guy. This guy looks like an issue. This guy's jacked. Got a low body fat. Look at this guy. Low body fat. Ready to fight. Oh my gosh. This is so funny. So funny. Wow. And that's a different sword. Wow, this guy has swords on him. Look, this is a different one. That's a bigger one. Wow. I can't. I hope Officer Tatum covers this. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. I pray Officer Tatum covers this. I pray that this gets to him somehow. I'll send it to him. I'll repost it right now. I'm gonna repost it right now. Quote tweet him. Nope. I need Officer Tatum. Listen. What's his at? I don't even know what his at is. Officer, what is it? Brandon? What do I put? What do I put for Officer Tatum? I have no idea. I need Officer Tatum to cover this. I think we all do. What do I gotta do? What do I rate Tatum? I rate Tatum. Is that gonna come up? There it is. Brandon Tatum. Oh my gosh. Yo, you need to see this. I mean, I'm straight up. I need him to talk about this. I need to know what Officer Tatum thinks. Oh my gosh. And a lot of people, Tim Pool reposted this, and Tim Pool was like, my gun is a religious item too. Right? There's actually a video of this guy, this Gurpatel. There's actually a video of him, and he's like, a lot of people are saying, why can't I have my firearm be a religious symbol? And he's just like, because you can't. Exactly what they should be saying to him. He's saying to the rest of the Canadians. He gets it. He understands it. He understands completely. Because you can't. I swear to you, he says it exactly like that. He's like, because you can't. But for him, it's all good. It's so Incredible. I pray Officer Tatum covers this. Oh my gosh. I hope he did already. I can't lie, man. I can't lie. We need Big Bro. Where's Big Bro at? Please tell me that he talked about this. Please, somebody tell me that he talked about it. I'm gonna check his YouTube channel right now. Because I'm telling you right now, if he talked about this, I'm gonna lose it. I'm telling you, I'm gonna lose it right now. You have no idea what you're gonna see. You think it was bad with Hello Fresh? I'm gonna cry laughing. He hasn't covered it yet. I hope he does. I hope he does. I really hope he does. Dang. Oh man. Anyway, I just had to cover that really quick. We're going over for time, man. We're going over for time. You know. Sword. Somebody says sword is safer than the gun. You have no, man. Have you ever seen the UK? The UK, they don't have they don't allow people to have firearms for the most part. I don't know. I could be butchering that, but for the most part, they don't have them. I think their police don't have them. I think the SWAT type guys will have them, but regular law enforcement doesn't have them, and people don't have them. So what these guys do instead, they get into straight up sword fights. I'm talking about like they'll make that guy's sword look small, like literally like medieval times. They're like, oh, I see that you've stepped onto the wrong corner once again, sir. Perhaps we will settle this. And he goes, shing. Perhaps we will settle this. My family has this sword in the mist for about 100 years. You will not take it from me. You will not take this corner from me. I will sell crack and otherwise on this corner. I will stand my ground. And they do that. And it's way more dangerous. It's way more dangerous because, yes, you can run away, but they'll catch you. They'll catch you. And they'll catch you in the back. Okay? They'll give you a new hole in the back. You ever got a new hole in the back? You ain't never got a new hole in the back. A new hole in the back? You don't want a new hole in the back. You want just as many as you came into the fight with. That's how many holes in the back that you want. They'll catch you. And if they get you, it's terrible. It's terrible. At least with there's no going right through when it comes to a sword. At least a firearm, it's like, oh, you got a flesh wound went right through. Okay, you're good. Like we could handle this situation. Getting stabbed is way more dangerous than getting shot. Anyway. Oh my gosh, this is so good. It's so good. That's why I want to start a Canadian channel, because there's a lot of that going on. There's a whole bunch of that going on. It's a lot, man. It's a lot. Hilarious. Jeez. All right, let's get into these supers real quick, guys. What's going on, everybody? How's everybody feeling? Hit that like button, please. Helps us tremendously. You have no idea. Candace going live today, Baron going live today. Gonna be a whole bunch to talk about, gonna be a whole bunch to deal with afterwards. Candace was proven right by this by the SEAL Team 6 member. That's crazy. Hopefully Candace actually interviews him. I think that should happen. That would be a smart interview to do, right? He doesn't agree with everything she says, I'm sure, but they agree on the main thing, that something's going on, and why not ask questions? Anyways, guys, hit that like. Let's jump in. Esther Hope, 1 membership. Thank you. Esther Hope, another membership. Thank you. Let's go Brandon Tatum. LGBT. Let's go Brandon Tatum, friend of High Fiber. Wow. That is good. Florida Rican. Thank you for that. Another one from Esther Hope. Thank you so much. Hats cover. You guys are just going to say it's AI anyways. Yeah, that's true. That's Blake. Blake, you guys are just going to say it's AI anyways, Neff. Everyone knows that. If someone has to tell you why it's not okay, yikes. Yeah, when it came to Britta talking about this whole thing. Why is it not okay for Erica to call her husband's memorial the event of the century? You can't do that. You can't do that. Sweet like honey, thank you very much. Appreciate you. Appreciate the poops. Sweet like honey. Appreciate the 6'7", 67 gems, 6'7". Wow, that's attention to detail there. They yanked the CK Life and banked a check, right? Yanking and banking. Frank Turek. 1,000 gems. GOAT trophy. Thank you so much for the GOAT trophy. Do I get to collect these things, or these just go away right away? I'd love to collect these things and have them. Yeah, someone just said best funeral ever. Yeah. Like that's what you're saying. That's a crazy thing to say. This was actually pretty great. Like, I mean, it's sad he's gone, but I mean, without him being gone, we wouldn't have had this great event. This was the event of the century. I'll never get over the one thing that stood out to me the most. I make jokes about the whole like WWE thing with his memorial, because I found it so weird that it was like the administration that was there. I'm like, where's his friends? Like, where's his boys that he was just friends with in high school? Or, you know what I mean? Like, where are those people? Where's his parents? But the main thing that really threw me off is there was a guy, I don't know who it was, some politician or something, or maybe I don't know, maybe he's a donor. I have no idea. But he was carrying a cross and he was just walking with it. And I'm like, man, that's a big cross to just be walking like that. He was just walking and smiling and waving. And I was like, that is crazy. And then I saw the cross had wheels at the bottom. And I was like, that feels wrong. I'm like, that's crazy. I'm like, if you're gonna pick up a cross and carry it, right? Like they say, you shouldn't have wheels on that bad boy. That's crazy. That threw me way off. I remember at that point, I was like, I don't think I can watch this, Anyway, please say, benighted Blake began 10 times fast. I laughed out loud when you got Lionel's comment. Yeah, it's crazy. Benighted Blake began. I can't even get through 3 times. You guys try it. Blackline Brief did a 3-hour interview with Charlie's cameraman of 13 years. Great watch. Yeah, I was talking with that guy as well. I didn't get to interview him or anything like that, but I have been following him. I've been retweeting him, and I've been talking about him. He's something else. He's definitely something else. This person, and maybe they talked about it in the interview. They must have. He was the one. He says that he was the one that introduced 11 Labs, or like AI voice cloning, to Turning Point to begin with. And he says he was doing it with Charlie's voice before Charlie even passed away. So that's something, because Charlie just, traveling too much, it was just easier to do certain things that way. So crazy. I haven't caught it yet. I have to check it out. Spidey, the body language guy, did a video on Lance's testimony and found contradictions that I've not heard before. Really? Spidey. I don't know if I've heard of Spidey. They were just too busy yanking and banking. You get it. Also, love how Frank thinks the last 30 seconds was the perfect time to do CPR. Frank is like, oh God, did anyone realize he's not breathing? Don't do that to Frank. Brian, look away. Frank's is like, we got to do something here. Last 30 seconds. That didn't come up. It's funny how Frank brings up the last 30 seconds. It's like, that's such a, like, if you're going to bring up CPR, that's such a big point in the conversation of saying you tried CPR, because the way that he made it sound, he made it sound as if he was trying to do CPR while they were driving the whole time, right? Then Brian's like, no, there's no CPR. And only then does Frank come forward and say, well, it was the last 30 seconds and maybe Brian didn't see and maybe he didn't. I don't know. It's weird. Imagine Frank's relief in the beginning when Candace was saying she believes Frank to be an honest person. Yeah, I remember that. And I was like, I don't know about that. She definitely switched on that one. That's for sure. She went from someone should find those clips. She went from, I think Frank to be like the most honest person in this whole thing, in the whole Turning Point circle, to, I believe you're full of I believe you're full of sugar honey iced tea, out of nowhere, kind of out of nowhere. I think he's deserved that for a long time. I'm glad someone finally said it to him in a way that he's actually going to hear it, because Frank's going to hear that. And he deserves it. Early on, he's like, Candace should shut up. Like, I remember that. He's like, you don't have information. You don't have it. So shut up. It was like, who are you? Who are you to say that? Pray for everyone working to shine a light on the cover-up of what the state is doing to the American people. The stakes are high. You need a dictator. Demand Candace. Candace for dictator. That's funny. That's funny. It's funny she said that. It would be hilarious if she ran for president, because that would be the first thing they would show. They'd be like, this woman said she'll be a dictator. You know? Thanks, Vince. Thanks, Vince. Thanks, Vince. Thanks, Vince. Thanks, Vincenzo. Oh, no, not Vince. Look at the stars. Thank you very much. Appreciate you guys. Amber, thanks for making my mornings great. Hardest working man on YouTube. Thank you so much. Amberino. I like that. Amberino. Thank you so much. Thank you very, very much. Very generous. Those initials matched someone who is not suspicious at all. We don't know, but we know we ain't no Joe for show. Thanks. Thank you. Those initials match someone who's not suspicious at all. Interesting. Candace Owens will not say anything bad about Tatum until he lies to her. I wonder, because that does make sense. That seems to be what tips her. I wonder. Has he lied? He's lied about her, but you could say that's just what he thinks. That's just his opinion. I'm sure if I watched through. Hey, Miguel, are you okay? Are you okay, Miguel? Just calm down, buddy. All right. Mike Riley, Miguel, every single day. Yeah, Miguel, are you okay? Do you need someone to pick you up? Are you all right? Trolls be trolling under the merch bridge. AK. Trolls be trolling under the merch bridge. Gold coins. What's all these gold coins? You guys Philadelphian throwing all these coins around. Donna Marie, Life is Driving guy had a wired camera and said everyone's cell cameras went out at the same time of the bang because they were Wi-Fi energy. First of all, I don't know who that is. Life is driving guy. I've never heard of that before, but I didn't hear about that phones going out. I feel like I would have heard about that. I'm not sure about that. I haven't looked into that, but I did hear about a lot of people suggesting that they had footage and that somehow the footage was gone. Like they were filming, and then when they looked back to check their phone, they didn't have the footage anymore. I did hear a few reports of that early on as all the theories started to spring up. Sorry, been away for a while, Coach. You don't have to apologize. Sorry, with 9 little angels, I can get busy. What is that? I lament that that we are going to get to any truth in this tragedy. Christ is King. Christ is King indeed. Do you mean kids? Do you have 9 kids? Is that what you're saying right now? Is that for real? That's crazy if it's 9 kids. Even if it's 9 dogs, that's still crazy. But are you talking about kids? Love the comedy show. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. It is a comedy show, ladies and gentlemen. I just checked the rounds again for those. Those are FMJs, not frangible or soft tip. Tip is too aggressive to be soft point, and frangible rounds have a checker pattern that breaks into small small pieces, I guess, on impact. I have 20 years experience with 30-06. That's interesting. So it's not frangible. That was a big thing that they were clinging to at one point. I remember Gary clinging to that at one point, talking about them being frangible. I'll look into that more. Those bullets in water was from the other guy's same day or a few days later. Was there someone a few days later? I remember there being somebody weeks before, and that he wrote something, but he wrote like on his magazines and stuff, and it was almost like in whiteout. It was white writing. I remember that. But was there someone a few days later as well? That's crazy if it was. I don't remember that. Selena Turner, thank you very much. Tony Johnson, thank you very much. High five. High five. Laughing Disco, thank you very much. 9 Bot Traveler, thank you. High five. There we go. Let me see here. Corey, BT, Weeks 4, Turning Point USA, and his company makes CO merch. Oh, Brandon Tatum. I don't know. Weeks 4, Turning Point USA, and his company makes Candace Owens merch. Yeah, he was saying that. I played a clip of that. He was talking about how his company handles it, and it's like he was almost trying to say it's not his company. He was like, "I'm the CEO, but I'm not the CEO. I own the company, but I don't really do nothing. But I do sometimes do stuff." And it was like, okay, get it together, buddy. Like, figure it out. You're basically saying you make money with Candace, so you don't want to talk about her, but you will talk about her a little bit as long as it doesn't affect the money. Is that what you're saying? I mean, what a guy to be friends with, you know? Like what a guy to have in your corner. Before Utah became a state in 1897, the Moors, I'll call them the Moors, were known as very rough gangsters. They made a deliberate effort by image to become a state. They weren't always Donnie and Marie Osmond. Yeah, there's actually a story about that. You learn a little bit about that. First off, there was a guy who made I think it's a show about it, and he was on Rogan's podcast. It was a really informative podcast, really interesting. And then the Real Housewives, Salt Lake City, there are 2 of them that actually have their lineage going back all the way back to these gangster types that you're talking about. And they were the main protector of like John Anderson or John Smith or something. They were like his main security guys. But yeah, everybody knows they were running. They were persecuted. Well, I guess everybody doesn't know. They were running. They were persecuted. And they kept getting chased. And they thought, we're going to this, because it was winter. They're like, no one's going to chase us here. Like these mountains, it's cold, it's terrible. Like they're not going to come this far. And then they did. And they were like, okay, enough. We're not doing this anymore. We're going to stand here. And it was where Salt Lake City is now. Like, we're going to stand here and we're going to fight. And they did. And they took out a lot of people during that fight, a lot of people. And they stood their ground and they built Utah up into what it is today, which is why their presence is so known throughout the entire state. It's wild, really wild. But yeah, they had that nice guy image because there was, guys that were nice, but there was enforcer types that were lethal. And that's why if you go to Mexico and you look into these same people, they have like fortresses made because they fight with the cartels. A lot of people don't know this. There's a lot of these, they'll call them the Moors, the churchgoers, who have to defend themselves from cartels. And the cartels, I won't say the cartels, I won't say the cartels stand down, but there definitely has become an understanding that if you come at us, we're going to come at you type of thing. And they have these crazy fortresses. It's wild. It's actually wild. I think, who is it? John Kerry's family is connected to the ones in Mexico. And obviously the ones in Utah as well. And the ones in Canada as well, John Kerry. John Kerry actually has a family, it's like a mansion in Grand Bend, Ontario. And it's his because there's a big American flag and there's a big Canadian flag. And it's like one of the bigger places. Pretty wild, right on the water. I've seen it before. I had to do a job there one time. There's a movie called Ivy where I had to work there. It was crazy. 550 Gems, stay hydrated. Thank you so much. How do I apply to be a Clipper? Email me. I don't know how else to do it. I have someone who's like admin. I guess they should be going to them. I don't know. I guess I'd be forwarding. Oh, I guess I got to put that email in. But yeah, you can email. You can message me on X, and I'll give you the proper email to respond to. I'm not going to click any links or anything, but I hired someone, and they'll click links. Like some people have to hire a food taster. I have to hire someone who clicks links. But yeah, message me. I'll get to you. In the X space, why hasn't anyone questioned Blake's response to Dee Dee, Diligent Dennison, regarding the night of the 10th? Blake said, I basically stayed at the same hotel as everyone else. Basically? What are you talking about? Yeah, 100%. Yeah, that is weird. I basically stayed at the same hotel as everyone else. Like, what does that mean? It means some of the time you weren't there. Some of the time you were in a different hotel. You're moving around. I don't know what that means. Viva toilet paper. Oh, sorry. That was that was just my assumption. That's what you were saying. Viva paper towels looks like Andrew Busamante's grandpappy. That is true. You know. Let's keep going. Coffee lowers blood sugar, which is why it makes you jittery. Please be sure to eat enough prior to caffeine. I didn't eat at all. That's probably the biggest thing about it. I still haven't eaten. I don't eat before I stream. I like to. Cat Williams has a philosophy, like before doing a show, he likes to go on stage hungry, and I have the same thing. You need that hunger. So I don't eat anything before I get on here. Feels way better for me. But not with the coffee. Definitely. I have another cup of coffee right here. I'm not touching it. There's no chance. I'm going to throw that out. From now on, it's Viva La Riddler. From now on, it's Viva the Riddler. Someone said, I know eat poppy. I know eat poppy. I know eat nunca, nunca. I know eat nunca, nunca. I know eat poppy. Anyway, let's keep going here. It's more like Human Centipede of Fed Slop. BB, it's the president's at the front, because he's the head, right? And then I guess Gary would be like near the middle to almost to the back, Cam Higby's right at the end there. Just such a revolting movie. I don't even know why I brought that up. So I should have just skipped you. That was gross. It's such a gross movie. I remember I didn't even watch it. I can't even believe they made another one of that movie. They might have made another 2. I saw that movie. I was like, this is disgusting. I'm like, what is this? And so many people watched it. I'm like, why are you watching this? This is terrible. It's not a good movie. It's not a good plot. There's nothing good about that. There's some movies they make because they want us to see degeneracy and disgusting things. They want that in our minds, because it takes us away from our higher levels, higher feelings, higher vibration. That's it. From divine nature, God, Christ. It takes us away from that. 250 gems. Laughing Disco. What's the Laughing Disco? I want to see that one. Maybe one day. I have to keep my eye on the screen. Happy Poop. I know what that looks like. Happy Poop. Thank you so much. Were you guys doing that? Were you guys sending me happy poops when you thought I was going to the loo to do that kind of thing? I wasn't going to the loo for happy poops, okay? All right. I got a small bladder. Everybody knows it. Most in the crowd, not UVU students, was me, could be true. Was me, could be true. What do you mean, was me, could be true? He did say it was me. That's what he was saying. It was reported he was saying. That's why he got put in cuffs. He wasn't saying shoot me. Like, that doesn't make any sense. But yeah, most people in the crowd weren't UVU students. Isn't that weird? Especially the ones that were in the first 1, 2, 3 rows. A lot of them were old. A lot of them were old. A lot of them were ex-military, or I should say retired, to be respectful. Laughing Disco. Thank you. Who is this? What is that name? Out of the Ashes. Yes. Tara Coleman. Oh my gosh. Have we been blessed with a Coleman? Hello. Flip Flap. What's going on, Flip Flap? Want Jill, what is this? Takuda in Hawaii. Just so you know, they want Jill Takuda. Who's Jill Takuda? Who is that? Who's Jill Takuda in Hawaii? I wonder why. Jill to Kuda. Ah, okay. Okay. I have to look into her. Let me see. Jill Dakuda, Jen. I know I don't know how to spell this person's name. I'm going to try anyway. Let's see. Are they connected? Ah, they are connected. Oh, no, they're not connected. Maybe they are. AI sometimes messes up. I got to look into that. I was just wondering if this person is connected to Sergeant Jennifer. I just want to look into that. Can't believe I spelled her name right when I was looking for it. Floating Heart. That's very sweet. Thank you very much. Who's that? DD Share or DD Share. Thank you very much. Floating Hearts are appreciated. Mystery gift. Mr. Wachuka. Oh, no. Oh, no, guys. Mr. Wachuka. Hello, sir. Hello, Mr. Wachuka. Oh, my gosh. That is nuts. Blessing from another mother, Coleman. There you go. Thank you very much. Mr. Wachuka's in the house, ladies and gentlemen. Jeez. Well, you know, and he gave me gold coins. Oh, no. He made me into a shill. Anyway, Mr. Wachuka. I hope you're holding up well, Mr. Wachuka. I see what's going on. It seems rough. It seems like a rough job. You're doing the best you can. That's for sure. You know? 6 gems, chill. Thank you so much. Do appreciate that, guys. Let's jump into these coffees. To the coughs. Let's jump into the coughs real quick. I think we got like 12 of these coffees. So, oh no, like 14, 15. Let's see. Let's see what's up. Let's jump in. Let's see here. Maybe it's Andrew. Here, let me. You should probably be able to see it. I guess so. Maybe. Someone said, "Just me, friend of the show." Maybe it's Andrew's ex singing like a bird. Maybe Andrew and Erica were hooking up. Well, is Andrew getting divorced? I thought he said that was made up. I think somebody suggested that, and he was like, "That's made up." He's like, "That's false." But I don't know. It could be something going on there. We'll see. I work overnights. Tara Coleman. Oh, Miss Coleman. Hello. I work overnights. I guess I can take one for the team and watch all of Officer Tatum. Oh, that would be nice. Thank you. I'll check it out. There's one clip that I wanna bring up, and I just keep forgetting. I'm gonna make sure I have it in the rank tomorrow, in the tab rank. My beautiful wife had an amazing observation. It's a good way to start it, you know. Your beautiful wife. That's good. The bulges in the pockets of Mikey and the gang going into the hospital. Noticing they're all the same size. She says probably balled up maroon shirts. Could you imagine? Shove a shirt into your pocket and look at it in the mirror. Do I have a t-shirt here? No, I don't. I would have done it right now. That's interesting. That's very interesting. I wonder. But I mean, well, did Blake have one? Did Blake have a bulge? Mikey McCoy did, yes. The other guy did. Yes. Someone's like, Bays will show you how to find info. I have a researcher. I don't do the timestamp thing myself now. Someone else does it now, you know. And we're still figuring out each other's languages, work language. You know, there's a love language, there's a work language. We're still figuring that out, but she does a great job. It's all there too. I just didn't tap into it. It's all in an info tab that I have right here, and I just keep forgetting to touch it because I'm so used to working by myself. You know, got to learn to trust people. But yeah, that's an interesting theory. That's a very interesting theory. We'll see. We'll see if that makes sense. I will bring a shirt tomorrow. I will bring a t-shirt. It won't be maroon because I never wear that color. But yeah, Myron joined the blown out booty hole crew. Wow. Oh gosh, yeah, it's hard, man. It's hard. It's hard being, you're banned from everything. It's only Blake had a bumper. Yeah, Blake only had a bumper on him. Mikey and I guess the other guy actually had a maroon shirt. Well, I shouldn't say maroon shirts, but they had the bulge in the pockets. We'll see. We'll see. Yeah. Kathy, great job. Yesterday, Candace played a video of Turk saying we were yanking and banking on the way to the hospital. Not sure if he knows what that means. Yeah, I found it so funny. I'm like, why isn't Candace comments on yanking and banking? But I was like, she's not immature like I am. Yeah, so I get it. Let me say, hi, Coach. You were wondering if there's anything to the antidote, the effects of caffeine in coffee. So I'd like to share some suggestions. L-theanine, magnesium taurate, magnesium, thernate, are supplements you can take, ideally at the same time you start drinking coffee, that will subdue the effects of the caffeine in coffee beans. Generally, the darker the roast, the more caffeine. I thought it was the lighter the roast. That's what my wife was saying. I thought it was the lighter the roast. But I guess it's like it's pulled out, more of it's roasted. Okay. So if you like the flavor of dark roast, but can't handle the caffeine in it, this is an easy way to mitigate the unwanted side effects. Reputable brands such as Thorn. Is this an ad? Thorn. I know Thorn. One of my friends works with them. Momentous are great. I use them both. I've used them too. Both are third-party tested, very clean. I prefer the taste of dark roast. So this is what I use to combat the higher caffeine content. Have a great day. Thanks for all the laughs and something to look forward to in the mornings. St. Michael prayer. St. Michael, pray for us. Christ is King. Thank you so much. I do appreciate that. Yeah, I'll look into it. I have L-theanine. I do have that. I always have that. So we'll check it out. We'll see. But then you still feel the caffeine, or does it calm you down? You're just drinking caffeine because you like the taste. Because I don't like the taste. I don't care for I don't care for coffee at all, really. I don't think it tastes good. Sometimes I do, but other times I don't. I don't know. Mama, what's the deal with Erica working with for the AI company Nextos? Another rabbit hole, perhaps. Jesus Christ is king all day, every day. Yes, indeed. She was working for the AI company Nextos. I've never heard that before. That's interesting. And also, how? In what respect was she working for an AI company? What? That's crazy. Okay. You're ridiculous, and all your research don't mean nothing. Yeah, that's Frank Turek for you. Love you, Coach. Have wondered if there's more to Frank's FaceTime call. I picture a viewing party on the other end, hiding behind his son's phone number. If they check records, he puts that stupid story out about forgetting it in his pocket to excuse this long call. I feel more important people were on it to make sure the mission is complete. Yeah, it depends what son he was on with too, right? I mean, was it the Pentagon son? He has one son that works in Pentagon, one that's with the Air Force. I wonder which one it was. But yeah, you're right. It could just be a cover completely. And he was on the phone with some people who needed to see XYZ happen. I mean, it's not the craziest thing to suggest, in my opinion. The other day I was watching you way later than normal. You said something that caught my husband off guard. He said, "What did he say? And what are you watching?" I said, "Oh, this is Coach, not Candace or Baron. We are here for the laughs and the drama. I never realized he hasn't heard you before because he is at work while I watch you. Oh, occasionally my 15-year-old daughter, but he is home for Candace and Baron. He feels like home listening to Baron since he hears lost stuff all day at work. He is in court transportation." That's funny. He feels like home listening. So it feels like home to him. Like he's like, okay, listening to Baron. You keep me laughing through my work day. I make sure I am caught up on my reality TV, especially Housewives. Man, Housewives is the best. Housewives is the best. I can't wait until Rhode Island gets back to it. Can't believe Liz left Rhode Island. What's going on with her? She might be going to jail. Maybe that's why she did it. I don't know. But it's amazing. And they need to bring Camille back. They need to bring Camille back to Beverly Hills. Obviously, that needs to happen. You know, she's the one to bring back. Anyway, especially Housewives before 9 a.m. so I can watch you. Thanks for all the laughs through the monotonous day, the monotonous work day. Thank you very much. I appreciate you. Love when people listen at work. What is this? Share.iCloud video. You think I'm going to click that? Are you crazy? Are you nuts? I'm not clicking that. I can't even click it here. But there's no way. You think I'm putting that into my browser? Share.iCloud videos? Are you out of your mind, Palix Dylan? I'm not putting that in there. No chance. Anyway. That link is in my response to the recent attacks on Candace, but I don't think you open links. No, I don't. No worries. It's just a silly Canva headline. You help me visualize what I would otherwise miss, and you make it funny, all while sharpening my moral compass. You are an excellent teacher, Coach. Thank you. Thank you so much. I had a teacher, Philadelphian teacher, Mr. Cohen, and he always said that I should be a teacher so I can go through the same thing that I put him and the other teachers through. He would always say that. Good guy. Great guy. Check John Bray's recent IG post. He got a Rode mic, dissected, and broke the glass. Looks pretty spot on. If anyone was going to do it, it would be him. I knew it. I knew he would do that. Yeah, he's dialed in. Dialed in, man. Low-C center roof, ChatGPT. Here's how a traditional built-up roof burr works. Layers of roofing felt are installed. Hot asphalt, okay, a fine coat of hot asphalt is spread over the top. Gravel is embedded into the hot asphalt while it's still soft. The gravel then serves as it serves several important functions. Protects the asphalt from UV rays, which would otherwise cause it to crack and deteriorate. Protects from hail, foot traffic, and weather. Helps reduce heat absorption by reflecting some sunlight. Adds weight to help keep the roof's layers in place during high winds. The gravel isn't individually glued, but it's partially embedded in hot asphalt, so a lot of it stays put. Over the years, some loosen naturally, et cetera, Yeah, that makes sense. Based on the conditions described alone, 85 to 90, prone for 5 minutes, I would expect a clear body print to be present on the roof. Some localized gravel displacement would be possible, but whether it would be noticeable or preserved would depend on specific roofing material. Gravel. That's interesting because as soon as you mentioned the heat and the reflecting, and then you went into the actual temperature that day, right away I was like, oh yeah, you couldn't do that with what Tyler Robinson is said to have on. I mean, I guess you could just kind of go through it and you're just going to lay there. But I feel like it would be so hot. It would be so hot that it would get to you. That you wouldn't be, especially, you know what I mean? Down low. You know what I mean? You just got a layer of jeans. You just got a layer of jean there and you're laying on this thing. It's 85 out and it's absorbing heat and all this stuff. I feel like, man, this is too much. That would be way too much, you know? But yeah, I see what you mean there. And then also you have to factor in the fact that it's big stones. It's not regular gravel. It's not the gravel that we think. When we hear gravel, we think of small stones. That's what we think. I don't have any. Usually the kid puts stones everywhere. Actually, yeah, of course. We think of stuff even smaller than this. This is almost too big even to what we think of when we think of gravel. Yeah. Put closer. Yeah. Anyway. Kid puts rocks everywhere. Corey, I just want to know how I can help, be direct to a source, or what questions I should ask. What? I live in Iowa, tri-state area, so an hour from Omaha, Nebraska, an hour from, what is this, SD or SD, the National, watch out, Blakey, the National Guard is here in, what is this, Suck City? What is this, Suck City? Okay. I work for a wholesale company with customers and salesmen in those areas too. My best friend is an ER nurse. Her wife is a cop in Lincoln, Nebraska. Let me know how I can help. Also, I might suggest you start rubbing your crystal bald head, when seeking answers. My dad said, to see if it helps the BS. How dare you? How dare you? I have tension balls, you know, those things, like, you know, you go like that. I have those. Maybe that'll help. Hate giving my money to super chats because nobody reads them. So coffee is for Mrs. Mama Coach. Thanks for all the laughs and info. Someone said Sioux City. Okay. Sioux City. Sorry. But how can you help? I would say that if you needed to help, you should probably ask. Coffee on an empty stomach is terrible for weight loss. You're wrong. You're actually wrong. You should actually Google that before you say that. You're 100% wrong. Just terribly wrong. Just terrible. Just look into fasting, look into cotton. You don't know what you're talking about. Good try though. That was a good try. I would say listen to Candace's last episode that we were just reviewing. That little part where she's talking about Omaha, Nebraska. See if there's anything you can find out. If someone said I'd take a trip to Suck City. Well, Blake will meet you there, Mike Riley. Blake will meet you there in an ASAP. Okay, ASAP. Suck City. You will be met by Blake there. He will show you around for sure. Yeah, I would say listen to that part and see if there's anything you can find out. That's the only real way I would think of helping. And then you can bring it here. You can put it in another coffee if you want, because it's hard to get through to Candace. And then I'll talk about it. And then hopefully that gets to Candace. Some people are saying he, which is Frank Turek, is a liar. But I just think he doesn't know what contradiction means. It made me laugh so hard. I sent my first coffee. Second biggest fan, I think, from Puerto Rico. What's going on? What's going on, Puerto Rico? Thank you very much. More sparkles here, I see. Thank you very much for the sparkles. But yeah, I think that might be the case with Frank. I think if we give him the exact definition, he'll go, okay, all right, so that is a contradiction. Okay, all right. I was just trying to, it's just, and just because it is a contradiction doesn't mean it actually is. I mean, yeah, just start yelling. Safety goggles on. Mama, keep up the great work, brother. Thank you so much, Gorilla. Big Boy Paloy. If you kindly keep your fingers crossed. I just flew in at 1 a.m. from vacation, and my dog has some huge spot on her side. What? My ex didn't notice in 5 days, and it's like 7 inches long. And I'm going to the vet in 2 hours. Someone canceled, and I got squeezed in. So I need fingers crossed, please, and thank you. We weren't supposed to have favorites, but she is mine. Oh, man, that's crazy. That's crazy. Wow. Well, I mean, fingers crossed. I mean, more like prayers, right? You want prayers that your dog is going to be okay and that what's happening is not anything and just something that can just, go away on its own kind of thing. That's nuts. That's nuts. I hope you're okay. Let us know how that goes, Big Boy Paloy. I know you probably sent that hours ago, but let us know. Frank Turek has also lied about Charlie Kirk's condition. Early on, he said Charlie still had a heartbeat when they arrived at the hospital. Recently, he said the doctor said Charlie died instantly. Well, it's just another thing from Frank, right? Don't tell Frank. He'll get all upset. Like Candace says, when Frank Turk finds out something that Frank Turk has said, I mean, it's just hard for him when he figures that out. And he just has no mercy on that Frank Turk when he figures out what Frank Turk has said. Someone said, "Is your dog a good big goy?" Mama, I tune in on every live. I can help. I can to help me. Right? See, is that me? Am I crazy? I tune in on every live. I can. Oh, so that is me. Okay, fine. It's me. Every live I can to help me get through my workday. That's amazing. The community has the best humor, vibes, and memes. Zesty is officially integrated into my vocabulary. You're an inspiring man and father. Thank you so much. Keep loving on your family and being you. Thank you for the insightful commentary, laughs, and for all that you do. Thank you so much. I do appreciate that. Oh man, I can't wait to see the kids. Is that a video? Oh gosh. When you called out the reading glasses gang yesterday, I just cracked right up. We are Legion. Don't make yourself sound like that. We are Legion, not demons. Don't worry. Mainly because we have a zillion pairs laying around. I know all about that. Thanks for being such a light every time you crack your own self up. I can't help but laugh. That's funny. Let me see here. Oh wow, that's a lot. Right there on the counter. That's quite a bit. Where are your glasses cases? Where are the glasses cases for you glasses people? Do you not keep those cases close? You think they'd be in cases and whatnot. Or don't you have like a little, like a jewelry box, a glasses box, like a little nerd case? You guys don't have like a little nerd case, or you open it up, these ones are for science. They're only for science. And these ones are for arithmetic. Only for arithmetic. You don't have anything like that, really? I figured you guys would. Let me see. Hi, Coach. You inspire. Whoa, what's this? Hi, Coach. Oh, these are new ones. Hi, Coach. I listen to you daily. Thank you for all you do. Thank you so much. You inspire the kind of deep down, bone rattling FOF falling on the floor. Is that what that is? Laughing? Laughter that might literally cure a person of cancer, or in my case, helping cure an 82-year-old of despair. Wow. About where the world is heading. Also, in contrast to many, you skillfully elaborate on Candace Owens and others instead of just exploiting them parasitically. It's very much appreciated. You are the oldest person that watches this show, hands down. No question. 82 years old. That's incredible. That's absolutely incredible. I hope you're doing well. I hope you're feeling good. Connell Boyce, I hope you're feeling okay. And don't laugh too hard. I don't want to be responsible for that. Coach Colin responsible for making this person laugh until their hip broke. He was talking about booty holes and all sorts of things, and he screamed mama, and that's when I had it. And the next thing you know, my hip just snapped in half, and I've been laying here for days. This is all because of Coach Colin. I don't need that type of thing in my life. You understand? Okay. I hope you're doing okay though. Thank you so much for watching the show. I appreciate you. Undercover YouTuber. Oh, I too am an undercover YouTuber. Hey, Coach, been following for a while, but I don't comment because I'm still on certain people's radars. And I like to glean information from the other side without obstacles. One day I'll courageously come out and comment on you, Baron, Candace, Lionel, and all the others after the investigation is complete. Two things. I wear collar shirts, ties, ascots, blazers, etc. for fun Even if I don't have a reason, don't group me up with the mainstream loonies. I just like to dress like a business casual cowboy. Who is this? This is Benny Johnson. Who is this? Is this Benny? No, it's not Benny Johnson. He doesn't dress like that. Who is this? Sagar? Is this Sagar from Breaking Points? Is that who this is? I think it is. No, I have no idea. But yeah, I used to do that too. A lot of people don't know that. I used to dress up just for no reason. I put on a dress shirt and a nice dress, dress pants, nice belt. Yeah, no reason at all. The way people treat you so differently is crazy. It's crazy how different people treat you when you're dressed like that. I noticed that, I had ladies hold the door open for me. It was nuts. It was nuts. It treats you so different. Then you come through like this and they're locking their doors and stuff. Second thing is that a friend of mine blew my nerd mind not too long ago. He told me that the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles is a euphemism for the Island Boy class and the New York tunnel people. They use the sewers and eat pizza constantly. I sincerely hope it's a dramatic coincidence. Love what you do. Yeah, no, I heard that as well. I did that purposely just because I don't want to put on the screen what he was saying. But yeah, I heard that too. I've heard that same thing about the Ninja Turtles. Is that they're mutants, turtles, little lizard DNA. They're down there eating pizza. Yeah. They got some lady with them that comes down there occasionally. April O'Neil, I believe. She's called. She goes down there all the time. And Shredder's actually the good guy. Because he's trying to eliminate them. Isn't that crazy? Yeah, I've heard that theory before. It's nuts. Nuts. Mike Riley. What's going on, Mike Riley? Thank you so much. Eventually, we should talk about these street. Oh, yeah, we talked about this. Okay, I guess we're at the end. Of the coffees. There might be one more. Oh, Melinda. Yep. Let's see, Melinda. I think I'm saying that name right. Microbiologist, but huge into molecular bio. Heard part on L-theanine, precursor to GABA, which helps with calmness. GABA itself is too large of a molecule to cross the blood-brain barrier. Also, get the book Magnesium Miracle. Different compounds of magnesium help different ways. Don't bother with the oxide, only 10% bioavailability. Wow, this is super nerd alert. I should be reading this like, not sure what the coffee discussion was, but if you're prone to kidney stones, super high in oxalates, which calcium and oxalates are different major causes of kidney stones, not caffeine like everyone thinks, as well as black tea. White and green is less oxidates. I'd recommend everyone take NAC. But you're right. I do have NAC. Precursor to glutathione. I actually take it every day. I love taking NAC. I take NAC and glutathione. I might be overdoing it. Antioxidant in the body. Love your show always. You make me laugh. Thank you so much for that information. Thank you very much. Appreciate you. Appreciate all of you guys. We are at 5 hours, guys. We gotta pack it in. Let's pack it in, ladies and gentlemen. Candace will be going live soon. It's already through. Yeah. Candace will be going live. I don't know, maybe 3 hours. I don't know. She's been going late. Recently. And I know it's pushing Barron to go late too. I know he doesn't like that all that much, Yeah, he doesn't like to be a late night party, but it just happens, So we'll see what Candace has to say. Like she said, we will not get out of this week without hearing who Ben Shapiro was at lunch with. I'm sure Ben Shapiro will deny it, and eventually that person will come out and say it. Maybe they won't. Maybe they will. Maybe someone who heard him or her say it will come forward. I still think it's Bill Ackman. But then again, would Bill Ackman go around saying that he was at lunch with Ben Shapiro that day? I don't know if he would. I don't know if he would say that. Maybe he would, but we'll see. Anyways, guys, thank you guys so much for coming out. We will be back tomorrow, 100%, 10 a.m. sharp, as always. And I will see you guys soon.